Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 551. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 551. Can't you come? Hearing the big fat young master, Madame Maxime looked a little anxious. What happened to Mr. Hornheim? In this event, there are not many qualified candidates for the judges, and Mr. Hornheim is one of the few important candidates who can assume the position of the general judge. At that time, the pioneering contribution of the last International Alchemy Conference was the recipient, which was his Mr. Alessandro von Hornheim. By the way, Dumbledore also appeared at a certain session of the conference during his student days and won the Alchemy International Award for his youngest title. Unfortunately, since the meeting of Mr. Hornheim, this award has been buried in the pile of paper due to the downturn of alchemy, and has not been renewed. It is also true that even if alchemy's inheritance is almost cut off, and where is there enough alchemists to support the high-quality alchemy exchange conference? It is natural to be the best judge of the upcoming alchemy event, just like Mr. Hornheim's Goldrich alchemy master. However, in the face of the eager questioning of Madame Maxime, the fat young master standing at the entrance of the auditorium was not in a hurry. Oh, actually nothing. He shrugged his bladder, and the meat waves on his chest and gangs fluctuated. To say that yesterday old Foggy is still fine. I went to the toilet at night and got a break from the waist. I can't go anywhere in the past few days. I am lying at home. This reason is very good. Quite unpretentious. Madame Maxime and Ajinbad's president looked at each other and looked a little erratic. Maybe they couldn't help but turn their eyes on the next moment. Oh. Is it just a little hurt at the waist? Oh, no. I mean, you father, is he okay? Madame Maxime corrected the words, tentatively a greeting, but she still cares about that. Mr. Hornheim can still serve as a judge at the time. Well, old Foggy, he's really okay. Fat young master said, it's just a small injury, that's all. He has taken the medicine, it will be good in 2 or 3 days. Just 2 or 3 days. Madame Maxime finally relaxed. To say that a big game is held, the most important thing is the manpower. One of course is the contestant, and the other is the judge's selection. As for the staff, it must be how much. Mr. Hornheim is one of the most important alchemy masters today. He said that he is irreplaceable and that it is no problem. After all, it is difficult to find a second judge who can have his level in a short time. At that time, if the judges are not enough to serve the public and there are problems, then the representatives of the various parties who are sitting in this hall may have an excuse to attack. These gangsters are all predators who smell the gorillas, but they can't let them catch such a big predator. Since Mr. Hornheim is fine, it would be better. Madame Maxime regained her usual grace, and she smiled. Come, since you are visiting on behalf of your father, please come to the table. At this time, the various foods on the table have not been removed, and the fat young master has long been seen. As soon as he heard that Madame Maxime could find a seat, he immediately succumbed to his appetite and glanced at him and walked over to the nearest seat from the door. Hey, dude, come. Move a little to the side, let me rest. Fat young master. The fat face is full of smiles, it looks a bit cumbersome, and some funny. Young master. The ass on the road was stuck in the chair in the carriage. Just to pull it out, I almost even lost my waist. I have to make up for it. As he spoke, he squeezed into an empty chair. The extraordinarily wide body was the side of a guy with a chair and a side. To say that he is a picky one. The 2 bad luck eggs that he forcibly squeezed out were the Tuffler family, who stared at Marx before. Marx was far away from seeing it. This Teflon young master suddenly looked angry, but after hesitating, he simply moved aside. Naturally, it is obviously not the time to make trouble. After the fat young master at the Hornheim home finally settled, Madame Maxime began to greet again. What she said next is not the point, most of them are irrelevant scenes. Even so, the guests have moved their sights to her. Again, this Madame Maxime is the headmaster of Xbuttons, and it is also her sight, respecting the masters who speak, the social etiquette that must be followed by the status quo. Rules like this are always boring, but they are also essential. However, The attention of these people did not continue to concentrate. It didn't take long for a while, and the sound of Walla slammed loudly. The fat young master of the Hohenheim family began to eat. Marx's seat is relatively high, and in terms of location, he is still on the other side of the auditorium. But he is the very few wizards in this auditorium who can take advantage of the fat young master and smile on his face. The big fatty is eating something. It can be called an imposing force. Not that he is rude. In fact, his knives and forks are very well kept in his hands, and every move is not unbearable. He cut the steaks without any movement. Where is the problem? It turned out that after all, it was necessary to blame his thick and fat meat. The fat man made him have to lift his elbow when he put the food into his mouth. But he was very concerned about his meal movements. In order to meet the etiquette, he did not push his elbows too high, so that every time he ate, he had to suck the food in his mouth. Listening to the sound of the times, people can't understand whether he cares about etiquette or get used to it. Marx found that since the emergence of this wonderful the atmosphere in the original auditorium has been completely destroyed by him. Speaking of it, Mr. Hornheim of the Alchemy Research Center also knows that it is an alchemy scholar focused on research and innovation. But who knows, then a respected alchemy master, even gave birth to such a funny big fat son. In terms of the age of father and son, the master who was immersed in the academic master, this son, it should have been 40 or 50 years old. Is this because of the old age, so it is too much to be spoiled? At least Marx doesn't look very much like it. But in the end, this fat young master not only sat down to eat, but also did not move very small. It is indeed some unconformity. But no one here will really take care of him. After all, it is more important than blaming him. Look, the Madame Maxime in front of the auditorium was completely unaffected, although she also subconsciously glanced at the big fat peer. But the words that were not nutritious in the mouth did not appear even once. After most of the people finally stopped paying attention to the big fatty, she said something more meaningful to everyone. I think everyone understands that if the legacy of Mr. Nicholas Flamel is officially open, how much impact it will have on the entire magic circle. But in fact, Mr. Flamel is not unconditionally open. Seeing Madame Maxime is the focus of the topic, and everyone is more concerned about it. Soon, their eyes were concentrated on Madame Maxime. The legacy left by Mr. Flamel before his death was his private alchemy laboratory. Regarding where the laboratory is, only Mr. Edward Flamel is known for the time being. Having said that, Madame Maxime nodded to the side of the Flamel home steward. Yes, I think everyone can guess, she said. The first problem we will face is how to open the laboratory of Mr. Nicholas Flamel. I heard about it before. It is not an easy task. Things that require us to have a good understanding of alchemy self. In fact, Magic Circle has discovered a lot of magic relics from ancient times, and most of them are still being researched and detected continuously. These relics have two things in common. That is, it is easy to find and easy to find. In some places, even the mold that does not understand magic can be easily found. The same is true of Nicholas Flamel's alchemy laboratory. Mr. Edward Flamel said that it was one of the topics that Mr. Nicholas Flamel set up to be able to interpret his legacy. If the world had no real understanding of what is alchemy, then the legacy left is not open and undisclosed. The words here, old steward Edward also stood up. My master said that it was Hogwarts headmaster Albus. Mr. Dumbledore left him hope, and he knew that there might be a lot of knowledgeable wizards in today's magic circle. So he left these heritages, not without a word, with the wife. He said, thought again, and then solemnly said, so I think that although the main family often said that in the 665 years of his life, he has seen the decline of talent, but he still has expectations for today's magic circle. He must always believe that our magic will gradually prosper again, and with the efforts of generations of young wizards to the next peak. The words of the old steward are so earnest that even these re-emphasizing forces, even if they are not pure, are somewhat emotional. The gradual decline of the magic circle is obvious to all. Although it seems to have improved in recent years, it is still no longer brilliant. whether it is family power or individual. In fact, I hope that the entire magic circle can have more and better progress. It was at this time that Madame Maxime loudly said, "So, Mr. Akinbad and Edward Stewart decided that we would host a world-class alchemy contest to bring more alchemy talents back to the public and show us more colorful alchemy world." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 552. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 552. Honestly, our Gryffindor trio has been a bit uncomfortable lately. Since Marx solved Voldemort's worries, the RA training session was a bit loose. It turns out that their members are quite a lot. In addition to Slytherin, all 3 other houses have responded. But now, when the crisis in front of us disappears, everyone seems to be lazy with no power and goals. But in fact, you can't blame the members who are getting less and less. After all, it's going to be the final exam. It's so much that even Harry feels a little bit unable to keep up. Everyone knows that the activities of RA are not mandatory from the beginning. This is because the things that everyone needs to be born. It is also inevitable that it has its timeliness. When Marx was at school, it was a good idea to have a good and age-old wizard to supplement himself with something that would always make some positive young wizards happy. However, after Marx's temporary leave in the past few days, the number of people who came to participate was significantly less than the previous one. Yes, Harry. They also know that Valentine's Day is coming soon. Many male, female, and female children are preparing for the day. It is necessary to step up the review of the review, and the finishing line of the finishing line may even be gathered together to discuss the plan. Besides, this night's homework is getting more and more. Everyone's small days are very compact. You said, when will Marx come back? I have just used lunch here, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron are all gathered in the common room, and pack his textbooks for the afternoon class. As always, Hermione is finishing very quickly. She usually puts a whole day of textbooks in her big book pocket, and even has other books in it. Some time ago, she actually started thinking about whether to try Extension Charm. Therefore, she just casually glanced at the curriculum that had been meticulously remembered, and compared with the one in her memory, she began to work on the homework that most students only started to deal with at night. Harry and Ron are just like ordinary young wizards. After eating lunch, they can enjoy the rest of the afternoon after a chat. Who knows when he will come back? Ron shrugged said, "I want to say that those who took the magic class are probably praying that he will come back later." Who asked him to take a leave to stay homework? After Harry heard it, he waved his hand indifferently. Hermione, does Marx leave more homework? Is it a few days? He turned his head and asked Hermione, who was writing homework on the table. Unfortunately, Hermione is probably calculating what formula, mouth-mutter incantations, and ignored Harry's inquiry. You still don't ask Hermione about this kind of problem, Ron whispered. If she answers you, can't you take it for reference? You don't know what homework is in her hands. She can hand in the next day to the professor as a reference answer. Except for defense against the dark arts. Harry rolled his eyes and added powerlessly. It used to be a potion class, but now it is the defense against the dark arts class. Any Snape course as a professor will make the Gryffindors complain. But to be honest, Snape's defense against the dark arts class is full of danger everywhere, so that every time you go to class, you have to be afraid. But I have to say that he is indeed teaching with heart. At least compared to the potion lessons of the past, the big black bat is now significantly more invested. During this time, Harry was able to feel that their understanding of various dark magic and dark creatures was deepening, and the methods of dealing with them were forcibly engraved into their heads one by one. Even if these advances are made with shock, if you think about it, it doesn't seem to make you feel worthless. Of course, hate is annoying after all, and Snape's teaching methods are basically hard to make people like. Not to mention the young lions who have been targeted by him. Even the small snakes next door have been tossed by him for a whole day. After mentioning the defense against the dark arts class, both of them were silent. This spring has always been like this, as if no matter what topic, As long as Ron and the defensive class are on the side, it will become boring, and the enthusiasm of the connection will disappear completely. After a few minutes, Ron changed the subject again. Harry, who are you going to with on the 14th? Have you decided? He thought about it and wrinkled his face. On that day, I guess I have to stay with Lavender. I am having a headache when I see her now, and I don't know how I promised her at the time. Who's with? And my broom. Harry sighed. I was going to the stadium for a whole day, then I finished my homework and went to bed early. Hey, buddy, don't do this. Ron first persuaded, and he hesitated. I told you that Ginny seems to have officially smashed with that bubble. She refused to let others say it. Still, Lavender is free to tell me. Hey, Ginny? Harry looked a little hesitant. What's the matter? Ron dissatisfied. My younger sister, but the best female child in the world. The whole Britain can't find a girl who is so beautiful and smart like her. If I didn't know who you are, I won't be this mouth. No. Harry shook his hand in a hurry. I know that the best little witch in the world is definitely right. But she is against me. I won't mention the past. I will ask you. Do you have to start with a female child who is interesting to you? Ron curled one's lips said. The girl who sticks to you is not what a good choice. Look at me, I will regret it. The so-called female children must know how to love themselves. Ron can now be considered personally. Not as you said, Harry tangled. I am just... How do you say that? You are shy. A voice rang from the side, and the two boys who had been together for a love stunned. They quickly turned their heads and found out that Hermione was talking. Are your homework done? Harry asked subconsciously, which is so fast. Hermione didn't feel good. This time Mark's left a lot of homework, and the difficulty is not small. It can be seen that he also began to sort out the questions for OWLs. Halfway through, she was paused and then dropped this topic about the course. Not to say this, or to talk about the thing just now. Hermione moved the chair to the side again, and he squinted. Harry, ask me to see. You are embarrassed. Don't hurry. Denying. Don't you think that this kind of thing has to pay attention to fate? But the fate is also to take the initiative to catch it. Just wait for it to wait. Hey? Harry stunned. Oh, yes, it's fate. Get it? Hermione interrupted his words mercilessly, staring at him. Really, chasing girls is like you. Girls have to wait until their hair is white. Harry was a little dumb by Hermione, and he opened his mouth and found that he didn't know what to say. He thought about it carefully and found out that Hermione was indeed right. In the case of love, if the boys do not know the initiative, then it is basically a blow. Well, you are right. Harry was silent for a moment, but his expression was still a little bit annoyed. But Hermione looked at him with her head down and suddenly asked, Harry, to be honest, what do you think of Ginny? When he heard Hermione mention his own younger sister, Ron immediately got the spirit and put his eyes on the face of his good buddy. Although he felt that Harry would definitely be worthy of his younger sister, he would have to feel a bit uncomfortable if he wanted to match the pair. In other words, how can I send my own baby younger sister out? But if you say it from Hermione's mouth, it would be more appropriate. Of course, she is a very good female child. Harry sincerely said. As Ron said, it's beautiful and smart, and I really like Quidditch. And then, still pretty. You said beautiful twice. Ron couldn't help but insert a mouth, but in exchange for a contempt for Hermione. In this case, what reason do you have to chase her? Hermione spread her hand and then pointed a finger at him. It's been a few days before Valentine's Day. Before the 14th, it must be if you want to find a way to meet her. Do you understand? Have you understood? Ron repeated it again. Seriously, since Ginny hasn't been in school, he already knows that his baby younger sister has a strong affection for Harry. For the twists and turns between the two men, he was caught in the middle of the obvious heart. Now that Hermione took the initiative to clarify the matter, he couldn't help but follow side in relief. For sure. In the tough tone of Hermione, Harry felt as if he was tied to a galloping train and couldn't even do it. Of course, Perhaps there is a slight expectation in his heart, but that expectation is buried so deep that he still has nothing to do. Must. Hermione made a nodded clear location, posing as it should be by rights. Not waiting for Harry to ponder for a while, there was a rush of footsteps in the Gryffindor common room. He looked at him from the left and right, but found that the lunch break ended unconsciously. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 553. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 553. Under the invisible impetus of the major forces, the heritage of Nicholas Flamel has become a world-class heritage that is comparable to the remains of the ancient antiquity. Just as many years ago, because of the occupation of Cursebreaker in the Egyptian pyramids, Nicholas Flamel's alchemy laboratory was mostly led by the International Wizard Federation and explored and developed by magic circles around the world. The forces that are currently gathering at Buttons are jointly decided by Madame Maxime and Edward Old Steward. They think very clearly that only by pulling as many forces as possible can they be held together so that the wishes of Mr. Nicholas Flamel can be completed more smoothly. According to A History of Magic, the exploration of the Egyptian pyramids was finally unfolded. At that time, the magic circle of each country added the Cursebreaker position, and the share of each country was fixed. When the Cursebreakers came to the pyramid, it was dead or alive tentatively. Finding good things depends on their respective capabilities. Weasley family's eldest son, Bill, is a Cursebreaker. This position is unified under the name of Gringotts, but it is actually directly under the Ministry of Magic. The so-called opportunity and risk coexist is the best way to describe this work. In fact, Bill is probably the highest income of the Weasley family. Anyone who finds a valuable ancient treasure in the pyramid can get a rich bonus as a reward while handing in, and finding more is enough to make him spend his whole life. Of course, this job is not a small risk. The ancient curses and the strange magic hidden in the pyramid make the death rate of this profession always high, so that the position of Cursebreaker has always been unsatisfactory. Wizards who can get this job are excellent wizards with many Newt certificates. Even if you don't find such a dangerous job, there are a lot of other jobs waiting for them to do it. Why bother to go with your own life? Compared to the treacherous Egyptian pyramid, the Nicholas Flamel's alchemy heritage is now much more attractive, and it's no wonder that the forces are stalking. Therefore, everyone actually understands what the final purpose of this so-called alcheming contest is. If you want to get enough share from it, you must be more active and let the alchemy talents of your own powers work harder. Whether it is the judges or the contestants, as long as they show enough good alchemy knowledge, they will eventually become one of the wizards who are further exposed to the Nicholas Flamel alchemy heritage. Therefore, many such forces are supported by such competitions that put contradictions on the bright side. At least this gives them a clear goal. As for whether there will be people playing behind the scenes at that time, that is another matter. For this world-class alchemy contest, Marx doesn't have much of a feeling. If he wants to say it, he doesn't have much attachment to Nicholas Flamel's legacy. I also know that ordinary alchemy knowledge is that's all, like Philosopher's Stone, the level of alchemy products, but also want to learn can learn. Even though Mr. Nicholas Flamel has left all his inheritance, if you want to see the next Philosopher's Stone come out, I am afraid it will be many years later. What Marx is most concerned about right now is whether the contest can be smoothly arranged locally at Hogwarts. As for the alchemy heritage of Nicholas Flamel, it is enough for us Crimjua to worry about it. At noon that day, the luncheon was officially over after Madame Maxime's decision to start the event was made public. Today, everyone just came to Buttons, but they are not eager to make all the rushes. First, everyone needs time to digest and analyze the current situation. Second, communication and temptation between major forces. After everyone dispersed in twos and threes, Marx took Van Gogh together and planned to go free in the big garden in front of the main entrance of Buttons. This is just a meal, and it's not a bad thing to take a step to eliminate food. Of course, by the way, you can also observe the behavior of other wizards to determine what kind of roles they may be in contact with. Okay. The most eye-catching thing at the moment is the big fat young master at the Hohenheim home. Hey, everyone can be gone. and he is still stuffing oneself with food at the long table, so that Madame Maxime has not been able to find the chance to remove the ruins of the table. Marx stood at the door, facing the subtle Madame Maxime shrugged, and the other gave him a smile. In the vagueness, he can also hear that Mr. Ghost, who is floating around the fat young master, is whispering. It seems that it is a very hard thing to put on such an eclectic young master. He shook his head and turned around and wanted to go out with Vanny, but he heard a voice suddenly coming from behind him. "Oh, I'm going to be full, hee." "Right. Hey. Are you the headmaster, Madame Maxime of Buttons? My home, Old Foggy, and I mentioned you. Don't know if I can ask you something?" "Of course. What? Is there a wizard called Marx McClawn? Old Foggy asked me to send a message on his behalf. If you can, please tell me where he is." What I heard is that he is younger than me." "Is it real?" Marx couldn't help but remember when he heard his name appear in the conversation, and then went back again with a little doubt. He doesn't remember that he knows Mr. Hornheim. No, if it is, he will confirm the family, but he may not know him. It seems that he has not had a more accurate estimate of his reputation. "I am Marx McClawn. May I ask Mr. Hornheim what you want to pass to me?" He turned and walked to the fat young master, and Vanny continued to follow his side. "Hey?" The fat young master heard a sigh of relief. He took the words that were still chattering, and suddenly he turned his head back. "Oh, are you Mr. McClawn? Wow. It's the same as Old Foggy, than me. Still small?" "Sorry, my young master is just a straightforward temper. If you are rude, please forgive me." Mr. Ghost, who floated aside, gave a privilege and expressed his apology for his fat young master. Marx waved his hand and motioned that he didn't have to care too much, and that he nodded to the big fat young master. "Mr. Hornheim's achievements in alchemy. I read it in the book when I was at school. I heard that he has been concentrating on research since he was young. This is the model for all scholars." He laughs. "Say, I don't know what Mr. Hornheim is looking for me." Marx is polite here, and the fat young master doesn't care about these greeted words. I saw him slamming up from the chair, and the armful of flesh directly caught Marx's shoulder. McClawn, don't say this kind of imaginary words. Probably staying at home, rarely seeing the young wizard outside the family. It is extraordinarily eager to see him at this moment. My home, Old Foggy, is a dead brain. Not doing experiments all day, is to count on the table. What is great? If you want me to see, buddy, you are really powerful. Tell me quickly, how do you put our the two Dark Lords squatting together? As he spoke, he waved his fist like a meatball, and his face was full of interest. However, this fat young master can't help but Marx is uncomfortable. There is nothing to say about fatness, but the meat on this body is so much that the weight of one arm is not too light, because of the emphasis on the strength of the wizard's body. Marx's body is still strong, but the feeling of being trapped in the flesh is awkward. Things about the Dark Lord. If you are interested, we can talk slowly for a while. Marx pushed the fat that squeezed on his cheek, helplessly. You are not saying that your father has something to convey? I think you can talk about this first. After the fat young master heard it, it seemed like it was re-recorded, and it was nodded. Hey, I almost forgot about it, he said with a blank face. He couldn't remember that he just asked Madame Maxime for this. Yes, Old Foggy asked me to ask him. I don't know if you have time to sit at my house. About the secret of ancient runes you wrote. Old Foggy seems to be very interested. The book in the fat young master's mouth is the book Marx originally wrote for use as a textbook for the study of ancient runes, which has written many different ways of using the ancient runes of the past. Marx remembers that Mr. Hornheim's research has always been more practical, and perhaps because of this, he would have some good feelings about Marx's new ancient runes theory. No problem. Of course, I also hope that I can ask your father about magic knowledge. Oh, please loosen your arms first. Marx gently pushed his hand away and pulled out from his waist stack a small card. This will be given to you first. You can transfer them to your father after you go back. Just say that I gave him a small gift. This is an ancient Nirvana card that he personally sketched out, and each character accurately interprets its own meaning. For a scholar who is also well versed in the ancient runes, this is a very suitable meeting. Just then, Marx glanced back slightly. He was keenly aware that someone stared at himself outside the gate of the auditorium, and that sight made him feel very familiar. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 554. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 554. Mr. Lawn, do you need me to solve it for you? Marx is very sensitive to the line of sight, and Vanny is always concerned about Marx's words and deeds. Therefore, when Marx just turned slightly, Van had already looked at him in the sight of him. No, there is no need. Marx shook his head and then turned to the fat young master said with a smile, although my popularity has always been good, it is clear that there are always a few people who look at me. Who? Fat young master probed the probe and glanced behind Marx. Hey, how do I feel where the two guys have seen it? Is it an illusion? I don't think it's an illusion. Marx shrugged. Don't you remember? Just sitting next to you. Is it? The fat young master recalled his head, but at that time his mind was filled with the word of eat. Where else could he notice other things? It's basically the limit when you look at it. Just a moment in his life and death, Mr. Ghost, who was floating on the side, spoke. The younger one is the young master of Teflon's family, Ghost David said. As for the wizard who is with him, I have no impression. But I think it should be Teflon's. Who? This gentleman is very knowledgeable. Marx nodded. To be honest, although I have had some friction with the Teflon young master, I still don't know much about them in the end. Mr. I don't know if I can tell me about their family. Mr. McLawn is very polite. David shook his head slightly. It's definitely not a good idea to know more. That is, it's been a long time, and I know a few people, that's all. This Mr. Ghost was first modest, and this tells the story. Typhel has not had a few famous people. To say that the person who knows the most is the one who is the end of the 18th century. The Dukes. I think Mr. McLawn must remember that the Duke of Wizard who escaped the dagger with a hidden curse during the Reign of the Terror. Oh, you said this, I remembered it a bit. Marx was nodded in vain. Well, should the name of the Duke of Peak be Vincent? Show a hidden spell on his neck, pretend who has been beheaded? Yes, that's him. David smiled. Mr. McLawn really knows it? Yes, this Duke of Peak is still a bit famous in the French magic circle. Of course, it is not necessarily a good reputation. It is. Marx also smiled and echoed. He can imagine that this reputation may not be good or bad, because the story of the Duke of Peak was completely used by the wizards when what a joke said. Just as Marx and the Ghost Mr. laughed, the fat young master standing opposite him suddenly raised his eyebrows. Hey, that kid is not just yelling at you. The flesh on his face shook and he didn't know what he was doing. Hey, he still dares to marry young master? Where can I mess with him? Look, I will give him back, he said. He really took a step to the side and stood next to Marx. Without the obstacles of Marx's head, he could finally look at each other with the young master of the Teflon family, so he immediately glanced at each other. Marx looked at him and turned to look at the guy outside the hall, and suddenly snorted. After hesitating, he handed a questioning look to the Ghost David. It's useless, I can't persuade it. David even shook his head and smiled. Before I said, the young master of our family has always been straight. He has to do what he believes. It's not finished. Speaking of it, at this point, young master's temper is still very similar to his father. What should I do? Marx glanced at the fat young master. If you go on like this, I think he will soon be no longer satisfied with his eyes. As if to prove his words, the fat young master suddenly changed his face. The next moment, he really couldn't stand it anymore, and took a big step and walked to the entrance of the auditorium. Hey, the boy's eyes don't want it. Seeing the tempered fat young master, while walking in his mouth, he walked forward. Marx and Ghost David looked at each other and then immediately followed. No way, today they are not coming over to make trouble. In the current buttons, the chaos is definitely the less the better. But Madame Maxime, who was standing on the sidelines, didn't move. She thought about it, and then she turned and went to the depths of the auditorium. In this case, she is not convenient to come forward. If she goes to say it now, the nature of this matter will be different. Although Madame Maxime is the headmaster of Buttons, it is considered master here, but her behavior is not unscrupulous. It is one thing to make a dispute between the guests. If it is too big, she will go to mediation afterwards, but if there is a possibility of partial help because of carelessness, it will be unstoppable. On the other hand, Fatty had already reached the front to follow young master, but he saw his pouting, holding the thick arms full of fat and pointing straight to the other's nose. Don't you dare. What is this, young master? Where is this young master recruiting you? To be honest, when a guy who is fat enough to stand up to his 3 or 4 body types rushes all the way, most people will be somewhat imaginary. HMPH, do I have you? Teflon young master took a step back, lest the fatty fingers poke on his nose. I can't just look at it. Who will let you stand there? Hey, say you yell at me, you still don't admit it? The fat young master is another eyebrow. The radish's thick fingers have been poked several times, and they screamed magnificently. You just look at it with that look. Look at it? Do you dare to recognize it? Are you still a man? This fatty mouth is very happy, and the action is unscrupulous. Tefl hadn't replied, and the wizard with him couldn't help but open it. Honheim young master, please also pay attention to your words. The sorcerer swore a grey-bottom wizard gown, and his face was quite gloomy. It was quite polite to talk. It can be seen that he is the kind of guy who pays more attention to etiquette. However, it is an indisputable fact that he is staring at Marx with his cold eyes during lunch. This young master loves to talk like this. What's the matter? I didn't expect that Fatty didn't buy it at all, and it was still very arrogant. I saw his right hand wave, and the fat on his body shook. Are you his son? Take care of your son, or else, who knows if he will let people put their eyes on it tomorrow. Do you understand what you are talking about? Teflon young master finally couldn't hold his heart. He was angry. This is Buttons, do you know? You thought it was your home? It's not your home anyway. Fatty grinned, indifferent to the earth. Kid, I tell you, if you don't apologize to me today, young master, I can't spare you. Oh, yes. And my buddy McClawn. You just yelled at him too. Marx was laughed aside and didn't say anything. The young master and Marx of the Teflon family have old vengeance, and now with the new young hate of the Hohenheimers' fat young master, the two are in harmony, and his anger is suddenly bursting. This guy has always been a product that can't be tolerated. This time, if it wasn't for father's guilt, he had long wanted to marry Marx. Although he also knows that the positive hardship is obviously not an opponent, there is still a chance to think about what to do in the dark. But now, he was completely mad at this fatty. Apologize? You want me to apologize? Teflon young master had a blue vein on his forehead, and he was angry and angry. Okay. Hohenheim's house. Is it going to fight with you? If you can win me, I will. He was talking, grabbing a hand in his pocket and pulling out a pair of white gloves. But when he wanted to throw a pair of gloves on the face of the fat, the arm stopped involuntarily. No way, he suddenly saw Marx standing behind the fat. Hey, Ty Fowler opened his mouth and apparently hesitated, then squinted again. Fatty, you and me, duel. Dare or not? After all, he finally threw the gloves out, but he threw them directly at the feet of the fatty. If you throw the other person's face, you can get the most powerful momentum, but he is really afraid of shaking his hand and throwing it on Marx behind the fatty. In order to prevent it, he had to choose a relatively controllable solution, but the momentum of the duel can be significantly weaker. Duel? Fatty smiled. This young master hasn't played a wizard duel yet. Okay, I can say it first. If it hurts, don't blame this young master. He said, bent over, but where can he find the waist? Maybe he couldn't bend, or maybe he didn't want to lose momentum, so he quickly pulled out his wand and picked it up. Suddenly, the white hand that fell on the ground suddenly leapt and was caught in his hand accurately. Marx, who looked behind him, saw the nodded secret. This is a silent curse. The swinging action is very skilled and fast and accurate. Can't see it. This is from the fatty of the alchemy aristocratic family, and the strength in the curse is not bad at all. The fat young master is obviously going to give that Teflon a down. Such pre-match performances are usually designed to bring some pressure to the opponent, but this also requires the corresponding strength to make it. Typhoula young master? The Gloomy's wizard looked slightly. Needless to say, I have a measure. Teflon waved his hand and immediately turned to the fatty. Do you know the rules? After dinner today, you will decide. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 555. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 555. Both the young masters of Hornheim and Teflon seem to be looking forward to this private duel, and they quickly set the time and place, and then continue to despise each other. Think about it too. It is obviously more people's mood to get vented than to start the mouth. Hey, buddy, no one will bother us. Come here, let's find a place to talk. The guy who waited for the Teflon family disappeared completely from sight. The fat young master immediately put on a pair of hee-hee's expression and snorted and greeted Marx. Marx has something to do here, and he needs to know more about the forces that have gathered here today. Be aware that no matter when, the intelligence is always richer and better. However, the fat arm suddenly hooked up on Marx's shoulder and dragged him to the castle face. Hornheim young master, I can say it first, I still have to do it at night, but I can't accompany you to the duel appointment. Marx quickly reminded helplessly. Fat young master hearing this, he first stunned, and soon laughed and shook his head. Do you think I want to be yours as a duel assistant? No, I don't have that plan, the big fatty said, and added in a small voice, in fact, I didn't want to go at all. The kid I saw him was not pleasing to the eye. Let him wait until night. If he can wait for a big night, then it's fun. Oh? Marx was surprised. Hey, you just looked like, I thought you were really interested in the duel between the wizards. Judging from the situation he has just observed, this fat young master doesn't look like a person with a heart. But who knows, he has a pack of bad water in his fat belly. However, how does he feel so familiar when he actively invites a pigeon after the duel? I told you, fat young master squeezed his eyebrows and said, my old fogey only taught me a lot of knowledge about alchemy. My magical level is really average. Don't look at my silent voice just now. Levitation charm seems to be very smooth. In fact, it is usually used to help the old fogey like materials at home. After Marx heard it, my heart was a bit clear. Are you father intending to let you participate in the alchemy contest? He asked. You are the son of Mr. Hornheim, presumably your alchemy level should be very good too? At least I feel average. Fat young master scratched his belly and finally let go of the big, heavy arm pressed against Marx's shoulder. The books from the old fogey show me that this subject the knowledge points are all missing, and it is not easy to learn well, is it? Marx thought. To tell the truth, I also made a lot of books related to alchemy. I have to look at it. It can be seen that this fatty is always a bit less serious in other things, and often thinks that it is one out, and people can't guess what he will do next. Can be on the alchemy, but he is very real, and it is also unreasonable to talk. As he and Marx walked and talked, Vanny went ahead with Marx as before. It can be seen that her eyes are always moving around and she will understand that she is not willing to let go. According to Marx, this evening is the key to this trip. As a qualified collaborator, always keep your concentration focused and pay attention to everyone you see. This is what she should do. Caution is the first priority of acting. This is one of the reasons why Vanny can never fall under the family business, and is the motto of her life. That evening, Hogwarts Castle. Harry, who was stunned by Hermione and Ron, looked a little nervous. After listening to Hermione at noon and then one-point analysis, he took a good look at the time of class and took a good look. Yes, Ginny is indeed a very good girl, whether it is for himself or for others. It is all right. Maybe because she is a Ron younger sister, Harry hasn't thought about it. Well, if Ginny becomes his girlfriend, what will happen in the end? No, on this issue, He felt that he couldn't understand it for a while. After all, it is because he and Ginny have never had any embarrassing atmosphere without a proper beginning. The latter things can't be untied. Maybe I really should go and try it. Just now Ron hurried to the toilet after class. Now Harry is walking alone in the hallway. He is thinking alone and subconsciously talking to himself. It's a coincidence that this sentence was heard by an old fogey who likes to see the pins. "Oh, Mr. Potter?" A voice rang from behind Harry, scaring him to sneak forward. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. But if you have any troubles, I am old people who have already experienced a lot of things are willing to answer some small questions in your life." Harry suddenly turned around and the current potions Professor Slughorn was standing behind him, and the bald head shone with wisdom. "Ah, no, I don't think so, thank you." Harry hurriedly put his hands together. Joke. He does have some troubles, but he wants to ask a bald old fogey in love. It is better to go to Ginny and face the exciting life, is it? Slughorn looked politely. "You know, I have always been very helpful, especially for children like you who are so good. You and Miss Granger are very smart. She is more theoretical, and you compare partial action. You see, I heard that you not only won the Triwizard Cup, but also killed dragon in the game. This is not what the general wizard can do." "Oh, thank you. But I didn't think you were so great. Harry just wants to leave soon." The farther away from the unscrupulous head that suddenly popped out. "Oh, don't be so nervous." Slughorn's face was so thick that he knew that Harry's first impression of him was not very good. "But what about it? You must know that the impression can be changed by facts. This potential stock must find a way to win over." Perhaps many people now only remember that Marx had killed 2 of the Dark Lord's feet, but that Harry had extinguished Voldemort's past in his infancy, and his Slughorn was not forgotten. That McLawn is really good, but that is so good that it is overdone. Nowadays, people are also professors of Hogwarts, and the mix of to get rich is far beyond the scope of development. How can this little Potter be suitable? Do you need me to add some courses to you separately? I want to use your talents and other students to go to class in a step-by-step manner. It is impossible to satisfy your curiosity. Believe me, you can become even better. Slughorn has been wondering what way to attract this young wizard, and the way he tried this time is to use more knowledge. In Slughorn's not so successful teaching career, he has encountered many types of talents, some of whom are unsatisfied with the existing knowledge. Among these people, the most prominent one was Tom Riddle, who was later Voldemort. If this is said to Hermione, it may actually have a good effect, but if it is placed on Harry, it will only be counterproductive. When Harry heard it, he took a few steps back in a hurry. In a series of sorry, he quickly left the broken place. "Well." Slughorn didn't hesitate to shrugged. Secretly, "Is this method not right? Then try another individual next time." Harry was upset about the old man who was always staring at himself in a trot. He gradually regained the big force back to the common room. Until then, he was only relaxed. "I always feel like I forgot something." Harry thought about it and followed the other students to open the portrait of Mrs. Fat and walked into the Gryffindor common room. As soon as he entered, he immediately saw a silhouette with a brown long hair, which reminded him of what he was thinking about. "Hey, is this go with her to say a few words?" Harry's footsteps suddenly settled. He stopped, and Colin Creevey, who had come in behind him, slammed into his back, and then he fell down on the floor of the common room. Colin, a small man who loves to drum up his camera, is no exception when walking. For this reason, he has suffered several times, but still has not changed in the slightest. Harry was busy looking back and then apologized to help him. "Is it okay?" as he asked. He thought about whether Ginny would look over, and then he couldn't help but glanced back. It was this one that his vision just hit Ginny's gaze. If it was in the past, Harry wouldn't think much about it. When he saw it, he saw it. But now, once I think of Hermione at noon, he is not right. Sometimes, a little bit of thought will make people think more about certain situations. and some thoughts will always make people feel uneasy. Harry snorted and then didn't know how to especially want to remove his sight. He suddenly felt that when he was facing Ginny, he suddenly felt at a loss. Seeing Harry's eyes are not quite right, Ginny over there is a doubt, for this boy who has been admired since he was a child. She has long been accustomed to the feeling that the other person does not care about herself. But what is going on now? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 556. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 556. Hey. I don't know when it started. The Earth Palace in the mountains of Albania suddenly sounded a certain unknowable agitation. The voice was still extremely slight in the still and dark Earth Palace, and it could not be heard without listening carefully. However, it did exist, and it came out from the deepest part of the Earth Palace, as if the thick blood flowed in the heart of the pulse. This kind of sound is unimaginable and carries a strange and infectious nature. In the agitated voice, there seems to be an endless temptation, and people can't help but want to follow the sound. Under the influence of the evil voice, the Earth Palace grave, which was originally dark and fearful, is like an invisible attraction, which makes people eagerly inadvertently. In the deepest part of the Earth Palace, is there any enticing treasure buried in it, or is it a powerful force? Anyone who comes here at this time, I am afraid that this idea will be generated unconsciously. Fortunately, although Marx has not found any anomalies here, there are two objects that are enough to cause trouble in the sky. As early as the last time he left, he had already placed a powerful spell at the only entrance to the Earth Palace, hiding the place. Otherwise, among the Earth Palaces, I am afraid that I have already attracted countless creatures. However, anything unusual in this place will not be a simple matter. It was not long before the last time Marx came here to reinforce the seal. The next time he will come over, it is really an unknown number. At this moment, as in the last time, there was another strange rune on the ancient mirror that was shackled by Marx. Once again, it was echoed with the deepest enchanting monument of Earth Palace. Stand up. The two rune corresponding to the two, it seems to be a secret match with the secret heart pulsation. Every time it flashes, it will be accompanied by a puffing puff. As time passed slowly, the agitation gradually became clear, and even a slight vibration was created. The shock felt like a drummer slamming a giant drum, and it seemed like never-ending again and again. Suddenly, the enchanted monument shook a little, and even a crack like a spider web appeared on the ground. Fortunately, this enchanting monument was not sealed by Marx with the rune map engraved on the ground, or else his seal was completely destroyed. Sealing the black monument is the snake stick of Salazar Slytherin. At the moment when the enchanting monument was extremely abrupt, the snake stalk that was originally slanted at the top of the monument suddenly flashed a fresh green rays of light, which suppressed it steadily. It is this momentary change that hides the collision of two powerful forces across the ages. And obviously, the seal left by Slytherin has once again won, as if to win without suspense. Then the loser fell silent again. The vibration disappeared, and the sound of the strange heart pulsing quickly faded away. Even the two rune that echoed on the ancient mirror and the enchanted monument quietly dispersed at the same time. In the entire Earth Palace tomb, it seems to once again fall into the silence and darkness of an ancient ruin. Only the huge stone chamber on which the enchanting monument is located, a path of cracks that are still scattered and silently telling what happened before. Harry, what are you doing at the door? In the Gryffindor common room, it is still as lively as usual. This whole day's class is over, although there is still a homework that seems to be forever waiting for everyone. But the young lions usually forget them temporarily with a more optimistic attitude. It will be time for dinner after a while, and during the period before the meal, it is the longest rest time of the day. Especially when the exam is approaching now, this time is even more precious. Fred and George have finally been a little less angry. After all, they are about to face the Newt's exam. Since they are still planning to graduate, they must work hard for the results. Well, even if it's just a matter of perfunctory, in order not to leave the chance of rebuke to the sly mother, Their scores should at least be too low. Of course, after graduation, the plan to open a Weasley What a Joke shop seems to have remained the same. The underground workers in front of these two mothers will sooner or later turn to the ground. However, this is a bit quieter for living treasures. Compared to the past, today's common room is still relatively calm. Ron, who just returned from the toilet, looked around and found that everyone was busy with each other. Only Harry was so stunned at the door and didn't know what to think. No. Ron's gaze crossed Harry's shoulder and quickly discovered the presence of his younger sister Ginny. It seems that standing in the same place is not only his own good buddy. After a little hesitation, Ron guessed for some reason this product is now considered to be a girlfriend, although he and his girlfriend cannot be said to be a good thing. But for those who love, he also has a little understanding. In the past few days, whenever he accidentally bumped into Lavender, his heart always trembled. Of course, this may be different from Harry's situation at the moment, and it must be similar in concept. In the past, Ron leaned around Harry and whispered. Harry was like this, only to find Ron's appearance, looking at him in surprise, and suddenly blinked his eyes. It seems that he did not hear Ron just said. When Ron saw it, his expression was subtly shrugged and he found that he couldn't say the second time, "That's my own baby younger sister, so it's like Ginny doesn't have anything to do." "What's the matter?" Harry glared at his head. They are confused and awkward here. It is exactly what two teenagers should have, and the opposite female child is more mature. Ginny licked Harry and licked Ron, who had just arrived at the common room. After a strange moment, he shook his head. She still likes Harry, or at least has a lot of good feelings. It's one thing to have a good impression. It's another thing to stick to a guy. If the other party doesn't feel anything about herself, she doesn't want to hold it in her own hands. To be as strong as Hermione may be the kind of persevering girl, even for her own feelings, but her Ginny Weasley is not Hermione. She is more emotional in terms of emotions, and does not want to force anything. So, although today's Harry seems a little bit wrong, but she did not have to spend more time thinking. She knew what kind of person Harry was, and it was clear from a long time ago that she wouldn't expect Harry to suddenly open up. After glanced at his own smallest big brother, Ginny finally turned around and stopped paying attention to Harry's side. "Ginny, what are you just looking at?" "Calling you." Didn't respond. The words that a little sister suddenly said made Ginny also startled. "It seems that I am not so free and easy in my imagination." For Harry, she has extraordinary feelings after all. In fact, Harry Potter, as a celebrity in this generation, was famous before Marx. People like Ginny's age grew up listening to Harry's story from the time of sensibility. Harry Potter, who was still a baby, directly led to the defeat of Voldemort, and the name of the savior was not screaming. When I was a child, like Ginny, I could go to Harry Potter, a similar magic circle juvenile idol. Ginny was just a few girls who kept this feeling until now. That's all. It is conceivable that when Ginny first saw Harry, the excitement of finally getting an idol deepened her impression of Harry. And when she had experienced the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets in the year of school, Harry, one of the people who rescued her from evil, really made her completely heartwarming. It is a pity that this feeling that has become hot in his own vision has gradually cooled down in Harry's dullness, and has been in this regrettable state. Ginny hesitated, and then laughed at the little sister who spoke to himself, but how much of the smile was hidden? Not looking at anything, she smiled. "I was just thinking, I should do the homework for that class first. Be the first to do charms." Professor Flitwick's homework has always been the easiest. What's the idea? The little sister usually had a lot of words, and it was a bit chattering when she was chatting. It was quite like Mrs. Weasley. Ginny will be a good friend with her, and probably for this reason. The two spoke casually, and Ginny suddenly looked back again. Harry and Ron were no longer there. "Sure enough, I think more?" She couldn't help but think. On the other side, Harry was running along the stairs all the way to his dorty, and Ron followed him for gasping for breath. It can be seen that Ron wants to call him, but he obviously hasn't been able to run Harry. and he can only reluctantly succumb to it. Harry ran fast, his heart filled with tangles. Just now, he worked hard to get courage to go over to Ginny. But I didn't take a few steps, and I didn't know what I thought. I suddenly wanted to spread my legs and leave there. Then he is running now. Run wildly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 557. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 557. After dinner on the day, Marx went back to the room early to rest, at least for others. He did. At the end of the dinner, he said this with Madame Maxime during the dinner, and many guests also heard it. However, the room he went to was not his own. For this gathering of powers, Marx didn't plan to blend too much from the beginning. It was just a scorpion, that's all. The focus of his trip is this time of the night. In order to prevent it, he left Vanny in his room. At this moment, Marx is moving fast in the hallway. He went all the way up the stairs to the top floor, and on the east side of the top floor of the Buttons castle, there was a seemingly unremarkable door. He gently walked up and did not knock on the door, but reached out and touched the handle on the door. As the faint magic power fluctuated, the locked room opened its own tongue. The door opens automatically. Marx didn't hesitate. After he quickly walked into the room, he took the threshold behind him. With the lock a light sound, the door was locked again. When he relocked the door of the room, it took time to carefully look at the room. It can be seen that this is also a room for people to live temporarily. Although the various daily necessities in the room are exquisite and complete, it is also obvious that the layout is spent. But the space here is not large. You can see that there are traces of life everywhere on the table and on the bed. Some people here live. Marx is obviously the first time to come to this room, but he seems to be not curious about this place. Needless to say, he came here with a clear purpose. He just checked it very casually. When he found a chair with armrests by the window, he sat down and looked like he seemed to be waiting for someone. The waiting time is always boring, and just sitting here waiting, naturally not his character. Soon, he took out a book related to alchemy and flipped it over. As time went on gradually, he soon sensed that a magic power source was. No, it was not one, but two. When he realized the two wizards were coming to this side, Marx knew that it was not the one he had to wait for. So, just as the two groups of magic power sources were able to stop outside, he immediately cast an animagus deformation, turned into a hummingbird and flew out of the window, stopping in midair to wait and see. It seems that some people want to come here to visit the occupants here. After a knock at the door, the other party naturally failed to wait for a response. And when they knocked on the door twice and determined that no one was in the room, they directly cast a door lock. Marx didn't set a curse to prevent others from opening. He just relocked the lock of the door itself, that's all. Now, the other party opened the door lock with no difficulty, and then the two wizards slammed in directly. He hasn't come back yet. It was a calm male voice that sounded familiar. Marx sneaked out of the window and groaned, and sure enough, the two guys at Teflon's house. I saw that the middle-aged sorceress, still Gloomy's face, looked at everything in the room, and casually said to the Tafel young master, "That's a while." Teflon young master thought. The vast majority of people have used dinner now, and the steward old man named Flamel should be here. Yes, here is the room where the old steward Edward of Nicholas Flamel home lives. Seeing that the two guys didn't seem to leave here, Marx didn't have the grass to scare the snake. Although his affairs are important, he is not in a hurry. Besides, the old Edward has not returned yet. He feels that it is better to look at it. As the two in the room said, the old steward is indeed on the way back. Not long after, when Edward moved to the door, the two of the Teflon family immediately went on. "Hello, Mr. Steward." Tafel young master screamed in a false manner. "When you visit, please ask the old lady for forgiveness." "Oh?" Old Edward and I stared at the two uninvited guests in front of him. After a pause, he asked, "I don't know if the two came to me. What do I want to do?" He didn't say the stupidity of "Why are you coming here?" I don't have to know that these two people must have taken aim at the legacy of their deceased family. Teflon young master, hearing this, slightly nodded. "If you can, Please let me know Mr. Nicholas Flamel's estate details. He chuckled. For example, Mr. Flamel has left something specific. For example, where are those things now? The young master of the Teflon family has already graduated from Buttons. He said that he is still a few years older than Marx at the moment, although he is still somewhat immature. He can at least not be as tender as Marx's appearance. The thorny words in these laughs, with the close his face, are quite threatening. If you change to Marx, fear of being in front of someone who is not familiar with him will always give people a strange sense of violation. However, old Edward is also a lot of age after all. In the years that accompanied the patriarch people, what people have not seen, the threat made by a young wizard is nothing in his eyes. What makes him more vigilant is the middle-aged male wizard who is next to the young master of Teflon, the so-called banshee who talks about what a joke never eats children. Those guys who are brief remarks are often more dangerous. Of course, if there is any banshee who can talk about what a joke, then no one knows. I don't think I can do that. Old Edward shook his head. The legacy of the Lord's family will be open sooner or later, but not now. I think you can go back and wait. I believe it won't be long. After the taffel young master heard it, it was lightly snorted. Old steward, I don't think we need to wait. He can see. His smile is getting colder. You see, no one knows which room you live in Buttons. We know. Don't you think that this is a very beneficial thing for us? Maybe. Old Edward's indifferent expression is authentic. But, do you want to do it here? If you want me to see it, this may not be a good idea. Young master coldly snorted. The next moment, he picked up his eyes and his eyes showed a dangerous look. Do you know if you try? The voice did not fall, and the wizard who stood on his side immediately took out the wand. He did not choose to attack old Edward in the first place, but first made a curse in this room. For a time, the sound in the room seemed to be solidified, leaving only a silence. Outside the window, Marx saw a sudden change in the situation in the room, and he immediately wanted to help. But when he discovered that old Edward was not without resistance, he stopped the momentum of trying to shoot. Most people in the entire magic circle don't know much about alchemy. Many wizards think that this is a recurrented discipline similar to potion. All that has to be done is to slap the drums in the laboratory. Yes, there is nothing wrong with this. Every alchemist will spend a lot of good time in his own laboratory. Just as Potioneer was able to prepare potion, a wide variety of alchemy products were the result of the efforts of alchemists day after day. Old Edward is just a steward. He is not an alchemist himself, but he has a great alchemist owner who is rare in the world. The characteristics of alchemical products are available to everyone. Even a squib can also achieve some purpose with the use of alchemy items that do not consume magic power or their own magic power storage. Needless to say, old Edward himself is also a wizard. An experienced wizard. Just as the young master of Teflon also pulled out wand to point to Edward Stewart, the latter suddenly waved his arm. The moment the palms were released, the large pieces of gravel that flashed the yellow rays of light were directly swayed by him, silently covering the other two. Marx, who was watching from outside the window, saw that the gravel seemed to be very light and quickly collided with each other in the air. In a blink of an eye, the room was occupied by the gravel. However, if you look closely, you can still pick it up. The gravel is slowly sinking, but the speed is very slow. If you don't pay attention, it is difficult to find it in time. Petrificus totalus. The spell of the young master of Teflon came a little later, and it was the time when the second Edward might not be there. The layout of the old Edward made his curse completely lost its usefulness. Typhoula stunned. He glanced at his wand subconsciously, but he didn't know how the sand scattered in the air affected his whole body. The cold-faced wizard on the side did not act blindly without thinking. He reached out and waved his hand in front of him, and swayed the gravel. The sands suddenly flowed along with the airflow from his wave, forming two small vortexes in the air. He was slightly stopped, and then flicked one edge gently. A whirlwind suddenly rose in front of him and stirred the gravel in the room. Unexpectedly, the whirlwind was getting smaller and smaller, and it took a long time to completely dissipate. The brows suddenly slammed tightly. The two guys haven't found the effect of the sand, but Marx can see it. To be precise, he can sense the abnormality of his magic power when the young master of the Teflon family casts a spell. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 558. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 558. The old steward's gravel can effectively disrupt the spell, and the orderly magic power stream is constantly being scrambled into a random magic power without formidable power. Obviously, it is a peculiar alchemy product, and it should be designed specifically for this purpose through research. Otherwise, the kind of sand will not be so clever and have the key characteristics of being close to suspension. At this moment, this room has almost become a special area where it is difficult to cast a spell. In terms of effect, this is actually similar to the rune map that Lockhart used when playing against Voldemort. Both of them are trying to make the enemy within the range temporarily lose the ability to cast spells. The only difference is that Marx's rune map is used to dispel magic power, while Old Edward's grave is the all that disturbs magic power. Of course, Marx's rune map has a lot of formidable power, and even Voldemort's huge amount of magic power can be emptied in a flash. If Voldemort stood in this room at the moment, it would be hard for the sand to be able to withstand Voldemort's powerful control of magic power. But the advantage of the alchemy sandstone is that it is especially convenient to use. Just like most of the alchemy products, the threshold is very low, and it can be said that it is a must-have for home travel and self-protection against the enemy. Compared to these, the big guy who needs enough magic power to use the rune array can only be regarded as a strategic weapon. 2. I can't wait to end here. Old Edward was talking, but he had already taken out a strange little thing in his hand. He took it in front of him and persuaded him, "If to I will turn and leave. I will not tell everything that happened today." Until then, the two talents of the Tefl family were surprised to find that even the muffin spell that the wizard had cast in advance had completely lost its effect. No, it seems that the Tsinger's curse has been broken when the Tefalo young master has just read the full body curse. It was only then that they were only worried about the sand, so that both of them temporarily ignored the mantra. Mr. Steward, said Tefalo young master, looking at the old Edward, curl one's lip. Do you think this is useful now? Don't say we don't believe it. Even if we believe it, it's impossible to leave. It is. He said that he was right. Once he started his hand, they must continue. Those who have destroyed the rules on the bright side, even if they quit, are equivalent to taking the initiative to abstain in this legacy. Otherwise, can they still get benefits from it by proper means? Offended the old Edward, the estate distributor who holds the final interpretation right, can you even give up the possibility of positive participation? Nicholas Flamel's alchemy heritage is extremely tempting, and they have no plans to let go. To follow young master quickly gazed at the wizards around him, and the other party silently nodded. The next moment, the guy actually pulled out a dagger directly, flashing cold light, and went straight to old Edward. It seems that he is still a sly character with a certain melee ability, which is quite rare in the modern magic circle that generally despise cold weapons. When Edward saw it, it was also complexion changed. In the interference space he himself created, he was also unable to cast a spell against the enemy. The opponent's movements are very fast, and the running route is even more rules-free. It is obvious that this guy also has a good melee. He held another alchemy prop in his hand, but he was still hesitating. It is certainly no problem to use it now, but the scope of this gadget is not large. Whether it is a miss or a replacement of other items, it will give the other party a chance. Do you want to gamble? Maybe Edward will choose to try it when he is young. But now, the older the more cautious old Edward, but in such a short period of time failed to make such a decisive decision. Soon, old Edward has been forced to the wall, and the other side is only a few steps away from him. Peng! With a solid muffled sound, the wizard holding the sharp dagger flew straight out and slammed into the wall on the other side. MC McClawn. Our Teflon young master is amazing. No, it's not so much a surprise. It's better to say that it's more frightening. I saw him wide open his eyes, and the hand holding the wand shook a little. As for the gloomy wizard who always has a dead face, it is still in the corner and trying to stand up again. Look at his appearance. Probably not falling. Marx stood in front of the old Edward. He gently took the kick out of his foot, followed by reaching out to pick up a hand in the air, and then licking some of the suspended gravel between his fingers. "It's a very interesting thing," he said curiously. "Sir, is there anything else? Can you give me some time? I really want to find time to study." Edward looked at him strangely, and for a long while, he was slightly nodded. "Of course, I have some here," old steward replied. "Well, Mr. McClone, it's been a while since the last time. I didn't expect that we would be in this situation." He didn't finish the talk, just shrugged, indicating that he was quite helpless for the current situation. To be honest, among the three people except Marx, the one that sees the most sudden change just now is old Edward. But even him, he only saw a terrifying silhouette rushing out of the window, and then Marx, who lifted his leg, suddenly appeared in front of him, and the male wizard, who looked very good, just flew out without any suspense. What is the speed? Is it the effect of an unknown spell? This McClone is really a new generation of powerhouse that can break the two Dark Lords together. It will not only use this unseen magic, but also be immune to these alchemy sands. There are rumors that this Marx McClone is the only one after another in Dumbledore's life, and the innate talent is even higher than Dumbledore himself. It seems that this may not have been exaggerated. Marx certainly doesn't know what the old steward thinks. He was very happy to see the other party quickly agreed. After all, his favorite now is to study these messy gadgets. After screaming at the old steward dagger, he turned and looked over it to follow young master. "We met again," he laughed, but then he was rude. "Are you ready to go by yourself? Or do you want me to send you out?" "You." Typhler suddenly squeezed a word out of his teeth, but then speechless again. He is not a stupid person. For Marx's debut, he naturally understands that most of the final outcome will be his own. Don't talk about dealing with Marx. The guy who barely stood up against the wall and stood up now knows how McClone, who looks younger than himself, is so perverted. When he was fighting with himself, he could create a terrifying frost giant, and now he can bring his own helper to the corner just by speed. How should such an opponent deal with this kind of opponent? At least Teflon can't think of it. Maybe someone can deal with this McClone, but he knows that that person will never be himself. "Let's go." The Teflon young master just made a small decision and made a decision immediately. He carefully stepped back a few steps, then went around the circle to the position of the wizard, and helped the other party to move to the door. "At least he is not stupid," Marx said to old Edward. "In fact, I don't really like to fight with people. Compared to those who fight and kill, staying in the laboratory for research seems to be more suitable for me." "That's really good." Old steward couldn't help but laughed. The two guys who had stayed at the Teflon family had left the room and the door closed again. There were only two people left by Marx and old Edward. "Mr. McClone, Maxime." Edward was about to talk, but Marx suddenly waved his hand and motioned him to stop. I saw Marx looking at the door and waiting for a moment, then turned and shook his head. "They are gone," he said. "Sir, I know, Madam Maxime has already notified you in advance." "Yes." Old steward nodded. "But I didn't expect you to look outside all the time. Just have to thank you for your help, or else." Obviously, the guy who suddenly took out a sharp blade was not a good one. If Marx is not there, this old Edward will be lucky to get out of the way, and most of them will not be able to retreat. Of course, the worst outcome is naturally that he has been shackled, and what happens afterwards is simply unimaginable. The magic circle is never a calm world, and there are opportunities to be dangerous. Like the mole world, under the surface of peace, there is often a hidden turmoil. "It's nothing." Marx spread his hands easily. "I came here today. It has purpose, and like them, it doesn't act according to the so-called rules. Just this time for you, right, is me pre-returned." "Which is a gift." "It's not a gift." Old Edward shook his head. "I and Madam Maxime chose you, just because you gave us enough reason to trust. Mark's hearing this, thinking about it, but not finding out where it is worthy of trust. Okay, except for some of the whitewashing plans that he and Dumbledore have combined. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 559. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 559. The whole magic circle thinks that my patriarch people have been missing for years, and there are rumors that he is reclusive in your Britain. In fact, he spends a lot of time in the same place, that is his laboratory. At this point, it has already reached the night. Marx and Mr. Oldstewart walked together on the dim street, and only the streetlights lit at night were illuminating them. In fact, Madame Maxime is also coming together, but she is the headmaster of Xbatons. There are still things to be busy at the moment, and it will take some time to come over. Marx and Oldstewart walked side by side, talking from time to time, and the content is naturally the destination tonight. Oh, I heard this rumor and I heard it. Marx thought. I remember, Dumbledore wanted to mention it, saying that Mr. Flamel had lived in Devon for a while. Yeah, it's been a short time, old Edward nodded. But it's only a couple of years. When the main family visited Mr. Dumbledore, they both exchanged some ideas about magic. That. Marx curiously said, Sir, do you know why Mr. Nicholas Flamel wants to give up eternal life? Suddenly, as far as I know, he made this decision before he loaned Philosopher's Stone to Professor Dumbledore. It is. He also died with his 658-year-old wife. Marx didn't ask this question, but what he wanted to know most was this determination. Is it true that he is as speculated by other wizards that it is boring to live too long? Oh, I don't know. Old Edward loved this, and shook his head. The idea of the main house, I didn't understand much from the time I was young, let alone the age. But I was thinking, with the temperament of the main family, most of the deaths can help him go further in alchemy research. As we all know, Nicholas Flamel is also a famous research madman, who lived 665 years, and most of them spent most of their time researching. Although he did research, he also donated a lot of magic circle, and even the infrastructure of Mole World, but most of them were done by his wife, but only in his name, that's all. Nicholas Flamel is not the so-called great good man, is not known. Anyway, his wife is definitely a big philanthropist. This is always wrong. Mr. McLawn, go here. As he passed through a junction, Oldstewart reached out and told Marx that he had turned. Sir, just call me Marx. Marx followed him and turned to walk into a winding road, waving his hand. You know, my age is great for your grandson. You don't have to be so polite to me. But the old steward shook his head. Apparently he still had some different insistence. I am steward of the Flamel family. Since my family saved me in the desert of Egypt, I have been a steward in my life. Steward should have the rules of steward. You don't have to be too Mr. McLawn. I care too much. Well? Marx shrugged, no longer tangled for a title. Well, we are here. After waiting for two people to walk along the stone path on a mole town for a little while, soon the old steward stopped in front of an ordinary house. Marx found that this is still a very old red brick house. There are some large flower pots on the ground near the roadside, and there are some lush plants inside. The bricks on the walls are uneven and covered with the footprints of the years. Of course, this is certainly not as old as Nicholas Flamel. The house is estimated to be just over a dozen or 20 years old. In this residential area that extends along the path of the lane, this small house is extremely inconspicuous. No one would think that it would be a great alchemist home. Mr. Flamel has lived here all the time? Marx looked at the house and asked casually. No, old steward laughed. This is actually where I live. But my patriarch's laboratory is only here to find the entrance. If I have to say it, I am going to stand for the patriarch, he said, pulling out an ordinary key to unlock the door lock, and then walked in quite nostalgic. After the death of my autonomous person and my wife, I have not been back for a while. Old steward greeted Marx and entered the door. He said, It's a bit strange to think about it. The master and the wife went one step ahead of me. If this was a few years ago, I couldn't believe it. It can be seen that what he misses is not the memories he lives here, but the years when his master, Mr. Nicholas Flamel, is still there. The owner often said that he would go out suddenly, and then I had to stop the busy work and pack the baggage with him. Old Stewart remembers his past, and his life is almost always around Nicholas Flamel. So much so that his most memorable things are related to his patriarch people. You don't know, the main family never looked at the time, and many times I called forcibly in the middle of the night. It was his age, and he was full of energy, like a 20-year-old. The big young man. It's incredible to think about it. Marx didn't know if this kind of life was a blessing. Looking at the old steward's expression, he felt a sincere peace. Perhaps some people's lives don't need to be too grand, as long as they can survive, it is usually enough. The house that the old steward lives in, whether it is seen from the outside or from the inside, is actually not a big space. In fact, this is simply a common housing on the Motown, that's all. Followed by Edward all the way through the living room, walking through the stairs. The ceiling on the second floor looked a bit low. This is a bedroom. But old Edward did not stop here, but reached out and grabbed an old twine hanging from the wall. With the caca-a-light sound, a piece of wood on the ceiling is pulled open, which is a trapdoor that leads to the attic. Help me reach out. Old Stewart looked up. I should have pulled the stairs down with a hook, but since you are here today, I can enjoy the benefits of the elderly. Perhaps because of Marx's previous mention of age, old Stewart also made a small joke. But the fact is also true, to say that the age of the old steward is also great, at least 70 years old. Of course, the most important thing is to be cautious. You must know that there is a risk of being discovered by the curse. Tonight, they avoid people, and naturally do not want to let others know. As I said earlier, the second floor of this house is relatively low and the ceiling is almost within reach. After glanced at Marx just jumped a little and grabbed the wooden ladder resting on the door of the attic. Voila! Oh! The wooden ladder slides down the edge of the trapdoor and steadily hangs between the floor and the ceiling. Can you go up and see what? Mr. Lawn, old steward spoke. Before I went up, I still want you a word. Please tell me, you really will help us open my patriarch heritage to the full magic circle, right? Marx, hearing this, as it should be by rights location, nodded. Tonight's action was that he had previously discussed with Madame Maxime, and old steward Edward was negotiated by Madame Maxime. In fact, there are so many people who have this alchemy heritage. Just look at how many people gathered in Buttons to know that this pool will be completely smashed sooner or later. In this case, only the old Edward is left to act to fulfill the owner's wishes. Well, maybe you can count on Madame Max, the female headmaster whose mind is all on education, but no one else can trust it. However, the alchemy heritage of Nicholas Flamel is not something that both of them can touch. Madame Maxime has already come here to see it, but it seems that even the door can't get in, let alone get the inheritance. To blame, you can only blame Nicholas Flamel, who is full of research. It seems that he has not moved too many brains in the distribution of the inheritance, so he left a rather contradictory problem for the old steward. In short, they need a wizard with enough knowledge to hold the legacy in their hands. Only by mastering itself can we talk about finding a reasonable way to distribute in order to achieve the ultimate goal. Originally this task should be on Dumbledore, but it is clear that he has also died. Therefore, this task of great responsibility eventually reached the head of Marx. Sorry, this fact is too important. I just want to make myself more reassured. After hearing Marx's decisive answer, the wrinkles on old Edward's face gradually spread out. Mr. McLawn, please. Under the direction of the old steward, Marx solemnly nodded, and this was the first to climb the wooden ladder. With the embarrassment of the old ladder, Marx quickly climbed into the top floor of the house. The head was quite dim, and he glimpsed some piles of debris by the light rays that came in through the trapdoor. He didn't hurry to look around, but turned back and reached out to the trapdoor, pulling an old steward. It's really old. Old Edward sighed. Mr. Lawn, there is an oil lamp on the pillar next to it. You can pick it up and get some light. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 560. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 560. This. In the little attic, Marx held a lantern in his hand and circled in the circle. It can be seen that the walls of the attic are marked with an unusually dense alchemy symbol. Some of them are lined up in series, while others are in a separate position, which looks extremely complicated. Looking at some symbols, Marx is also a good headache. He has studied it before, and the symbols of alchemy are quite different from the various ancient runes he has learned. Compared with the rune learned by ancient runes, the symbols of alchemy are more material elements of practical significance than the so-called connotations of the ancient runes with subjective spirit as the starting point. In fact, the chemical theory of Merle is derived from a leap-forward development of alchemy, and it may be more similar to say that they are both. Mr. Lawn. Old Edward saw that Marx didn't talk. He just turned around and stared at the four walls, and he couldn't help but try to call him N. Marx subconsciously turned back. Oh, sorry. I'm a bit fascinated. Speaking, Mr. Flamel is going to play this little game every time he goes back to his laboratory. Little game? Old Steward is quite unknown. So authentic. What do you mean? I only know that when the owner usually returns to the laboratory, he will use one to click on the four walls. But he doesn't have a good position every time. I have never figured it out. At least for Mr. Flamel, this is a small game. Marx shrugged said, you should understand, use it to review your alchemy basics, just as wizards often use a combination like Niven. The password is the same. Oh. It turned out to be like this. Old Edward thought thoughtfully. I have never had any talent in alchemy. The master has not taught me some basic knowledge. But when I come up, I have a lot of symbols. Where do I remember to live? It's not that easy. Marx understood the location, nodded very well. He himself can't remember the symbols, but because he himself has already remembered a lot of messy ancient runes, and some of the alchemy symbols directly inherit some ancient characters, which inevitably makes him concrete confused. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the many symbols of alchemy, because he understands that the direction of his research is not alchemy's system at all, and there is no more energy to spend on it. The reason why alchemy is the development branch of the wizard is because the two systems that are not similar have a common research point. In the curse, it is called soul magic. In alchemy, it is defined as a basic element, the soul element. It can be seen that although these two systems have very different developments in the study of materials, they can have similarities in terms of spirit. Mr. Lawn, you are against this? This small game. Is there any solution? Old Edward could not help but ask. Marx hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I don't know. For a while, actually, I don't have much research on alchemy, he said. But it doesn't seem to be completely hopeless. I think I spend more time on it. As he spoke, he took out a book and looked at it in detail against a table above. It can be said that if the puzzle on the wall is completely interpreted from the perspective of alchemy, he has no possibility of unraveling. But if the theory of the soul magic is used as a benchmark to directly analyze the puzzle itself, the result is it is not necessarily. Soon, Marx devoted himself to the research and stopped talking to the old steward. Throughout the night, Marx was extraordinarily long, and Harry was not good at it. To be precise, he is insomnia. The sky was already a little brighter, and Harry felt that he might be the first Hogwarts to discover the dawn, even earlier than Filch, who was responsible for the night patrol. In the Gryffindor Tower's boys' bedroom, Harry lay in his bed and widened his eyes. Clearly that the eyeballs were not full of bloodshot, but he couldn't sleep. Since I learned Eclumency, he slept every day, and he knows that he is insomnia again today. Compared with the scar on the forehead, the feeling of last night made him quite uncomfortable. There is no more Voldemort in his head, and some are just the silhouette of the red-haired young girl. It's a new day. Harry helplessly sat up on the bed and then started to stay again with his knees bent. This evening, He was lying down and sitting in countless times, but still could not let him put aside the confusion in his head. He still remembers that Ron suddenly sat up inexplicably at night, half squinting and asking what he should do when he was forced to tap dance by the big spider. Hell, how do he know what to do? At that time, he was very upset, and let Ron directly go with those spiders to discuss something. What else can I do? Don't jump, don't jump. When I thought about it, Ron slid back and fell asleep again. Is the guy going to negotiate with the spiders in the dream? Harry didn't know, and he didn't want to know at all, because his head had long been filled with Ginny Weasley. Is this the feeling of love? No, Harry thinks this is not the case. This is at best a kind of emotional annoyance that is forced by the situation, that's all. For Ginny, it must be like to say that you like it, but this is probably not the kind of love between men and women. Harry thought so, trying to convince himself in this way, lest he could sleep all night and all night. But he found that this doesn't work. You can't sleep completely without sleep. He sighed, and then opened the quilt and dressed his own clothes. As for the glasses, they have been placed on their noses as early as the day is still not bright. After waiting for his rough pack, Harry took a light foot and quickly left the bedroom. Although upset, there is no need to let this messy mood affect other students, they are still sleeping. Just at the exit of the bedroom leading to the common room, Harry slammed his foot, but in the next moment, he wanted to give himself a slap. Yes. He saw that there was a person in the common room who was earlier than him, and that was still a female child. However, it is not Ginny in his first reaction, but his good friend Hermione. Scorpio. What happened to yourself? How do you think about it? Can you think of Hermione as Ginny? Harry? Hermione heard a whisper and suddenly turned from his chair. Good morning, hee. What's wrong with you? Harry knew that his eyes must be red as if he had blood, because he could clearly feel the sourness in it. No, it's okay. He rubbed his eyes hard and let it pass. Isn't you sleeping? Hermione thought. Oh, is it because of yesterday's evening? I heard people say, you thought it was a gust of wind that rushed to the dormitory yesterday. Let me guess, because I bumped into it. Ginny? Hermione's head has always been clever, let alone this matter is actually caused by her. It is clear that she is guessing cannot be accurate. Yes, that's right. Harry hesitated, and eventually he was powerlessly nodded. As he spoke, he squinted and walked over to Hermione, sitting casually. That means, you went to ask her, and the result failed? Hermione helpless. Or else, today I am going to create a less awkward opportunity for you. Harry quickly waved his hand and motioned that he didn't need it. That feeling is going to come again? No, it's enough for him once, and he's not like trying again for the second time. When Hermione saw it, she smirked her flat mouth and glanced at Harry. Is it so difficult? Don't you think that inviting a female child to date is the ability of any male student? No, I said it yesterday, not like this. Harry closed his eyes in a headache. Okay, I will try again today. The last time. I don't think so. Harry just finished talking. A voice suddenly rang from behind them. Ginny? Hermione was surprised first, but then apologized. Oh, I am not. No, it doesn't matter, I understand. The winner was Ginny. I didn't expect her to get up so early today. It seems that her face is also a little tired expression. Hermione, I know you are kind, but I don't think it's necessary to do this. Harry likes who is his business. I don't want to force him to do something for personal reasons. In that case, it's not really Harry. Ginny. While Harry was looking at her, she gradually noticed the true meaning of her expression. Just as different people will show different characters in love, what Ginny has shown may be an emotion called understanding. It can be seen that she still likes Harry, but she doesn't have to be like Harry. Rather than eagerly chasing, she hopes that Harry can like her with her willpower, and even if she doesn't, Harry is still her favorite Harry in her memory. Harry opened his mouth and hesitated a few more times before he tried to ask, do you like me? Hee. You know, I have been a bit slow. This is probably the first time he has tried to understand Ginny's thoughts, because at this moment, He is actually touched by the understanding that Ginny has shown. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 561. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 561. Hermione, what's wrong with him? In the common room, Ron, who had just arrived from the bedroom, hurried past Harry. Just woke up before he found that Harry was no longer in bed, and now his good buddy is running back and forth in a hurry. Ron is naturally a stunned look. Where do I know? Hermione spread her hand. He just said that he suddenly thought of something to do, and he had to leave before he could. He rushed away. What? Ron, with a confused expression, glanced back at Harry's direction, but Harry apparently had nowhere to go. But it's probably about Valentine's Day, Hermione added smugly. Guess what? It's done. You are saying? Ron suddenly put on a surprised expression. Harry is about Ginny? Really fake? Yesterday he was not. Just right now, Hermione said with a smile. Harry took the initiative to invite Ginny to Hogsmeade. Oh. He should be ready. Harry and Ginny. Oh, and my younger sister. Ron was in a complicated mood. I think I will bless them. No, our family will bless them both. Don't bring your family together, it's too heavy. Hermione swayed casually. Okay. What do you do? Don't bother me to review. Review? Ron nodded, perfunctory. Well, that sounds good. As he spoke, he wanted to turn around and see what Harry was doing. But he only walked 2 or 3 steps, but saw that the doorway leading to the bedroom was rushing out of the crowd. That was the returning Harry. Oh, wait, Harry. Ron hurriedly stopped him. You are so anxious. Is this going to do? Oh, Ron, you let me go. I will come back later and say to you. Harry said casually. I have to go to breakfast for a while, otherwise the morning class will not last. I have to hurry. It's time, he said, quickly circling Ron in the middle, ran away and rushed out of the common room, all the way to the outside corridor. Hermione and Ron looked at each other and didn't know what the guy was going to do. In fact, just as Ron hadn't come yet, Harry asked Ginny a question. This question sounds so stupid, because probably there is no male child who directly asks whether the female child likes her or not. But Harry just asked, and asked that it was a straightforward one. He is a boy with a straight sex, especially in terms of feelings. He is not good at putting his emotions under his heart. So all the questions he asks are the things he most wants to know at that moment. Ginny just happened to be not an ordinary female child. She understood what kind of person Harry was. So, when Harry asked, she knew that the other person really takes attention. Or, Harry really started to look at himself as an ordinary female child. Before today, he probably still habitually sees himself as a character similar to the younger sister. That is to say, once I understand what Harry thinks, the question he asks will not sound so awkward. Ginny knows that at that time, he should clearly give a response. As a result, as Ginny imagined, Harry finally took the initiative to open his mouth after confirming the other's wishes. 2-month 14-day, a full day of Hogsmeade Village double tour, which sounds particularly exciting. To be honest, Harry is certainly looking forward to it, but he hasn't completely sifted. Slowly recovers. For the active invitation, he did it, and he didn't feel anything bad. On the contrary, Ginny's understanding also made him quite moved. However, not long ago, he also treated Ginny as a younger sister. Now the younger sister suddenly becomes a girlfriend, which always makes him somewhat uncomfortable. But it is still tangled up now. That is, he is not right. So Harry didn't think about what they didn't, but quickly got busy. On Valentine's Day, it is reasonable to say that everyone can go to the Hogsmeade Village to relax. However, as a 5th-year student who is about to face the OWL's exam, whether or not you can go depends not only on whether the school agrees or not, because the recent homework is too much. Ginny is only 4th year. Of course, there is no problem, but he may not be a problem here. In this case, Harry thought of Marx the first time. Unfortunately, this time Marx can't help him, because the guy is still a guest at Buxbutton's in France. Because of this, Harry had to find a suitable object to reduce the amount of homework on that day. Naturally, He quickly thought of a candidate who could help himself, even if he didn't want to find that person at all. But for his own important date, he had to patiently me. That's right. What he is looking for is the current potions professor, Horace Slughorn. Harry trotting in the hallway, and after he got a few stairs, he quickly came to the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. Now, here is the site of the old man of Slughorn. Along the way, Harry ran very fast. But when he stood in front of Slughorn's office, he began to hesitate. Originally, this bald old man was always pestering him. Now he is also actively looking for someone else. Isn't this a walking right into a trap? He can even imagine that the old man will definitely ask him to join the Slug Club again. Oh, for Ginny. Harry wanted to give himself a reason to do this, but this reason does not seem to make him more confident. After all, how to say that it is not a legitimate thing to reduce homework for yourself? Oh, who came to me so early? Please come in. The knock on the door sounded, and the sound of Slughorn immediately came out from inside. Harry got a response here, and finally threw the hesitation in his heart behind him, unscrewed the door handle and went inside. Or say that Slughorn will stare at this office. This is really the best professor office in Hogwarts Castle. Outside the office is an ordinary classroom for teaching theoretical knowledge. When the Defense Against the Dark Arts course needed to teach some non-practical content, it would choose to attend classes here. And in the innermost part of this classroom, walking up the stairs, is the office room for professors. When Harry opened the door, he saw the sun shining over the towering grill window and shining the entire office. As you can see, Slughorn decorated a lot of beautiful little things in his office, most of which were tagged, indicating that they were all given to him by that person. Needless to say, that's all the great students he's ever taught. It's definitely true. Plus there is an inside room in this office for professors to live in. Counting the classroom outside, this is the 3-layer space inside and outside. And it is no wonder that Slughorn has been obsessed with the office since the beginning of his teaching career. Oh, isn't this Mr. Potter? Slughorn sat behind his desk and greeted with a happy face. Good morning. Harry paused in the footsteps. Barely Strong nodded to signal. After all, he came over this time, but he still has to ask for the other side. He should always be polite, isn't he? Oh. Good morning, Professor. He felt that his tone was still a bit stiff, but he thought he couldn't do better. Of course, Slughorn was very happy. He thought Harry finally figured it out. Come here, please sit down. I think you must have been to this office in the past, because you are embarrassed. Your defense against the dark arts class has always been good. Oh. Thank you. Harry squatted around, and, under the direction of the old man, sat down on a chair next to him. In fact, he really wants to say that this year's results will be like a feces. Well, this topic will remain for a while. Go with Ron. Well, Professor. Harry thought for a moment, and looked around at the other side again, planning to find a suitable breakthrough mouth from the front. Oh. Is this Mr. Froom? In the cupboard next to the Harry right hand, there are plenty of magic photos. There is a Slughorn on each of the tops, and another one. When he tried to find a topic, he found one of the acquaintances at a glance. Yes, that's right. Slughorn smiled. Ambrosius Froom, I taught him for 7 years. He was a likable guy. When I graduated, I introduced him. The first job, on the day of my birthday every year, he will give me a big gift basket. Well, he is very popular with everyone now. Harry nodded, said, Honeydukes is the favorite shop for students on Hogsmeade Day. But, is he a Slytherin? No, he graduated from Hufflepuff House. Slughorn corrected. Right road. I remember what I mentioned before. I don't just like the students in my house. Every child with characteristics I like. In fact, I don't like prejudice. Oh, that sounds good. Harry grinned and glanced at the photo, and he saw a pretty woman who had met before. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 562. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 562. Yes, that's right, Miss Lily Evans. That's what your mother was when I was young. No, It's Lily Potter." Harry didn't seem to agree with Slughorn's title for his own mother. Oh, it was Lily Potter later. The fat old man didn't have to worry about his surname. He quickly passed this little contradiction. "Want to listen to me about your mother or the past?" To be honest, Harry really wanted to hear it, but he knew it must not be. And compared to hearing from the Slughorn mouth, he felt that it would be better to ask Sirius and Lupin the next day. "Hey, I think we can pick another time." Harry shook his head quickly. "You know, the breakfast in the auditorium is probably ready." "Ha, you are so hungry when you say this." Slughorn picked an eyebrow and smiled and said, "If you are, dear Mr. Potter, then you should tell me what you are going to do directly. Or we'ing permission to talk on the way to the auditorium." Harry ran over this early, obviously with a purpose. Otherwise, judging from the attitude he showed in the past few times, it is simply a fantasy to want him to come here. Under Slughorn's gaze, Harry looked a little cramped. "If you want to apply for a reduction in the amount of homework, you can't say it in your throat." After a while, he finally spoke up. "Professor Slughorn, this is the case. Speaking of it, during this time, whether they were Harry or Marx, the days were so easy that they had the time to do some common things. Some people can be relaxed when they are slack. Compared with them, Master Draco seems to have not left the winter of last year. Draco's mother is missing, and now there is no news. No one knows where she is going. Even though Lucius had already launched all the contacts he could use, he still couldn't find his wife. Because it was really unintentional to learn at school, Draco eventually convinced father to temporarily suspend his studies. After the event of Voldemort's resurgence, the Malfoy family was not only badly hurt, but even the vast family relationship in the past lost most of it. At least half of the friendly families have gone to the death with Voldemort's failure. You know, the vast majority of the Death Eaters were pure-blood wizard families. Now Lucius has suddenly found out that he even has a shortage of people looking for his wife. In order to find clues as quickly as possible, Draco volunteered to go home and participate in the emergency search and rescue queue. Lucius couldn't help but feel secret. His son really grew up. But it was in the most heartrending way. Early this morning, Lucius, who was dispatched from there, has always been in the manor, but he is actually the most tired one. Don't look at him sitting in a chair all the time. Whether it is the body or the mind, has been exhausted to the limit. "When was the last time I went to sleep?" "The day before yesterday." "Still earlier." Lucius looked at the short letters sent back by the search squad and the suspicious information from all sides. Among the seemingly many notes, there is not necessarily one that is actually useful. But he can't give up. He must constantly rummage, compare, analyze, and then arrange the search and rescue team to explore the inquiry. He felt his head swelled with a burst of pain, as if it would be blown up at any time. What about Draco? As if he suddenly thought of it, he looked up and looked out the window. The sky is already bright, but the son who left the team last night with the team has not returned yet. This is not the case. You cannot rest. But the treasured son cannot sleep. Although he reluctantly agreed to let Draco go home to join the search and rescue, but it does not mean don't care. After all, child is the future of their Malfoy family. Suddenly, a burst of fluttering sound came in from the living room in front. Soon, an owl grabbed an envelope through the living room and the corridor and found exactly where he was. Is it another new news? Maybe it was the son who came back? Was the news that was received last night a correct clue? Lucius rushed to reach out and grab the letter, but he was so dizzy that he almost slammed on the messy table. Fortunately, maybe the body is only reminding him that he needs to rest, that's all. At least not yet. He took the envelope that was handed over by the owl with his paw in one hand, and the other hand habitually went to the potion bottle under the drawer. Oh no. It seems that only empty bottles are left in the drawer. Lucius put the bottle aside, no longer thinking about anything, but trying to tear open the envelope without saying anything. However, he was forced to tear, and a mark on the envelope immediately reflected in his sight. Hogwarts. He was paused, and he slammed his temples to relieve the pain. so that his thoughts could be more concentrated. Is it about Draco? He fixed his mind a little, and then opened the envelope and took a stack of stationery from it. But when he started to look at it, he suddenly found himself guessing wrong. This letter is not about the sun, not even from Hogwarts. He is sure that most of this letter comes from the hands of the mysterious wizard organization that Dumbledore founded. In the letter, it conveyed to him a simple message: Narcissa has appeared in Berlin, Germany. To say what order of the Phoenix is best at, maybe someone will say that it is the ability to deal with the Dark Wizard, although it is not fake. But in fact they are better at finding things and looking for people. In the Order of the Phoenix, there are a variety of members, their origins are different, and the role played in the magic circle is even more. A composition like this makes the level of the Order of the Phoenix closely distributed to every corner of the magic circle. The major event is supported by Marks and Kingsley, and the little things have the Mundungus stream, and there are almost no missed lines. Just like the trace of Lucius's wife Narcissa Malfoy, some of the gang of scoundrels of Mundungus were inadvertently heard from a German mouth when talking about a deal about the recycling of old broomstick. Of course, at first Mundungus wouldn't care, but when he was chatting casually, he broke the news and said Sirius Malfoy family, but many people know it, and they can't do it quietly. The disappearance of Narcissa has long been rumored among families. But when Sirius heard the news from the Mundungus mouth, his face looked a bit stiff. After all, Narcissa Malfoy was also a House of Black before he married, and he was a cousin like Bellatrix. Normally, he is disgusted by how much disgusting these two cousins are. These two are mad women, one is arrogant, and in short, they are not normal people. It can be said that Narcissa suddenly disappeared. This way of staying away from his sight is not acceptable to him. What's more, Narcissa is better than the Bellatrix cousin, at least it seems to be a person with a part of the relationship. Even so, Sirius did not speak, and finally decided to deliver this message to Lucius Lupin, who was quietly a bystander. He and Sirius have been playing from big to big, and the other person's heart is twisted individually. He can see more clearly than anyone else. Since Sirius is difficult to speak, Lupin will take care of him as a good old man. At this moment, Lucius took the letter, but could not help but feel extremely heavy. He and Dumbledore's organization had a very direct friction. When Voldemort first started, he secretly participated in the battle. This time, he even stood under the forced confrontation on the opposite side of the confrontation with the organization. But now that Voldemort was defeated, Lucius Malfoy was not only taken out of Azkaban by Marks, but now he has the latest clues to the ridiculous wife Narcissa. It is naturally impossible to say that his heart does not feel embarrassed. Although in many cases, his Lucius was chosen by the situation. The cause of these things is because he has been trying to profit from it. This is an indisputable fact. Hogwarts. He silently recited this vocabulary, and actually tasted the feelings he had not in the past. When I was a student at this school, what power is it that made me a person who is the opposite of those guys? When you find Narcissa, should you find a way to get Draco and the Gryffindor to get along? Lucius felt ashamed of his thoughts, but he picked up the stationery and hurriedly got up and took a step back and forth in the room. Before he can ponder about those things, he has to find his wife first. Otherwise, even if he once again let his son go back to Hogwarts, how does the child have the heart to continue his studies? Berlin, Germany. Lucius was desperately searching for memories in his mind. There should be several families who have had a good history with my Malfoy family. I should ask them for help. I think I should go to Germany in person. Thinking of this, he immediately used a disapparition and went to the Owl Hut in the Manor. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 563. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 563. The so-called alchemy, explained in an easy-to-understand way, is to try to transform the different substances or spirits into the research direction. The transfiguration of the wizard can be transformed into representations, but alchemy can be understood, decomposed, and the means of rebuilding is to achieve a substantial transformation. Therefore, The powerful Transfiguration Master can even maintain its deformation for thousands of years, but in the end there will be a time limit. Even the alchemy products converted by the most common alchemist can last forever. Go on. The transformation of low-value materials into high-value products through alchemy is the direction that alchemist, who is interested in material conversion research, has been working since ancient times. For example, gold refining is the first goal on this road. Of course, just this goal has hindered the generations of alchemists' footsteps for thousands of years. To this day, it is just that there have been several alchemy masters that have been successfully converted. As for the legendary immortality, it is the more illusory mental transformation research direction in the alchemy system. At present, the success of the magic circle is only one of Nicholas Flamel. At the moment, the small game in the attic that Marx is studying involves some basic knowledge of material refining. It is the basis, but the knowledge involved is extremely complicated. Obviously, it is not the first time that his alchemist can be solved. Yes, he wants to use the intersection of magic and alchemy, soul research as a breakthrough. This idea is really no problem, but unfortunately, after his whole night's inspection, he found that there is no alchemy research in the spiritual direction. Madam Maxime, I think we have to find a suitable alchemist, Marx said to the Buttons headmaster who came over yesterday night. I'm sorry, my research on alchemy is too shallow, not enough to deal with this puzzle. No way is no way, just frankly telling. In the ocean of knowledge, whoever is a lonely boat that flutters in the waves, can sail along the familiar ocean currents. According to Marx, Dumbledore has studied alchemy, but Marx himself does not. Maybe in the years to come, he might go and learn, but that should never be the present. The knowledge of the ancient runes, learning the vast as the open sea, is enough for him to study for a long time. Oh, really? Madam Maxime and old steward Edward seem to have some regrets, but they are all widows with good knowledge, and naturally understand that this kind of thing is helpless. That day of the night, I have worked hard. Madam Maxime reinvigorated and politely said, let's go back and take a break. As for this problem, I think there will always be a way. Soon, they hurried back to the Buttons castle with the radiance of the sun, and this night was returned from go with, but no one else knew. No one would have thought that the entrance to the alchemy laboratory of Nicholas Flamel was almost hidden under their eyelids. Not long after, Marx, who had just separated from Maxime and old Edward, came to the door of his room. He did not go straight in, but first reached out and knocked on the door. This night, Vanny was sleeping in his room, in order to guard against the eyeliner of other forces in the castle, so that he could appear on his behalf once or twice if he could not get back in time. Although Vanny used his appearance, if he knew that this would be a trade, then it would be somewhat inappropriate. The door opened very quickly. Obviously, the female manager, who was extremely serious about work, has already gotten up. Good morning, Miss Blois. Marx greeted the door, but after the other party was quickly complimented, he hurriedly looked up and carefully looked into the corridor. Reassured, no one, Marx said as he walked sideways into the room. Mr. McClone. After the caretaker Vanny carefully closed the door, it turned around and made a serious report. Nobody came here last night, and there is no warning spell left by you. Been touched. I know. Marx stood by the window and stretched. I don't think you should sleep well all night. You can go back to your room and continue to sleep. You don't have to stay here. Stay with me. How can this be? Vanny said earnestly. Since Patriarchus told me to act with you, how can I leave your sight casually? Oh? Marx smiled and nodded. Then I will assign you the next task. No problem. Please say. Vanny immediately responded. Go to sleep. Marx pointed to the door and ordered, fostering the spirit, there is something you need to do tonight. If you are in a bad situation, then it will be a bad thing. Okay. Vanny gave a gift subconsciously, then turned back and went to the door. In front of the door, she suddenly paused her footsteps and turned her head to look at Marx with a strange look, then twisted the door handle. Is there really anything important at night? Vanny is not stupid. Marx has long said that the main purpose of this trip was last night. She did not hear that there is anything important to do tonight. Oh, wait. After seeing her glance at her, she was about to go out, and Marx quickly stopped her. Mr. Lawn, is there anything else? Vanny suddenly stopped and stood in the same place waiting for him to speak. You drink the antidote first and go out. Marx pointed to her face. In case someone is seen and I enter your room, what kind of rumors will happen in the future knows. Vanny touched her cheek and it was a rare embarrassment. Unfortunately, she used the look of Marx at this time. For Marx, seeing self blushing is not a wonderful experience. After Vanny drank Polyjuice Potion's release of the potion and changed back to her own appearance, it left the room under the sight of Marx. After that, Marx sat down at the table in front of the window and shook his head slightly. Originally, he wanted to find out what he had managed to enter Nicholas Flamel's laboratory last night. As long as he could first learn from others about what the inheritance includes, there will be more room for operation after that. Unfortunately, under a good study, he still failed to solve the problem. So in the next step, he has to try to get the right to host the alchemy contest without any shortcuts. Of course, he not only has Hogwarts here, but also occasionally receives support from Mr. Blois. With this enthusiasm, he will be very beneficial in the face of positive competition. In order to ensure that the advantage is completely on his side, he will have to find an old friend who has not seen for a long time. When Marx was planning to go with someone to greet, the fat young master of the Hornheim family was still in bed in the soft bed. This big fatty is not like Marx, although the latter also liked to sleep lately. In the magic circle life of these years, it has gradually become accustomed to the study of overnight. Before the refreshing potion effect has not receded, the guy probably won't make up for anything. But we, young master, are not that many things. Sleeping is the biggest hobby in his life except eating. Young master, it's time to get up. According to the rules, today we have to ask Madam Maxime a good one. Young master? Ghost David floated on the edge of the bed and tried to wake up his young master, but he knew it was a very difficult thing. From small to large, only one person can smoothly call the fat young master out of bed. That is his younger sister. Fearing nothing in heaven or earth's young master also only listens to his younger sister. As long as he is lying on the bed, even if his father is coming, he can directly ignore it. Young master, probably a little uncomfortable with the call that has been echoing in the ear. This big fat slammed his hand and the palm of his hand was worn directly in David's translucent body. David helpless back and began to ponder other ideas. Hey, look for the fat man, my duel, open. Hey, just kidding. You. Waiting to go. In the fat of the young master, David could not help but smile. Just as Mr. Ghost was still worried about how to wake up the young master, there was a slight noise in the corridor outside the door, and it seemed that something had happened. David saw that he was not awake for the fat young master for a while. When he thought about it, he floated up and went straight through the wall to the outside of the room. The place where the sound made seemed to be still at a farther corner. He fluttered all the way. After a while, when he saw another group of wizards whispering around the corner, he knew he should be right. The place is gone. As a ghost, it is good to be able to go up and down. He easily crossed the heads of the wizards and looked at the innermost corner of the crowd in the eyes of everyone's curiosity. It seems that this fight has begun. It's time to let the young master be careful. David frowned, secretly said, no, I still pay more attention to young master. This time, the Hornheim family let the fat young master come over, just to give him some exercise. This guy hasn't loved to go out since he was a child, but he has to let him know about the secular and dangerous in this magic circle. Otherwise, how can you be the master in the future? However, this time the legacy of the public event seems to be more dangerous than imagined. Because of David's happening, the first night was a disaster. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 564. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 564. How come back? As soon as he opened the door, Marx saw a familiar face. Vanny has a good temperament, and the appearance is certainly not bad. It's just that she has a serious look all day long. It's usually a bit cold to be treated, and it often gives people a feeling of not being in good contact. Someone is dead, the male wizard who was not good to you yesterday. Vanny quickly closed the door, and it was whispered, Tefl's family. Hey, it's not like a woman who is dead and does not change color. Small one. Is it still big? Mark's eyebrows slightly frowned, immediately asked, big. Vanny replied in a concise manner to his question. Marx was still quite surprised when he went out for a night and someone died. Even if it was so fierce in the dark, it would not be the killer on the night of the arrival of Buttons. I thought that yesterday he had a photo with the two people at the Teflon family in the room of the old steward, and there was a layer of doubt in the head. As soon as Marx pondered it, he quickly came up with two speculations: whether it was the power of the old enemy with the Teflon family who wanted to take the opportunity to stir the water, or there were some tips that the conspirators would have green light. Point to him, Marx McLawn. Mr. Lawn, you didn't go last night. Probably seeing Marx so calm, Vanny first began to doubt. Sir, don't use me to try to spread some words and disturb the sight of other forces. She said that it was obvious that Marx was the murderer on the spot. Not to mention, I didn't come back all night yesterday, and it was just that early in the morning someone found the body, which was too clever. However, in the dispute of rights, it is too common to die. Vanny could climb to the position of family management, and where she couldn't figure out the way, she quickly planned to use the usual way to try to stir the water thoroughly. No, it doesn't matter to me, Marx said, shaking his head. I was not in the castle last night. Your approach is correct, but before that, we can first explore the truth. Did you really only see one dead? Yes, Vanny was sure to be nodded. It's the male wizard who has been with the young master of the Teflon family. There is no characteristic of death. Just the guy alone. Things are not impossible to pack. Marx blinked and thought for a moment, then he waved his hand. Go. Let's take a closer look. In the case that the situation is still unclear, his active appearance is also a way to interfere with the attention of others. So he had to rush to the scene as soon as possible, lest anyone should deliberately throw some news that was not good for him when he was not present. Leading by Vanny, Marx soon came to a corner in the corridor, only to find that it was full of people. It was easy to see across the heads of the wizards, and Madame Maxime, who was separated from him, hurried. As far as her height and body shape is different from ordinary people, she is particularly eye-catching in the crowd. In the midair next to her, there was a translucent white shadow floating in the air, which is naturally the ghost of the Hoheim family, Mr. David. When I passed by, people were not as much as they are now. Vanny looked at the crowded hallway in front of her eyes and whispered to Marx, Mr. Lawn, do you need me to ask them to make it out? Marx hearing this, and I waved my hand. Does Mr. Blois do this often? He said helplessly. I don't have the big head of him, but I don't dare to bother you to open the way. You wait. He said. Two large and thick magic books were pulled out from the waist, and they were thrown at the feet. Most of the people in front were looking forward, but no one noticed his little movements. Come on, stand up. Marx reached out and motioned for Van to put his hand on his arm. I took you there. After all, he took the lead in one of the books, and he was skillfully suspended in a few inches from the ground. As soon as Vanny was heard, it was guessed what Marx wanted to do. You can use the levitation charm to fly this kind of thing. It's not that the general wizard can play around. Everyone knows that it can't be used directly on itself. Therefore, the past wizards will invent magic items such as broomsticks and flying carpets in order to operate stably and accurately in the air. But in a firm work spirit, Vanny was still nervously stepping on another floating magic book. When she felt the steady power feedback from her feet, it widened her eyes and revealed a fascinating expression. She is also an excellent witch created under the family culture. Although she has been working hard for the family work in recent years, the foundation of magic is still very solid. So she can at least understand that Marx's ability to control the levitation charm has reached a level that can be fine-tuned with the weight she is standing on the empty magic book. But like a down tooth, this wonderful feeling made Van Gogh unable to resist and gently rubbed his right foot. "Don't worry," Marx hurriedly stopped. "I don't often read this book, but it's also a book." Vanny suddenly realized how badly her actions were. She immediately nodded and stood on the books carefully and no longer dared to move freely. Marx saw her stand up with her own arms, which simultaneously controlled the two books, to slowly vacate and float over the crowd, sliding very steadily into the innermost. For a time, the wizards subconsciously licked their heads, and then they looked at Marx and Vanny all the way to the front. Who was it? That Dotto McClawn of Hogwarts. Levitation charm? Hey, what did I see? Two people flew on the books. Is this a new flying product? One is a simple spell that fools them all, and the other is defensive magical theory. I have read both of them, and they are all things that people can't read. In the voice of a large number of people, Marx came to the corner of the corridor in front. Van, standing beside him, couldn't help but think that this is not to bother others, but it can be more conspicuous than to let her go to the road. "Madame Maxime, what is the situation?" Of course, Marx didn't care about the sight of others. When he got to the place, he looked at the corner of the corridor while asking. Sure enough, it was the guy who was gloomy yesterday. I saw it leaning against the wall, roots obliquely, arms hanging down on both sides of the body, and the head pulled weakly. And his legs, so straightforward, and slightly open to both sides. The bangs in front of him were a little longer, and he still lowered his head, so that the expressions of those who stood in front of him could not stand on his face. Marx is hanging in the air at this time, and he can only see his head. But the light that senses the magic power of it with the body is escaping. Marx knows that this guy is already dead. I don't know, I just arrived. Madame Maxime looked at Marx, who was hanging from the sky, and his face was still dignified as before. As early as the top 3, she had already seen the Marx's ability to stamp the flight, and now she will naturally not be surprised. On the other side, Mr. David, looked back and forth at the magic book at the foot of Marx and Vanny. It seemed to be wondering if it was a very creative flying tool. Is his wand still there? Marx thought. Maybe there are some clues left. It's still there, but I think there's nothing to trace on it. Madame Maxime shook her head. You see it just inside his robe. It's good. It seems to be hit exactly unprepared. I haven't had time to pull out my own wand. To be honest, the fact that Marx was seen outside the room of the old steward Edward was that the Teflon's wizard's responsiveness was still very strong. Even if someone is sneaked in secret, it may not be tripped without rebellion. It was because of this judgment that Marx used it to fly at a very fast speed. I was too heavy at the time. He secretly stunned. It is quite reasonable to think about it. Although the death of this person is not the hand of Marx, it may be really related to him. Just then, some cluttered voices suddenly appeared in the crowd, and it seemed that someone was talking inside. Marx glanced back sharply, and there was nothing unusual on his face, but his eyes continued to patrol the pile of people. Since someone shot and killed last night, there will be certain rumors today. This method is very common, and even some old-fashioned. The more people available, the more it shows that it is very good. Not to mention whether those rumors can lead other forces, at least to create confusion, it must be effective. What he is most concerned about now is who this rumor will relate to. Is he Marx McClawn? Still some other power? Most of the wizards present were members of various powers, and very few of them participated in this heritage event in their own name. It can be said that a large part of people's heads are not trusted, and it is natural to have different ideas for the judgment of unexpected situations. It can be seen that many people remain silent and are in a state of cold deadness. Only a small number of people are gradually showing their hesitation, and their eyes are directly on the Marx side. No, not yourself. Marx found that those sights were all on the side of Madame Maxime. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 565. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 565. As far as relations are concerned, Madame Maxime is definitely among the wise of all the wise who are present, except for the old steward Edward, who is most closely associated with the late Mr. Nicholas Flamel. With this article alone, it seems inevitable that it will provoke everyone to doubt it. I am afraid that this Madame Maxime is seemingly impartial, but behind the heritage is guilty. In this magic circle, probably no one is unclear about the importance of Madame Maxime. Since she became the Buxbutton's headmaster, no matter what is the priority of the school and the students, plus her normally dignified atmosphere, fare, and the wizards who admire the female headmaster is also very popular. What's more, this time, Madame Maxime has long stated his position on the public event in order to avoid suspicion. For this reason, she even gave up the venue rights for the alchemy event. To be honest, if she chose to take the initiative, it is the alma mater of Mr. Nicholas Flamel, which is held in non-Buxbuttons. Like this world-class event, many small and medium-sized forces can't even think about it. However, I am afraid that the image that Madame Maxime has consistently displayed is an illusion. When this great interest is in front of her eyes, perhaps it is the time for her to show her true face. If you think about it, you know, in this world, is there such a long-lost accident? In the corridor, as the rumors pointing to Madame Maxime gradually spread, some people's eyes began to become different. It can be seen from here that many strengths are clearly divided into two factions. More than half of the wizards chose to be calmly a bystander, because these forces did not intend to break into the drowning water that was deliberately disturbed too early. The rest of the wizard chose the homeopathic in an attempt to stir the water more sturdy, so that his own forces can find considerable benefits in the chaos. Marx glanced at the crowd very quickly and immediately reached a conclusion. Among the wizards present, the power to choose to watch is not the lack of strength, but it is more inclined to organize alchemy events, and the choice to continue to increase chaos is the group that wants to engage in things. Only a handful of guys haven't figured out the situation yet. They are all skeptical and stunned. They also look at Madame Maxime from time to time, and they look different. With a little analysis, you can know in advance which forces need him to pay more attention. Why not do this good thing? When Marx quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Madame Maxime around him, the other person just happened to glance at him, which means that Marx is somewhat clear. She was suspected not to be tight because she did not intend to mix it into this matter too much. After deciding on the ownership of the venue, she can sweep all of these forces in Buxbuttons out. The key point is that some people don't want the alchemy contest to be held safely. If possible, the other party will probably unscrupulously delay it or even destroy it. After all, a game will generate too many accidents. Which party will ultimately benefit? Before the outcome of the event, no one can say that they will laugh at the end. Maybe some people don't want to make the estate public. Madame Maxime suddenly spoke, only to listen to her calmly. But I still think that since Mr. Flamel is going to entrust the legacy to the whole world, then the magic circle of each country should I am qualified to participate in it. I doubt that it doesn't matter to me. I only hope that everyone can understand that this precious heritage belongs to everyone. Her words are clear, and all savvy wizards can understand. Yes, if it is used by some people with a heart, the result that most of the forces can be allocated in proportion to the original will no longer exist. Her words are obviously said to those forces that are not enough to compete with others. If more than half of the small and medium-sized forces can be united and twisted into a rope, even a few large forces may have to measure it. In short, she wants to convey a sentence: if you don't want to lose all the benefits, then support the alchemy contest. When he heard that Madame Maxime responded quickly, Marx couldn't help but secretly nodded. The female headmaster is not white for that many years. Not long after, in the waiting of everyone, the French Ministry of Magic finally sent people over. Unlike the Britain Magic Circle, The Buxbottom's Academy of Magic has a great relationship with the French Ministry of Magic and often supports each other when dealing with various issues. For this murder case, although the situation is still somewhat sensitive, it is because there is nothing secret between the two, so it is unusually smooth. Because this incident is of great importance, the minister of the Ministry of Magic came in person. Marks saw that it was a thin and tall middle-aged male wizard. His dress is quite plain, just refined but not luxurious. It seems to be a person who is used to down-to-earth. With him, there is also a Frencher squad, watching his actions strictly in accordance with the rules, but it is quite consistent with the style of the minister. I saw a group of people from the Ministry of Magic rushing to the scene, and after a few words with Madame Maxime, they started working right away. In situ exploration of unspot investigations, inquiries and evidence collection for inquiries, and well-organized work efficiency. Compared with them, the Britain Ministry of Magic, which has always had some moths in recent years, is quite different. It took only a few minutes for the time. Except for the wizard who first discovered the scene of the corpse was left behind, everyone else was dismissed by the minister. Of course, Marks is also leaving the crowd, just now when it is time for breakfast. He took Vanny all the way to the auditorium of Buxbottom's. Along the way, many people are whispering, saying that there have been rumors that have just appeared. Although the Meadow Maxime was handled properly, the situation became worse without being on the spot. Marks knows that the guy who has stirred the water has reached the goal he wants, and some bad influence will inevitably spread over the next few days. The holding of the alchemy contest is a good thing or a loss. It is really not very good at this moment. And let's not mention that Marks's haze is getting deeper, and Harry is now screaming for Ginny's date. He didn't expect that the old man of Slughorn seemed to speak very well, but when he turned around and asked if he could ease the burden of homework on Valentine's Day, the other party decisively expressed regret. Slughorn is a professor who has been working for a long time before he resigned. For a professor to insist on something, although he often does not adjust, but still uphold the correct principles. This bold old man likes a promising young wizard, and he is always interested in collecting good students. He has always been on the road to collecting cockroaches. To be honest, as a professor, he is still very reliable. Harry's ambiguous idea didn't work, and at the moment he walked in the hallway, and he gradually calmed down. In fact, since he has never noticed Ginny's thoughts in the past, he is now trying to give the other party a compensation when he is touched by the understanding given by Ginny. And dating in the Hogsmeade village is the most appropriate compensation method he can think of right now. Unfortunately, the life of a fifth-year student is still quite heavy. The OWL's exam is close at hand, and he probably can't leave a lot of homework to date. Maybe he doesn't care, but Ginny is very likely to disagree with him. In that case, he wants to compensate the other party for a big discount. Nowadays, there is only one choice for him: to fight homework on the night before Valentine's Day. Harry bitterly determined and walked into the auditorium. In the curious eyes of Ron and Hermione, he fell to the side of the Gryffindor long table. "Harry, what are you doing?" When he sat down, Ron next to him whispered. Before in the common room, Harry's hastily came back and forth, which gave him tons of curiosity. "I went to Professor Slughorn." Harry didn't want to say it, but when the light in his eyes found Ginny sneaking into it, he couldn't help but say it. "Slughorn?" Ron said with a sigh of relief. "Don't you hate the bold boy?" "Why did you take the initiative to send it to the door?" Sitting in the opposite of Hermione is obviously very strange, Ron asked. "Here." She erected her ears over there. Although she holds a daily prophet in her hand for a daily morning reading, she can see that she is not in the above article. "I am going." Harry looked a little annoyed. "I am going to see if I can let him give me less homework. You know, the homework of the potion class has always been big." "What?" Ron hadn't had time to express his surprise. Hermione across the table had already slammed the newspaper down and looked at Harry with a look at the flobberworm. "Harry, is your brain lost by you?" she said incredulously. "What the hell are you thinking?" No loss." Harry hurriedly waved his hand. "I mean, It's just the homework for Valentine's Day. I have to go to Hogsmeade with Ginny. That many homework can't accompany her all day. Yes, isn't it? Oh, Hermione suddenly startled, and then suddenly said, "When did you become smart?" Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 566. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 566. Remus, why are you telling Malfoy about the whereabouts of the woman? Have you forgotten the bastard that year in Black's old house? Sirius snorted at Lupin with anger, and he waved his arms and vented his dissatisfaction. Lupin certainly didn't forget that when he and Horatius were enrolled with Sirius and Harry's father James, Lucius, who was a few years older than them, was already a big young man of 6th year. Naturally, the guy was studying at the Slytherin house and was very annoying when he was a student. At that time, Snape was on the list of Lucius, and in the past 2 years, there was a senior who was the prefect of the prefect to provoke them, only to provoke them that the Gryffindor trio later played Snape. And don't mention the latter things, at least in 2nd year, Snape mixed in Hogwarts. That is a good time. And Lucius's run on Gryffindor, Lupin and Sirius, is clear. Sirius, you sit down first. Sit down. Lupin knew that Sirius was a temper, and that because of the years in Azkaban, the temper was getting longer. So he asked aloud, and Lupin didn't care. Narcissa after all is your cousin, isn't it? After he forced Sirius into the chair, he chuckled. Although you don't like her, yes, I don't like it, her eyes. Seeing everyone is like watching a fly. It is always a smile to Malfoy. But she is also your cousin. This relationship is what you are destined for in this life. You can't break it. Who can't break it? Sirius frowns said. You can find the face of the wall. Can you find my face? Hey, I was burned by my good mother. It's okay. What you said most makes sense. Is it okay? Lupin helplessly waved his hand, not to mention how Sirius's expression was tangled when he heard Narcissa's message, just saying, actually, then it's not entirely because of you. Don't take it too seriously. Who can you still be for? Sirius didn't feel good. Besides me, who else is there to be associated with that woman? Nobody is. Lupin spread his arms and was casually authentic. I just thought that doing this is good for our Order of the Phoenix, understand? When Sirius heard it, he suddenly looked at Lupin with a puzzled look. He knows that Lupin is never the kind of untargeted person. Since Lupin did this, there must be a reason. If it is not because of his Sirius Black, then what is it? What do you mean? When Lupin pretended to be dull, Sirius became a little more serious. This pair of partners all know each other's characters. If Lupin deliberately performs naturally and easily, then what he will say next will definitely not be an easy task. Sure enough, after Lupin was shrugged, his face suddenly changed. This time Voldemort failed again, and he died on Hogwarts on the spot. It was a happy ending, he said. But for those pureblood families, this is not necessarily a good move. I want to talk about this point. You should understand it. HMPH. That's of course. Sirius sneered sneerily. The guy who professed out of the ordinary always felt that he was a little better than the half-blood and Mulborn wizard, and he didn't think about recovering for a moment. The past family glory. As he spoke, he put a quotation mark on the word family glory to show his disdain. Lupin agreed with him and then nodded. So, as a pure bloodline, they won't give up the secrets because of Voldemort's disappearance. He continued, I judged that those before the Death Eater escape occurred, those pureblood family has started to move hands and feet in the dark. Is this possible? Sirius frowned. I'm annoying to the guys, but we have to admit at least that the family that Voldemort can still hold when he's on the rise is at least a bit of a brain. Now it's when Hogwarts is on the right track. Will they pick this timing? How is it impossible? Lupin asked. And then he shook his head. As you said, Hogwarts is now gaining momentum, but because of this, they have to say that they have not yet fully established their footholds. Try to lay the groundwork first. Those guys are smart. They know that once McLawn and Miss McGonagall have fully stabilized the reputation of Hogwarts, there is no future for the pureblood family. Lupin's words make sense, At least Sirius has tasted the taste. Marks this trip to Buttons. Lupin and Sirius are known. They also understand that Marx was involved in the legacy of Nicholas Flamel in order to find a chance for Hogwarts to stand up. If he really took the world-class alchemy contest to Hogwarts, then Hogwarts would be solid at the foot of the future. At that time, what Hogwarts will do next, of course, is to recruit students. It is conceivable that both the Mulborn and the Half-Blood will be the objects that Hogwarts will cultivate. The so-called quantitative change causes qualitative changes. On the occasion of the overlapping of students from generation to generation, Hogwarts will certainly cultivate more excellent wizards, which will make the school's heritage deeper and deeper. Therefore, the most affected ones will naturally be those purer blood families. HMPH, it seems they are scared. Sirius smirked. Now I am afraid that it will not be, Lupin said. The foundations of those families are not thin. In addition to the false names, you should not forget that they still control many industries in the magic circle. Those are the sources of their enthusiasm, whether it is Mulworld or Magic Circle. The economy is often the foundation of all major forces. Compared with those family industries, Hogwarts is just a school, and it is not a non-profit. Of course, if it is not a school that does not charge any tuition fees, or Marx may not be able to come in that year. You know, Hogwarts is one of the best magic schools in the world in the Magic Circle. It is the only one in the UK, and the magic school in Europe is able to count. Compared to Oxford's position in the Mul world, Hogwarts's name for the magic circle is obviously even better. It is not a problem to pay for it. In fact, long ago, both Buttons and Durmstrang established a tuition system. It was only because Hogwarts established non-profit regulations that forced the other two major universities in Europe to cancel the tuition system. No way. If you continue to maintain the fees, the students will be robbed by Hogwarts. As a result, schools are inevitably subject to economic constraints. Although it is nominally freely sponsored, it can be composed of the school management committees that were originally held in the hands of the four founders. However, in the change of the age, it gradually flowed into the hands of the major rich people. Ironically, most of the people belong to the pure-blood wizard family. Therefore, although the school board, which mainly consists of the pure-blood wizard family, cannot directly interfere with the development of the school and the disposal of school affairs, the impact is still there. Just like headmaster's appointment and dismissal, as long as 3/4 of the members agree, the incumbent headmaster position can be revoked. It's complicated in the past few years, and it's really not clear in a moment. Sirius's House of Black was once a member of Hogwarts' 12th Board of Trustees, but the decline of his family, which allowed the location to be occupied by other new donors. Dumbledore has been in office for many years, and he has attracted several new sponsors with his personal charm, which is not mentioned for the time being. In short, if Hogwarts wants to be truly independent in the future, it will inevitably create friction with the pure-blooded wizard family that supports the operation of the school. This is obviously a very contradictory trend. But once Hogwarts has solved the economic problem, then this contradiction can no longer exist. That's exactly what the pure-blood family is worried about. Lupin told Sirius all the things he had thought of these days. He believes that Sirius's mind is short to understand the subtleties. Although Sirius doesn't really like brains in normal, it's not because it's too stupid. It's just that it's more like to solve the problem by strength. Sure enough, after listening to it, Sirius just thought about it for a while, and then nodded. Although he did not speak, he already had a partial understanding of Lupin's previous behavior. Lupin told Narcissa about Lucius Malfoy. In order to allow Hogwarts to have fewer members of the school board who do little tricks in the near future, making and soliciting, Dumbledore is still doing this in most cases. The Malfoy family is not in a good situation right now, but their family still has enough resources to fall down so easily. Lupin concluded, get some help in their most difficult times. This is for Hogwarts, for us. Order of the Phoenix is good, isn't it? When Lupin said these words, Sirius looked a little disapproving. Do you really think that Malfoy will remember this guy? But Lupin is laughed, and it means profoundly. It's just like this, of course he doesn't necessarily remember it. Well, maybe he will forget it when he was not careful. But he can't help him. Is there some memory? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 567. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 567. In the Buttons Castle auditorium, Marx is enjoying a refined delicious French breakfast with Vanny. The most characteristic of the long table at the moment, it is naturally a classic French baguette. The French baguette that has just been baked is crispy and soft inside, and it tastes good with the milk of cereal. Of course, if you put it for a long time, these thick and long sticks can really be used to beat people. But to be honest, Marx didn't have a good impression of the French breakfast. The food on the table was sweet, and it was easy to get tired of eating. After eating a few mouthfuls, he began to miss Hogwarts bacon and grilled sausages. Just as he had a bite to fill his stomach, a shadow drifted across his desk, and he found that his seat was already occupied by a large group of fat Hornheim young master. Marx moved the chair and gave the room some space. Oh. Good morning. The Horn young master of the Hornheim family apparently was still not awake, looked at Marx in a confused way, then swayed his head and said hello to him. Fortunately, at least people can recognize who he is. Well, good morning. Marx shrugged. This is only nodded to the ghost next to the big fatty. The ghost David was very helpless at this moment, even though his face was translucent, he still showed his heart perfectly. Sorry, young master, he likes to sleep late, it is not easy to get up so early today. David said with a wry smile, Mr. McLawn, good morning. You don't have to be so polite. Marx didn't care, just paying a smile. And in the moment they were chilling, the big fat young master had already eaten. When others eat French long sticks, they are all cut into pieces, but he grabs a whole root and squats directly. Taking a sip of his milk, Kaka has solved most of the roots. You know, the stick bread is so long as a human arm. Adding enough sugar in the morning just waking up helps to awaken the body. It can be seen that the fat young master, who was still sleepy, soon became more spiritual. I don't want to get up early in the morning, he said, whispering to Marx. If it wasn't for David, I told someone that I was dead, I didn't get up so soon. Unfortunately, the French Ministry of Magic's action is too fast, and I have nothing to do when I am in the past. There is nothing to look at, Marx said casually. It's just sitting alone in the corner. If you think about it, you know what it's like. Oh. The important thing is not what it is. Hey. This jam is good. I want to see an atmosphere. The atmosphere doesn't understand. It feels big fat. Oh, I haven't seen the dead yet. Think about it. For the fat young master, the fear of the world is not chaotic. Ghost David feels deeply weak. Although he wants to tell more about the dangers contained in his own young master, he also knows, where does the young master care? Marx understands this. This big fatty is actually the second ancestor who never goes out in normal. It is not that other people are not good, mainly because he is still not deeply involved in the world, and life hobby is eating and sleeping. It is not suitable for contact with the current chaos of Buttons. If you continue to do so, this fatty will suffer sooner or later. Hey, McLawn, why don't you talk? Probably one person said that it was not very enjoyable. This fatty sees Marx just laughing and not opening, suddenly feels a little boring. What do you think? Marx shook his head and was about to give a few words at random. But when he turned around, he saw a small owl and flew straight toward it. As the flapping of the wings rang, an envelope happened to land on the desktop in front of the fat. What? Marx found that the fatty was shocked when he saw the owl, and when the envelope was accurately settled, he was still not touching. What's wrong? Don't you watch? Marx asked, but he got a series of shaking his head, and even the flesh on his face was shaken. This is the owl that the young lady raised, Ghost David explained. Want to come? There is something to do with the master at home. Marx looked at the envelope, and it was fatty, and it was probably a few in my heart. But of course, it has nothing to do with him. so he just laughed at random, and turned around and went on to eat breakfast. After that, the fat young master hesitated for a while, and he said that he had to look around, so he took the envelope and accepted it. I don't know how his younger sister usually treats him, so that even his letter is like a reluctance to go to the battlefield. Dear Noah Big Brother, I believe that you have spent a night in Buttons. Do you know if it is as beautiful as Father said? Dear Big Brother, you should take a good look at Sarah first, then write down everything you saw. After Sarah, what do you want to see? Of course, this is not the most important thing. Sarah wrote this letter to you, mainly because Father wanted to do it again. Remember to make a lot of money with Madame Maxime, and say hello every day on time, so that we can see that the people at our home in Hoheim are wizards. Then, this time you go to Buttons, who is going to represent the father to participate in the estate distribution of Nicholas Flamel Alchemist. Remember to listen to David's advice and don't just care about hanging out. Oh, there is still, or Sarah's business. Don't forget to find something to take home before you come back. Do you remember? Sarah is going to have a birthday soon. Sarah should go to Buttons in the second half of the year, but this is what Father has promised. Dear Big Brother, be sure to check out Sarah's bathroom and toilet for Sarah. Finally, I hope that my dear Big Brother will have a good time these days. As Sarah's blessing to the Big Brother, please remember these wonderful times in the life of Buttons. Well, I count the time. When the letter is sent to you, should you still not get up? Really, there is no cute Sarah, the Big Brother will definitely stay in bed. In this case, Fatty hasn't finished reading the letter. He slammed the letter and the envelope aside, but just threw it into the Marx's plate. The next moment, I only heard a loud noise from Peng. In the auditorium, countless pairs of eyes suddenly looked over here. It was a sudden explosion, and in terms of formidable power, it was comparable to an adult wizard's reductor curse. The long table in front of Marx is missing a tabletop, and all kinds of tableware has been blown into a hidden weapon, which has been splashed out in an instant. Marx held one hand in front of him, and a blue magical barrier blocked the explosion of formidable power on his side, and even half of the hair did not hurt him. Unfortunately, the few people sitting opposite him were a little bit miserable. Most of them were head and face filthy with grime. One of them had his face broken by several pieces, and his blood was smashing. Do you like Miss Huo's pranks? Marx kept his movements in his hands. He turned his head and asked the Mr. Ghost with a look of inexplicable expression. Oh. David looked quite awkward. He quickly and apologetically said, Really? Really sorry. Mr. McClawn, and everyone. Hey, McClawn, your hand is really beautiful. That fatty didn't care about the miserable of those people. Instead, he was full of curiosity about Marx's magic. Can you teach me? Hey, what are you doing? Yes, this. What happened? Is the poisoned man on the letter? Oh. My handsome face. The opposite wizards were naturally unhappy, and they were crying on their side, as if they were looking for the fatty to ask. Perhaps this fat young master is enough to attract attention. Just now, a set of actions he took to read the letter was seen by the other party. At this time, they all wanted to find a statement for themselves. Marx didn't care what they said. He didn't even care about the fatty problem. He just looked at the ground under the hole in the table with a slight surprise after removing the magic barrier. There, the original piece of stationery fell to the ground, but it was intact in the explosion just now. This is not the power of the curse, he thought to himself, bending over and smashing the letter, flipping it over and checking it again. Just now, if his reaction rate is very fast, he will also be afraid. The explosion attached to this piece of stationery is not only good for formidable power, but also extremely short-lived magic power fluctuations in advance. I am afraid it is a masterpiece of some alchemy. Was it the miss of the Hoheim family that David said before? Can I see the contents of the letter? Marx asked the fat young master. Look, see. Just look. Fatty waved again and again. Don't say it, you can do it. Don't give it back to me, heaven knows. Will it blow again? Marx was nodded, and this went to the text on the letter. but after only a few seconds, he immediately licked his mouth and then decisively handed the letter to the next Vanny. "Trouble you to translate it for me." He was helplessly authentic. Is it necessary to find an interpreter? Although this gathering is to take care of everyone, it is mainly in English, but the letter is in French. Soon, when Vanny whispered the content to him, he suddenly picked up his eyebrows in surprise. Is it only for buttons in the second half? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 568. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 568. In this world where magic and science coexist, there is no shortage of genius on either side. When Marx found out that the explosion was actually a little girl who hadn't reached school age, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Perhaps in the eyes of others, his Marx McLuhan is undoubtedly a young genius. Now his achievements in magic can be said that most people can hardly match his life. But the so-called family knows his own affairs, and where does his ability come from? He knows very well. Without the scroll of truth left by Rowena Ravenclaw, he is probably only a good student who is good at potion. Perhaps it is better to know the truth of hard work than the peers, but it certainly cannot be called a genius. On the road he has traveled, the importance of opportunity is self-evident. But Marx knows that some people are born with an advantage that others can't deny. The little girl who wrote this letter is mostly such a person. He thought about it, and glanced at the big fatty next to him, and suddenly he gave birth to a less tankious ambiguous idea. Hornheim, young master. Marx's face showed a smile, which made him look a bit more kind. Have you been to Hogwarts? What? The fat young master, hearing this, is a glimpse. I don't know how Marx suddenly brought the topic to the top, but because Marx asked, he was very fond of the big boy who was not too old, so he answered it very quickly. No, I haven't been there. In fact, Hogwarts is still very good. If you are interested, I can take you to play back. Marx invited the initiative. The scenery there is very good. The students and professors are very hospitable. I believe you can be there. He hadn't had time to finish the conversation. The two sides across the table were battered and exhausted because of the explosion. The one who was injured and asked the fatty for an explanation. Marx was interrupted by the guy and wanted to say something, so he looked at the other person with dissatisfaction and then waved. Suddenly, the pieces of the desktop that had been shattered, as well as the broken tableware, were all flying up, and they were put together in an original position. Followed by him, he took out a potion bottle and threw it at the hand. The bottle crossed an arc and fell steadily on his hand. A drink. It will be good soon. In the eyes of the people around, Marx's series of actions are like no delays in the flow of water. It is said to be a silent mantra, but it is more like a spell that is not needed, and the speed is very fast. What is this potion? The guy asked subconsciously. Marx glanced at him again, and then waved, and the bottle of potion quickly jumped back to his palm. When he rushed to his waist, he disappeared from the eyes of the people. It seems that you don't need it, he said, turned his head and put his eyes back on Fatty again, leaving only the face of the guy facing the face. It can be seen that when Marx unexpectedly retracted the potion, the wizard quickly became annoyed. But the other side obviously knows the story about Marx and Hogwarts not long ago. Under the demise of the two generations of Dark Lord, he still doesn't want to offend the young powerhouse. What's more, even in Buttons, the strength of Marx has somewhat demonstrated. The wise man understands that even though the rumors may be exaggerated, the name of this boy will never be anything. It can't be a fool to represent one's forces. These people are very clear about the circumstances in which they need to keep a low profile. So, the guy quickly suppressed his anger and stood up decisively and left. The side of the Hohenheim home fat young master is particularly excited about this. As for the strength of Marx, he can say that he knows, but it can be said that he does not know very well. For this fatty, the most important thing is what he saw. How did you do it? He asked curiously. There is a long syllable in the middle of the mantra of the healing spell. How can it be so fast? And even one does not need to be able to repair a lot of such precision. Oh, this is actually not too difficult, Marx said, and immediately replied, you wait. If you are interested, I can show you my. He flipped it over his pocket in his waist and raised his head, so he said sorrowfully, I seem to leave my notes in the office. Ah, yes. We are not talking about Hogwarts. If you want to come to an end, you can go sit down with me. Office? Fatty, it's even more amazing. Do you have your own office? Yes. Marx shrugged said, I am currently a professor at Hogwarts, teaching students to learn something about ancient runes. He talked about this topic, and from time to time he praised some of Hogwarts' details and did not hide his goodwill towards his school, especially after discovering that this fatty is particularly interested in those thrilling things. He even picked up some stories about fighting with Voldemort and Grindelwald. Nothing is more convincing than telling the story by the party. Not long after, not only this fatty, but even the wizard sitting next to it listened. Of course, most of what they hear is a version that has been adapted by Marx, and there is really nothing worth paying attention to in addition to being lively and interesting. However, when everyone was stunned, the story of Marx came to an abrupt end. Oh, sorry, he seemed to remember something. He gestured to Fatty. I still have something to deal with. I have to visit a friend for a while. Those things will wait for a chance to continue with you. Let me talk. When? Fatty eagerly asked, but the next second was awkward. Oh, yes, wait a few days to go to Hogwarts, and then take me around and continue to talk. It must be more fun. Marx said that this guy is very good. Hey, he has already taken the initiative to give Hogwarts his itinerary. Of course, he said as he stood up from his chair. Then see you later, you eat slowly, I have to go one step ahead. After all, he quickly left the auditorium with Vanny, who followed himself. After waiting for a corner, I couldn't see the page respect behind me. Just now, Van, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, whispered, Sir, do you want to bring the Miss Hohenheimer's lady into your Hogwarts? Marx hearing this, I feel that there is no need to hide it, so it is nodded. Yeah? He said as he walked. How do I say that I am also a professor? This time I went to Buxbottom's, and it was also for the school. Now I happened to meet a rare seedling, and there is no fight for it. That's true, Fanny agreed, but then he was puzzled. But is it too obvious? Vanny said this very well. Marx's invitation was just a bit of an explicit one. Perhaps the fat young master of the rectum is not necessarily able to come out. But the ghost David Dad, who has always been there, will definitely be able to pull out Marx's thoughts. However, for Vanny, Marx did not care. It doesn't matter, it's just a matter of direct, he said with a smile. Sometimes too much is not a good thing. There are a lot of smart people in this world. You are hiding your own purpose, and you may not have anyone can be seen. So in the case of unnecessary concealment, directly showing your intentions can win the favor of others. You see, is it not normal for schools to recruit excellent students? After Marx said this, Vanny immediately understood the reason. Yes, sometimes it takes too much effort, maybe it is really a thankless behavior. This is the case in this matter, and in some other respects, perhaps the same. The two chatted with each other while they continued to move forward, and they returned to the room in a short time. Sir, what is your reservation for today's trip? After Marx sat down, Van performed her duties seriously. Rather than being responsible for her work, it is better to say that it is too serious. At least Marx, who has always been free, still feels a little headache. Miss Blois, you should sit down first. He was helplessly acquainted. Just let you go back to the room to take a break. If you go halfway, you will see an unexpected situation. This is not mentioned for now. Now you should always have a rest. Sir, I did get enough rest last night. Van was stubborn and couldn't move. Of course, if you still talk about the task, I will go back to sleep immediately. Okay. Marx secretly sighed. I will see Madame Maxime again in a while, of course, in the name of the individual. After that, if there is still time in the morning, I will sleep for a little longer. What do you think? Okay, I wrote it down. Vanny was very authentic. When you go to see Madame Maxime, What kind of gift do you need to bring? I think that would be more polite. No need. Marx shook his head. I and Madame Maxime. He feels that he will always be interrupted today, and this frequency is too high. That's right. Just as he wanted to explain it to Vanny, he heard a sudden scream of noise from the window. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 569. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 569. In this heritage event, the Teflon family came together with two people. One of them, this morning, was found to be sitting in the corner of the corridor. But what about the other? Just when everyone suspected that the Tamfla young master might have been out of control, the errors sent by the French Ministry of Magic found his location very quickly. In fact, the young master of the Teflon family is in the vestibule garden of Buxbotons. When errors searched for him, he had already fallen into the deep unconscious, and there was no reaction to the call of others. Fortunately, he seems to be alive. For those who are responsible for completing the task, it is a great achievement if they can find a living person. When he woke up, they might have a further source of clues, which of course is a good thing. For some people, this is probably not good news. For example, young master, who has had some disputes with the other party. For example, the guy who is black-handed in the back. At the time, when he heard a commotion outside, he and Vanny looked at it. It can be found that the Teflon young master has a white face and is pale, but on the surface it is as devastating as his companion before. It is obvious that he has been hurt by a very serious spell. The reason why he still has a small life, maybe it is the cold-faced sorcerer who helped him block a block, let him escape to hide elsewhere. It is a pity that his injury is quite serious, but he still has not been able to remain in a state of consciousness. Of course, this Teflon young master has nothing to do. Marx is not very concerned about this side. Just because the two people who were discovered one after another died and fainted, plus the previous rumors, Madame Maxime must have been busy. In the current situation, Marx's original itinerary seems to be postponed. This time we really should make up for it as soon as possible. Marx, who just returned to the room, and Vanny, who is behind him, take a good rest and ask me to see that the formal discussion meeting on the estate will start early. When Vanny heard it, she immediately nodded it, then turned and left the room. She knew that Marx should be right. Although it was important to find a corpse before, but the corpse is far from being alive, this is a very obvious reason. Whether it's Madame Maxime or the Black Hand behind the scenes, it will be the next time. The latter is naturally to completely destroy the Tiffany young master who survived, so as to continue to upset everyone's sight, and correspondingly, the former is to prevent the Black Hand from conspiring, and to let the other party lose the meaning of casual start. So, take the lead and decide on the decision as soon as possible. Marx guessed that it seemed that I was planning to put the discussion in this evening's Madame Maxime, and maybe I would go straight to the noon after I had dealt with the young master of the Teflon family. He yawned and whispered, I will go to sleep for a while. After all, he stretched out and walked over to the bed in the room. Oh. Marx huddled in the bed. There was a suspicious aroma between his mouth and nose. It's really? No matter whether you sleep or not, at least she didn't talk nonsense. It looked like last night. It's indeed already a break. The residual scent on the quilt is probably not affecting Marx's sleep. Well, this is only an approximation. Who knows? In short, Marx is sleeping on the other side, but Harry's day has just begun. Just now, for Harry to go to the Slughorn, Hermione was acting to both frown and be satisfied. What she didn't like, Harry went to the professor to apply for a reduction in the amount of homework, but she was satisfied that Harry seemed to have finally opened up. Use this kind of surprise way to marry a female child, although there is no effect that varies from person to person, but this is at least an active start, isn't it? It's not easy for a boy like Harry who is quite passive in his feelings to act on his own. Hey, there is a sneak peek at Ginny, and the cheeks are already red and dizzy. Obviously, although Harry's thoughts were not successful, Ginny was quite happy even if he only knew it. Unfortunately, if this is really done, that is the biggest surprise. Harry grabbed a piece of bread and smacked a bite, thinking secretly helplessly. He is quite sorry in his heart. Originally he planned to spend a whole day with Ginny, but now it seems that one afternoon may not be able to get all out. Hey, you! What are you talking about? Just as Harry was upset, a voice rang from behind him. He can guess without looking back. Neville must have come. Since Voldemort's events have been known, Ra's activities have become increasingly sparse, but only Neville is still working hard. At each meeting time, only he and Hermione will never be absent. Even once in a while, they can go to the responsive room to practice for a while. Speaking of it, even Harry had not been able to attend the game several times, because the time it was hit with the equally urgent Quidditch team training. Through so many trainings, Hermione has paid attention to everyone's progress. Neville's progress is not great, but it is also moving forward. Compared to Neville, which had a level of duel like the first-year young wizard, Neville is now much stronger. However, the reason why people work hard is mostly because they have helps for the results after the effort. Neville, who has never been good at magic spells and defense against the dark arts, is there for what? Will it be such a sweat? Now Harry is not very familiar with this, he just remembers that Neville seemed to have had a dispute with Malfoy in one of Street Mungo's wards. It seems that someone who is very important to him lives inside. It's just that it's about privacy. Even if he is slow, he's not going to take the liberty to ask. Oh, nothing. Hearing Neville and asking, Harry shook his head a little embarrassedly. He and Ginny are really not good to talk to others. Perhaps it was exactly what Hermione was right about. As a little boy who was first awakening of love, his skin was really thin. Is it? Neville looked at him questioningly, looking at Ron and Hermione. And Harry came together. But his own baby younger sister, Ron, certainly didn't come out, and he soon spread his hands to Neville. As for Hermione, her entire head is hidden behind the unfolding Daily Prophet. Where can Neville get her? Oh, okay. Neville blinked his eyes and shook his head inexplicably, then continued. Harry, what about the next training session on Tuesday 14 afternoon? It's just a break. After the homework, we can practice for a while. You know what to do with each other. Everyone knows that Neville has been indulging in training for a long time, but he did not expect that he would not even let go of Valentine's Day. Ron can't help thinking about it. Is it time to find a partner for this guy? Hermione, what do you think? Neville certainly didn't know what other people were thinking, so he didn't notice that he seemed to make a rather incredible suggestion. When Marks was out of school, Hermione was the host of the RA event. Whether it is to decide the training content or to plan the training time, it is up to her to confirm. So Neville asked Hermione directly without asking anyone. Hermione certainly heard it, and she was already listening since Neville said the first words. However, for the arrangement of Valentine's Day, she is also somewhat guilty. I saw her stacking the newspapers and putting them back on the dining table, but the expression was a little hesitant. Just as everyone thought that she would definitely reject the proposal, she would open her mouth. No problem. A simple and straightforward sentence made Ron and Harry both surprised and confused. Hermione, you but. Harry immediately wanted to ask her what she was thinking, but she had to interrupt Hermione's but before she could ask for it. I had a very important thing with Harry and Ginny that day. Probably because I couldn't participate in RA training, she told Neville. As for other people, there should be a large part of it that can't be done. I am afraid there are only a few. Personal, no problem. Hey. Neville hearing this is a glimpse. Why, Neville? Seeing his face look blank, Ron couldn't help it. What day is Tuesday 14 day? Don't you know? What day? Neville blinked again, waiting for him to meditate for a moment, and the expression on his face suddenly became quite dull and interesting. Love, Valentine's Day. In a twinkling of an eye, his cheeks were filled with a burst of heat, and even the words were a little bit stunned. Yes, Merlin is on, it's Valentine's Day. Ron was weak and powerful. Although I can't go to the training for most of the time, but really, I would rather spend the afternoon with you. What? Neville suddenly startled. Ron, don't you You already have. Hey, I said buddy. Ron simply stood up and walked straight to Neville's side and patted him on the shoulder. Have we really lived in a bedroom for 5 years? Sorry, Neville. Harry also apologized. I have something to do that day. I'm afraid I can't. Hey, why? Huh? Here, Neville's spirit seems to have been hit hard, and the entire face has completely solidified. At this time, across the long table, Hermione was secretly laughing, but his eyes gradually moved towards Ravenclaw's long table and flickered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 570. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 570. In the auditorium of Buttons, a heritage distribution meeting where participants rushed to speak began at the very beginning of the lunch. However, the meeting started faster than expected, and the end is equally fast. The entire meeting took about 2 or 3 hours from start to finish, and Madame Maxime had to temporarily stop and explain that the follow-up meeting would be reopened soon. No way. There are various reasons for each of these forces. At the same time of their own opinions, there will be some small frictions from time to time. If no one is stopping, you have to make a match on the spot to get a wizard duel. Of course, if you want to say that it will really fight, then it may not be the case. The group of people who are constantly arguing seems to be reckless, but in fact all are people. Where will they really fight? But to be honest, if no one has an overwhelming advantage, such a meeting is absolutely impossible to come up with a result that everyone accepts. At this moment, Marx, who had just resigned, walked on the path in the garden. He breathed the air with fresh flowers and admired the colorful flowers around him, and couldn't help but feel a good time. "Sir, why didn't you speak that?" asked Vanny, who was on his side. "Is it because you already know that today will be like this?" "No, like the previous hall can actually be noisy to that extent. How can I expect it?" Marx explained. "I just understand that like this world-class heritage distribution, it certainly is not a day or two. To draw a conclusion, today is just the beginning," he said, a little stopped, then spread his hand and continued. "And you see, Madame Maxime once again mentioned the alchemy contest. She is afraid that the family and various other forces will gradually get used to this proposal, so that in the future, the plan for the distribution of the event will be formally proposed. At the time, they can have a mental preparation for that's all. So, are you going to take the venue rights in the event to get more dominance?" Vanny thoughtfully said, "Well, Nicholas Flamel's alchemy heritage. Think about it, it's really tempting. Well, there may be Philosopher's Stone refining method in the heritage. Who knows?" Marx shrugged said, "But with or without it, everyone has to treat it as having. Otherwise, if you miss it, you should regret it." Immortality medicine. Vanny licked her lips and said with some regrets, "I don't know if it's really not old. When Nicholas Flamel made it, it was what age?" Compared with the longevity, Vanny seems to care more about the effect of not old. In this regard, Marx cannot help but secretly shake his head. Even if this beautiful workaholic, it is still inevitable to worry about looks and youth. Looking back, you can ask the old gentleman, Marx said with a smile. "If you can't find a chance, I can find time to ask for you. But for Philosopher's Stone, I don't really like it. Others are so eager to get. In fact, this time I just came to the site for the right of that's all. As for the dominant power you said, I don't have that many interest. The more he studies magic, the more he understands the wonders of life. Between life and death, there is a mystery hidden, and death may be a door that leads the wizard to explore the more fundamental magic. This is what Dumbledore used to know and let Marx know. That world made all the conscious wizards yearn for, so that Grindelwald would not hesitate to make an extraordinary terrifying disaster, but also try to follow. Because of this, Marx learned in advance that he could touch another direction in the future. However, as most people feel, death is always fearful. Even if you are not afraid, it will be at the foot of death for the nostalgia of this world. Therefore, everyone will want to get a Philosopher's Stone like Nicholas Flamel, so that their lives can continue as if they were unrestricted. Marx certainly hasn't lived enough. It belongs to his life, and there are still a lot of it. Now, he is not so angry because of a philosopher's stone, because he wants to try to cross the line of death, like Dumbledore. Looking at Nicholas Flamel and his wife, did you finally choose to give up eternal life? Although no one knows why they are so chosen, it is a fact that the Flamel couple took the initiative to die. But this was what Dumbledore said. There is death in life when the creature is born, and Marx is still not very good at it. It seems that the death is the most correct. So, finally, how can Philosopher's Stone be made, or let it go? As for Marx's thoughts, Vanny felt quite incredible. I would like to ask, who would care about immortality and rich countries? But after all is Marx's business. How did he decide to look at himself naturally? Vanny just thought about it and put this thing aside for the time being, because her heart suddenly remembered another question. It was a good time to ask for a walk in the garden. Mr. McLawn, I heard that you and Miss were the students of Hogwarts. Are you? Yes, what's the matter? Marx couldn't help but wonder when she heard it. I don't know why she suddenly asked this question. That you are, young lady, Vanny said, but stopped a little. No, I mean, what do you think of Winnie? What do you think of her? Oh. What? Marx suddenly felt a bit strange. If this kind of problem comes out of Mr. Blois, it is naturally nothing to be surprised. After all, it is his baby daughter. But if you ask this Vanny to export, it seems a bit sudden. He still remembers that Mr. Blois mentioned that when he introduced Vanny to him, the young female manager seemed to have left the family to go out and develop a long time ago. The relationship between her and Winnie, is it not close enough to ask about these things? This Vanny is extremely serious at work, and even somewhat rigid, not like an abrupt troll. Sorry, Mr. McLawn. Vanny hesitated again, and it whispered, I know that this is a bit of a sudden, but I still want to bother you to tell. Patriarch has been worried about Winnie's future. No, if you can find someone who has entrusted you for a lifetime. Is Mr. Blois asking you this? Marx glanced at her and asked hesitantly. No, it's not like this. Vanny immediately shook her head. This is not in my mission. It is my own question. In fact, many people in the family are worried about this. Winnie is young. I don't like to talk, but I don't have a friend. Even she doesn't even laugh when she laughs. There have been rumors in the family that Winnie is given by dark magic. Marx had heard Winnie mention some things from the past. I want to come to this bloodline curse is not suitable for others. So there are very few people who know the actual situation. Unexpectedly, even the Blois family is just a few strange rumors. Well, unfortunately, I am a friend of Winnie, but I am only a friend of that's all. Marx stopped, quite seriously. Between me and her, there is never the possibility of your imagination, is it? Vanny snorted and vaguely sighed. If that's the case, then there is no way. It's just a pity. Winnie was a child. I still hugged her a few times. I was still thinking, at home, there is finally a female child who is younger than me. Her feelings for Winnie are afraid of being a treat to her younger sister. A younger sister who is refined, beautiful but has a lot of regrets will always make her feel deeply pity as an elder sister. What is rare is that after leaving Blois for many years, she still remembers Winnie's younger sister. Actually, this time Mr. Blois has asked me to try to solve the troubles of Winnie. Marx comforted. I will do my best to do this. Will Winnie become a normal female child? I think it is worth our worth. Look forward to it. Resolve. Vanny asked quickly. Mr. Lawn, do you know why Winnie became that? For her question, Marx did not answer it casually. In fact, Mr. Blois knows, isn't it? He said. The thing that he managed to solve is that he first asked me. If you want to know the specific situation, I think you still have to ask him better. I am not qualified. On behalf of him, Home Master. Vanny groaned. Well, then, I don't ask any more. Thank you for explaining this to me, Mr. McLawn. Seeing that she had given herself a gift, it seemed to have a tendency to change back to work mode, and Marx immediately waved his hand. I mean, you don't have to be so cautious here. If you can, I hope you can be free, which is a kind of relaxation for both of us. No, how can this be done? Vanny said seriously. For me, This is work, a task given by the family. With her insistence on appearance, Marx had to secretly sigh. He no longer said anything, he lifted his legs and went on. Far away, he saw a striking back silhouette, apparently the fat young master of the Hohenheim family. It's just that he's stunned. It seems that something interesting happened. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 571. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 571, McClawn. So smart. When Marx saw the big fat, the other person happened to come back. But when Marx wanted to say hello, Fatty swayed and the fat flesh rushed towards him. It's a bit funny to see how he runs, but I'm not very flexible. Not long after, he quickly ran to the side of Marx. McClawn, I told you, if you encounter a little girl, remember to help me stop her for a while. Well, if you have a way, you can do it for a year and a half. This young master will slip first. Ah! The fatty kept stepping on the ground while talking to Marx, and then went to the castle behind him. I believe in you. It is your words, it must be done. I am optimistic about you. Well, you are. You are. Oh, listening to the echo behind me, Marx and Vanny looked at each other and then subconsciously looked at the front of the garden door. Not to mention, they only had such a glimpse, and soon they found a small silhouette on the corner of the hedge. It was a little girl, and she was also in her early teens, wearing a set of popular fine linen dresses that looked even cute. Of course, it is popular. It is only in France in my world. I want to ask what the magic circle is popular recently. In addition to the always culled wizard gown, it can be said that it is worn, and there is really no trend. Just like the old-fashioned minds of pure-blood wizards, the mainstream aesthetics of magic circle are mostly still a few decades ago. The complexity of the heavy clothing is exquisite, but sometimes it is inconvenient in the ordinary life. To say that the wizard is a wizard, it would be much better. Is this little female child the fatty younger sister? Marx shook his head. It seems unlikely. Didn't you just send a letter in the morning? He is still thinking about this. The little girl opposite is already here. I saw the little girl all the way through the vestibule garden, and a pair of eyes whispered from time to time in the splendid flowers around the sea. But even though she seems to have attracted her attention by the delicate flowers, she did not stop at the foot, and she quickly shortened her distance from Marx. But when Marx felt that the other party was coming to him, he was surprised that the footsteps of the little girl were suddenly stopped, followed by a group of black shadows suddenly smashed out in the bag behind them, grabbing her clothes and swaying to Marx. Hey! The little girl quickly reached for a stroke, but failed to catch the black shadow. The little black shadow is very fast, and it can even be said to be agile. Just in a blink of an eye, it fell to the ground and violently leapt to Marx's waist. Marx's reaction was extremely fast, but he saw him quickly picking up a hand and directly set the black shadow in midair with the levitation charm. The little guy struggled in the air, and after discovering that it seemed to be in vain, he had to look at Marx innocently with his big round eyes. At this point, you can see that the little guy covered his black short hair, his mouth was flat like a duck, and his limbs were short and short. If you can compare it, it may not be difficult to find that it looks very similar to the mole. This is a sniff. Hello, sir. Can you return my scavin to me? When Marx looked at the little thing in front of him, the little girl stood up to his front with her mouth open. It seems that she is a good-looking person. A good pet, at least with it. The pocket money in normally is definitely not worth it. Marx shrugged said, of course. The premise is that you have to be afraid of those who have been stolen to find the door. He said, the sniffing scent of scorn drifted forward toward the front, and when the little girl was in front of her, the other party held it in her arms. Thank you, sir, she said softly, and wanted to pass by Marx, apparently not wanting to say anything more to this stranger. But before there is a fatty word first, where does Marx really think that this is an ordinary girl? Just watching the fatty was scared to escape. I knew that the little girl in front of her eyes was so smart and afraid that she might be an illusion. Sarah, how come you? Marx didn't return, and he shouted like that. After a short while, He turned and looked at the small silhouette. "It's a funny little girl." Marks smiled and said to himself, the sentence he just shouted was to seduce the little girl to respond. If a normal person hears someone calling his name in a cold, most people will respond, which is almost a conditioned move. Of course, if the other party does not look back, it does not necessarily mean that it is not the name of the other party. In fact, most people will turn their heads to take a look when they hear the movement behind them. This is not a conditional reflection, but an innate talent that is inevitable as a creature. If this doesn't go back, if it's not heard, then most of it is intentionally not letting yourself react. When Marks thought about it, he greeted Van Gogh and followed him up. He wanted to know what kind of child this little girl was. After more than 10 minutes, Buxbutton's castle has a mount inside. In the shadow of the forest all over the place, the fat young master of the Hornheim family was carefully hiding behind the big tree. But because his body is too fat, how can an ordinary tree block his body shape? In this way, it makes him look very funny. It's awful. The hoe is coming over. How long has McLawn blocked her? The wizard who could kill the Dark Lord is no match for the hoe. It's really terrifying. Fatty sneaked away from the door and sneaked out, and kept muttering in his mouth. He groaned and squinted at all around, seemingly trying to find a more reliable hiding place. Unfortunately, the little girl apparently knew the general position of his place. At this moment, he walked out lightly from the back door of the castle with a small step, but he did not hesitate to come to him. This is finished. Fatty slammed his feet and splashed to ash. I hope McLawn is okay. Well, I wish you good health, young master. I can only express my gratitude for your sacrifice. It is, he said, immediately turned around and smashed into a bush, and strode deeper into the forest. Under the hills, the little girl was gently stroking the delicate fur that sniffed Scoin in her arms, but her eyes glanced straight toward the direction of Fatty leaving. Dear big brother, you just don't want to see Sarah? Sarah is thinking of you every day. She talked to herself, but she didn't stop at her feet, and went on without going slowly. It was a while, and Fatty felt that he had escaped far enough, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he feels that this is not enough, then there is no more strength to continue running. In fact, just such a mountain road, it is enough for him. Oh, forget it, young master, I won't run. He took 2 steps at a heavy pace and then leaned against a tree trunk. As he leaned up, the tree suddenly swayed, showing that his body was really full of weight. It is a pity that his escape route is obviously to end here. Noah big brother, Sarah finally found you. A sweet voice rang out behind Fatty, but it made him slammed into the fat, and then immediately jumped away. Look at his smart hand, as if the tired look is fake. Oh, Sarah. Fatty's face showed a stiff smile. Good afternoon, dear younger sister. How come you? Is Noah big brother not wanting me to come? The little girl blinked and said pitifully, that's a pity. In the 2 days when Noah's big brother was not at home, Sarah missed you very much. Noah big brother, today, no Sarah asks you to get up. You must go to bed again. Fatty is a dark face, because he immediately recalled the explosion in the auditorium this morning. If he didn't happen to get up early today, he was afraid that the letter would be sent directly to his pillow. The picture he thought was awkward. No, the big brother got up early today. Fatty slammed his chest and said, you don't know, today's letter exploded in the auditorium of Buxbutton's. That's really? You have to pay attention if you are at home, you can't get that little joke out. Explosion? Little girl looked puzzled. What explosion? How can Sarah not understand? If only look at her innocent expression, perhaps most people will be deceived. But Fatty, looking at his younger sister is so big, and where will she believe her? Sarah, big brother is now working for the family, isn't it? You can't make the big brother be embarrassed outside. He tried hard to squeeze out his face and smile. Yes. You haven't said why you are coming over. What's the matter at home? Nothing? Sarah shook her head and looked at the eyes of her big brother. It looked like a gem-like radiance. Well, big brother is now a man of major event, Chapel knows. But Sarah also knows that the people who do the major event are not as big as the big brother. So, Sarah is still helping the big brother to lose weight. Fatty, after hearing it, the face is obviously getting darker. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 572. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 572. To be honest, today is really a good day. At the moment, it is spring, and the blue sky is mottled. In the afternoon, the bright sunshine falls through the gap between the branches of the forest, and the light spots are reflected in the grass covered with vitality. The air in the woods is full of freshness, with a rich earthy fragrance, as if to tell the charm of nature. And in this shadowy hilly woodland, one big and one small two shoulders are standing opposite each other. The big one looks full of weight, and the meat on the body holds a finely crafted wizard robe like a wrap. The smaller one is dressed in a mughal dress, which is not too old. However, the look on the face seemed to fall apart from each other. The big fatty looks stiff. His eyes are round and round, and it looks quite a bit stunned. It seems that the little girl opposite is quiet and natural. However, this is the truth. Sarah, you are going to spare the big brother. I am big brother, although it is fat, but it is also very flexible. You yell at me, it doesn't matter at all. Fatty, while talking, waved deng legs, and even jumped twice. Even if his fat body rushed up and down, it did not seem to hinder his activities. His actions were without delay. No, this can't be done, his younger sister Sarah said. It's always bad if you don't get in the way. Father is too good for Sarah. You must urge the big brother to lose weight successfully. Sarah, you have to listen to father's words. No, really no need. Fatty whispered again and again. Sarah, this way. Go back, big brother, go with old fogey. Let him stop worrying about you. Do you think it's good? After listening to him, Sarah shook her head with a small mouth and decisively. Not good is not good, although this is really because the father's embarrassment started, but Sarah also wants the big brother to slim down. She rubbed her head and looked at Fatty, and, maybe, a big brother after losing weight, it will become very handsome. Big brother don't want to be handsome. Reproductive hearing this, but forced to rub your hair. You big brother, I am already handsome enough, aren't you? His words made Xiao Shantu's head on the other side, and his face was covered with a doubtful expression that I don't understand what you are saying. And when the two men looked at each other for a while, Sarah suddenly took something out of her pocket and threw it at Fatty's feet. This time, the fat was as if it was smashed by the fire, and it ran up in the blink of an eye. Look at him. Before he said that fat does not matter, it seems to be true. In the next second, a blast of sound from the sound of the mountains rang, and soon there was an azure smoke hanging up the hill. It's dying to die. Fatty screaming while running, the soles of the feet are like oil, and the two fat legs are tumbling faster than he imagined. Hey, dear younger sister, hey, you are my younger sister. Looking at his own fat big brother, such as the mole's tank, the dust is gone. Sarah caressing the sniff in her arms, but her face is filled with a happy smile. It seems as if she can see her big brother running hard. Her mood will be very happy. Skavine, let's wait for the big brother to run for a while, then we can continue to catch up. She gently said, I can see big brother running around the house. It's great. It is. When she said these words, her tone was extraordinarily gentle. Why do you say that? Just as Sarah was still immersed in her own mood, a voice screamed in the forest in an extremely abrupt manner, and then a silhouette would gradually emerge from the two trees as if it were virtual and real. What happened here, of course, is Marx. However, the appearance of Marx suddenly made Sarah's heart jerk. Although she still has a smile, the corner of her mouth seems to be a little stiff. Hello, Miss Hornheim. Seeing this little girl seems to be only suspicious, Marx took the lead to say hello. I will introduce myself first. My name is Marx McLawn. Well, it is your big brother New Deal. Friends. Sarah stepped back without a trace, and her left hand slid slightly on her side, seemingly holding something in her hand. Hello, Mr. McLawn. Don't be nervous, Marx spread his hands and gestured to himself. There was no malice. "Perhaps my sudden appearance makes you feel less secure." "Yes, I did find that you have an item that detects magic power, but that's there. Time is not absolutely reliable, so be careful in the future." His suggestion made Sarah relax a little bit. After all, if you really want to be a bad guy, they have no reason to say such a warning. Of course, in her eyes, this can only make Marx's attitude more ambiguous, that's all. Mr. Lawn, have you just listened to my conversation with Noah's big brother?" Although Sarah used the interrogative sentence, her tone was directed to the affirmation. Sarah felt that this was not a good act. "Oh, I think it's like this," Marx said, a little bit of apologetic nodded, and then continued. "But I just said that I and your big brother have recently become good friends. Why should he escape? I have to keep up with it. I have inadvertently heard your conversation before. I can apologize first, but then, should you explain it to me?" After Sarah heard it, she just shook her head and then took another step. "Sarah has nothing to say. Sarah is going to find the big brother," she said. The third time back, this time she did not stop at the foot. "It seems to be to leave directly from here." Marx saw that her left hand was gently rising with the pace, and it was obvious that she would throw things in her palm at any time. "Please don't follow Sarah anymore," she said last time before she retreated into the shadow of the trunk behind her. "The youngest professor of Hogwarts, Mr. McLawn." Here Marx raised his eyebrows, and then he realized that the little girl actually knew her. "But what she knows is probably just rumors and newspaper news, that's all." What kind of person Marx is, she obviously hasn't known much. In any case, the cautiousness and dexterity of this little daughter named Sarah is not always a child who can only be in her early teens. Looking at the shadow of her fading into the trees, she retired and quickly disappeared into her own perception. Marx couldn't help but be more interested. There is no doubt that this is a little girl with extraordinary wisdom. That is absolutely true. He stood in the same place and secretly felt a bit, then turned and walked toward the outer edge of the forest. He is not Slughorn, knowing that frequent presses will only make people more alert, and it will be enough to come out and see the little girl again. Soon, when he returned to the woods under the hills along the way, the Vanny, who was standing there waiting quietly, greeted him on the side. "Sir, what happened to the explosion just now?" Vanny immediately asked him as soon as he saw him. "Little things," Marx shrugged, said. "Just a pair of siblings playing in the woods. That's all." "Hey, maybe it should be said to be a unilateral toss." "In short, nothing. Let's go back." After his follow-up observation, he understood some situations. That pair of siblings is obviously this relationship from the beginning, although it is undoubtedly a bit big, but in the end it will not toss out any real harm. Perhaps there is any inside story, perhaps just the little girl's preference. In short, the fat young master of the Hornheim family is definitely safe. That being the case, Marx doesn't have to interfere with the daily behavior of increasing siblings. Vanny is definitely a bit puzzled, but she has always been an excellent family manager who knows when to ask and when not to ask. Marx didn't say that she wouldn't have to know everything. When Marx first went to the back door of the castle, she quickly followed. Soon, as the sun went westward, this afternoon, which was a very relaxing afternoon for Marx, came to an end. When the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds in the sky, the fat young master Noah and his younger sister Sarah finally came out from the mountainside of the Buxburton's castle. When he came out, his robes had turned into a dusty and burnt canvas. Look at his miserable appearance. All the wizards who saw him back are quite confused. In addition, a lot of explosions came from the morning afterwards, and they thought that there was another unsuccessful killing incident. After that, the dinner time of the day began at the same time as the launch of the Bright Moon. Both Marx and Vanny got enough rest in the rest of the afternoon, and at this moment they came to the auditorium in a spirited manner. Today, there is a ball for everyone to exchange, which will be held after a sumptuous dinner. Madame Maxime, this. Well, this is my younger sister Sarah. Before the dinner began, Fatty first took a younger sister to say hello to Madame Maxime. which was a relatively formal introduction to the uninvited younger sister. Only he opened his mouth and was interrupted by Sarah. "Madam, my name is Sarah von Hohenheim. I am very happy to meet you." She politely bowed to Madame Maxime. "I took the liberty to come to Buttons today. It is really because I want to take a look at this beautiful first." The school also asked his wife to forgive Sarah's rudeness. This little girl talked about the words clearly, and more importantly, her cute appearance cannot help but make Madame Maxime happy. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 573. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 573. The banquet of the representatives of the various parties tonight is the official scene of this incident. Buttons always pays attention to the rules, and always works so step by step. Even the reception is strictly arranged according to the past etiquette. Seeing the size of the inside and outside of the Buttons auditorium, Marx was secretly sighed. The original dinner was really just dinner, that's all. The financial resources of Buttons are world's attention, and most of them come from the donation of Nicholas Flamel, the alumni. It is no wonder that in the face of the legacy, many forces are rushing. Just before entering the door, Marx found a large entrance tent at the main entrance of the auditorium. The velvet cloth with gold-trimmed gold-plated edges was dotted with a lot of golden stars. If you look carefully, you can see that the stars are all made of real gold, and under the bright magic lights, it is extremely brilliant. After he entered the door, a ballroom that was more splendorous and majestic than the usual auditorium immediately caught his eye. Large blue hangs such as the Buttons emblem hang from the high ceiling, with some nice folds placed on the stone pillar and the wall. Golden silk ribbons are everywhere. Turning left and right, the color-blocking windows are dotted to make them look more colorful and colorful. Of course, there are soft petbits under the foot, gold and red, telling the gorgeous and extravagant, but also bring more warmth to the hall atmosphere. Like Hogwarts, the Buttons Hall is also a long table, and the tablecloth at the moment has been replaced with a more commensurate tone. The little starlight caused by magic shimmered on the tablecloth, echoing the huge school badge in the deepest part of the hall. Yes, the Buttons school badge crest consists of 2 golden one vertical crosses, and each of the wand's tips spits out 3 shiny Venus. Right now, this dinner has just arrived at the time of admission, and many guests are coming in. It can be seen that the wizards are standing together in 2s and 3s, chatting like casually. "Isn't you enough in these 2 days?" Marx shook his head and passed through the crowd, walking with Vanny to the inside. Just under the huge school badge, Madame Maxime is greeting with some of the more important wizards, and some of the guests who arrived today also say hello at this time. That's right, the pair of siblings at the Hohenheim home, right now. "How many gold galleons do you have to spend on such a dinner party?" Marx walked away and admired the rich and imposing decorations around him, not to sigh. Nowadays, there are several potion sales outlets in the black market of Britain Magic Circle, and he is also a small rich guy. But compared with this kind of scene, he is obviously far from enough to see it. Buttons' financial resources are very well known in the global magic circle. Vanny is also affirmative. Only this, even if compared to our Blois fort, is not inferior. A school that can compete with the rich ancient wizard family, which is undoubtedly quite amazing. Of course, if you carefully compare the two, Buttons will definitely lose. Marx and Vanny just talked casually, and stepped into the open space where Madame Maxime was. "Oh, Mr. McLawn." Madame Maxime immediately discovered the silhouette of Marx. "After a dinner, the dance is about to begin. You are the youngest of the guests invited by Buttons. Believe many female students are trying their best to mix and dance with you." "How come? Have you found a partner tonight?" Mrs. laughed. "I am not the youngest." Marx glanced at the little younger sister of the Hohenheimer who was still standing next to him. The other side did not open his eyes. It seemed to pretend not to see him. "As for the partner, the lady may forgot. I came with my friend this time," he said, gestured to Van on the side. Vanny is getting a look at this. Although she heard that Buttons had a plan to hold a dance, she didn't expect Marx to find herself as a partner. "Seriously, This is actually irrelevant. For young people, the dance is always an activity that enhances relationships between men and women. At this moment, the invitation of the ball is usually a very purposeful communication or temptation. Most of the players present are important members of the subordinates, regardless of the which. As you can see from the words of Madame Maxime, in principle, the students of Xbuttons today are not allowed to participate in the dance, and the meaning is self-evident. Therefore, as far as the purpose of Marx's trip is concerned, it is necessary to invite a woman of other powers to slide into the dance floor. By then, whether it is a good deal or a set of words, is a good choice. Of course, maybe this Mr. McClone just etiquette invites himself to dance the first dance. Vanny didn't talk, but in her heart, she flashed a lot of thoughts in an instant. She is even wondering if she wants to take a moment to return to Blois Fort. Is it still too late to bring Winnie over? However, this is actually because of the positional relationship, which makes Vanny too complicated. Marx's starting point is actually very simple. Vanny is the woman he brought this time. If he didn't dance with his female partner at the ball, it was obviously a rude behavior. Like the dinners and dances of Xbuttons today, Marx will naturally follow the etiquette specification, which is the site of Madame Maxime. How to say again, Madame Maxime is also a friend of him and Hagrid. Let's not mention a face for a friend, at least you can't lose face first, right? McClone, are you okay? Marx was laughing with Madame Maxime greeted, and suddenly he heard the sound of the fat young master at the Hoheim home. He turned his head and saw that the fatty had been smashed behind him. What's okay? What's wrong? Marx asked doubtfully. Sarah, hey, I mean, my younger sister, how is she not doing to you? Fatty looked up and down and worried about the authenticity. You are the one who wants to see the master. I told you that my younger sister is actually not bad in heart, that is, I just like to blow up fried people. He spoke and said, as if he felt that no one would believe this, and he finally shook his head. Well, in short, you seem to have nothing to do. Fatty hesitated. She didn't use those things to blow you up. You mean this? Marx looked at the fatty, and the lingering glimpse of his eyes glimpsed his younger sister. Sarah looked at it and turned away from the sight. Reassure. Your younger sister is very good. After hearing it, the subconsciously turned back and looked at Sarah, and then he found that Sarah also looked at him. Looking at the quiet smile on the face of his younger sister, the fat on the fat face could not help but shake. Yeah. Very good, great. He should have sighed dryly, and then continued, that line, I passed first. That when the ball starts, would you like to invite me to my younger sister? You see, you said that she is very good. If you grow up, it will be even more beautiful. If you think you can, then cultivate your feelings from now on. It's okay to give her to you. The fatty words are more and more unsatisfactory, and the lower the sound, the more I almost forced it to the edge of Marx's ear. It seems that he is eager to have someone who can take away his younger sister in person. After that, he slammed on Marx's shoulder and his face was full of excitement. Marx laughed at him and also shot on Fatty's shoulder. Oh. He smiled. I will go with your younger sister for a while, and ask her what she said about your big brother. Hey, don't cough. Fatty snorted, squeezing the self-sufficiency from his heart, and calming down. I mean, forget it. Sarah's age. Still too small, but far from when I found a boyfriend. Say, I am reluctant to be a big brother. This is really. It can be seen that this Fatty and Ron are also the brothers of a younger sister, but the idea of the two of them is the opposite. Ron showed great rejection for Ginny's relationship, not the person he absolutely agreed with. He would not let go of his younger sister. But the Fat is not the same, but he is looking forward to the day when the younger sister is married, so that he can leave the sea in advance. In the case of Marx, if there is a seemingly unsuccessful run, Fatty will be defeated even if it is defeated. When he talked with Marx in a mess, he was too busy to rude, and then immediately rolled back to Sarah. Sir, I see that the young master of Hornheim seems to be afraid of his younger sister. Seeing Fatty leaving, Vanny whispered to Marx, maybe you can't talk about it. Marx shook his head slightly. Well, maybe there is something, but the key should not be afraid or fear. I am more curious, but the idea of the younger sister. In his while speaking, the pair of siblings at the Hornheim home had already greeted Madame Maxime and then turned to find his seat. Marx looked at the big and small back, but it became more and more interesting. Let's find the right time. Go to the Hornheim home to see them, father. This is so interesting for children. Their father must be a story. He couldn't help thinking, Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 574. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 574. Marx is not a guy who can enjoy it in luxury. To be precise, he actually wants to indulge in enjoyment. But the reality is often to make jokes with him again and again, so that he has not been able to safely linger in those prosperous luxury. So, when he was in the grand ballroom of Buttons, his heart was filled with a little discomfort. Of course, this incompatibility has long been buried in the bottom of my heart. No one will see it. His doctrine has always been the same, whether it is the strengths he is good at, or the weaknesses that may exist. He will hide it and greet others with a not one drop of water can leak out. The dinner has already begun, and the long table is full of French-style dishes, each of which will make people appetite. Normally, Marx loves to eat delicious food, and naturally it is no exception. Tonight, Madame Maxime left him a good place. Here is the one on the inside of the long table. Although it is actually a relatively important seat here, even if it is a gathering of power today, it can still be divided into 3 or 6. Marx this trip represents both Hogwarts, and he has recently made a name for himself. Sitting here is not much worse than other people in the vicinity. However, after he is seated here, you still need to ponder over it to determine whether his qualifications are up to standard or not. Vanny, who is a member of the Bloisfort family, has no doubt at all. It can be said that Marx, the newly developed young wizard, is even lighter than the Blois family in terms of its weight. The victory of his and the Dark Lord is not very clear in the eyes of many of the world's magic circle, let alone his magical power that is shaken by the people. This time Marx came to Buttons and walked with Vanny since he appeared. Many of the forces still think that he is climbing Marx McLawn to the Blois family, not to think of the Blois family's patriarch. Ask for him. A closer look reveals that Vanny is sitting next to Marx and staring at her. Sight is more likely to come than to see Marx. Do you seem to be very concerned? Marx chuckled. But when Vanny was heard, she just shook her head slightly. As a manager of the Blois family, she has of course attended many banquets, especially in the case that patriarch insisted on keeping a low profile. Many of the activities he did not come out, so those formal occasions mostly fell on their own management. At least nominally, they are also descendants of the Blois family, and there is no problem. So in fact, for this kind of entertainment, Vanny is much more adaptable than Marx. Those who have been wandering around in the eyes, she has been used to it, and how much can be used as air to ignore. Sir, please taste this. Vanny took a dish of refined fresh foie gras from the front and gently placed it on Marx's hand. I have tried it. This fried foie gras is cooked, ingenious, unique sauce, not anywhere else. I think it must be a unique recipe for Buttons, and it really deserves a try. After she recommended this dish to Marx, she took a side-to-face opportunity for Marx and she whispered a few words to Marx. After Marx had heard it, it was superficial on the surface, but the heart secretly recorded what Vanny said. In fact, Vanny suddenly told Marx that she had discovered an acquaintance when she observed all around. Like her, the man is also a manager of Bloisfort, but he is one of the managers who manage the small and medium-sized family industries. Right now, the manager is sitting near a seat in the middle of the long table, seemingly mixed with the members of one party. Many of Vanny did not elaborate, but she explained a few more critical questions to Marx. According to the family rules, the management of foreign names is not allowed to have too much interaction with other forces, let alone the sneak peek at the major activities in the name of other forces. The rules of the Blois family are quite strict, and the management of those foreign names is even harsh. If it is discovered by the family under such circumstances, it will undoubtedly be taken away from the management of the identity, and if the circumstances are serious, it will be directly expelled from the Blois family. For this reason, once a foreign surname is in charge of attending an important occasion, it is mostly dependent on it, and even it is simply obeying the orders of some people in the family. This matter is related to the internal affairs of the Blois family. It is reasonable to say that Marx is not suitable for intervention, but this time it is different. Since Mr. Blois has sent Vanny to follow him, he has already marked the name of Blois on his behalf, and he can really manage it. What's more, now the Blois family is also a bargaining chip, and can't allow others to come in and mix. According to what he said when he left Winnie's father in front of Blois Fort, Mr. Blois was planning to temporarily not participate in the Alchemy Heritage event, and that the name of the surname was obviously other than others. Mr. Lorne, Marx was still thinking about himself for a moment, and Ajinpad, the president of the International Wizard Federation, sitting in front of him, suddenly called him. It's been a little bit away from Hogwarts last time. I didn't expect that after that, you actually defeated Voldemort. Even Grindelwald, who had harmed Europe as a whole, fell to your hands. Mr. Dumbledore was really wrong. Your potential is really amazing. Unimaginable. Marx, hearing this, politely nodded to him. Mr. President has won the prize. If there is no effort for the rebellious people who are not known to everyone, I am certainly unable to do that many things. He sincerely said. I lamented then the achievement for me. I still hope that the President can praise the rebel people who are selfless and dedicated. Your Britain wizard is too modest. The male wizard sitting on the other side sneaked in a cold voice, listening to his tone, seemingly with some disapproval. Marx doesn't know who it is, just sitting around here, mostly wizards with a lot of names. Listening to the man's vaguely cynically, Marx didn't give him a run back, because Akinbad first spoke. Mr. Lupin, I think this is not the humility of the Britain wizard. He made serious opposition to etiquette. In a confrontation with powerful dark forces, there are always many unsung heroes who are inconspicuous. The place appeared and then disappeared. This is the truth that many events in history have had. Mr. Akinbad said that it was slightly stopped here, and this continues. I believe that in the process of the Britain magic circle against the Dark Lord, there are also so many people who sacrificed themselves for the reappearance of light. What Mr. McLawn is referring to should be them. Mr. President said it was right. Marx said, nodded again. He raised the cup and gestured to him. Thank you for your understanding, for the unsung heroes who are asking for help. For those unsung heroes. Mr. Akinbad also raised the goblet and repeated it. The Mr. Lupin who had just read the words in the past immediately twitched his mouth, but he did not say anything strange, but he also gave his goblet. The presence of the audience is not a rough person, and even most of them are the elite wizards that are cultivated by etiquette from an early age. Perhaps it will be paranoid in concept, or it may be festering from the roots. But the surface of etiquette is rarely lost. Since people know that it will stop, Marx will naturally not catch it. Seeing Mr. Akinbad and another Egyptian wizard questioning some of the current situation of the pyramid, Marx also joined along with the content of their conversation, and published a curse on some of the academic magazines published in recent years. Some are not very deep views. Most of the wizards, the content of the chat is basically inseparable from magic, especially when some aspects become their profession. This is even more so. Although Mr. Akinbad is the president of the International Wizard Federation, he is also the honorary headmaster of the magic school in Ouaga, Africa, specializing in the curse of the curse. At this time, the table was about the recent news of the pyramid, and it was the deputy dispatcher of the Egyptian Pyramid Exploration Center. The ones that came out of his mouth were the first-hand information about the exploration of the pyramid. At the time of eating and chatting, the rich and luxurious dinner of this meal gradually came to an end. Marx, who likes food and loves all kinds of magical theory, really feels a little bit unfinished. When Madame Maxime stood up and seemed to be going to speak, Marx took the opportunity to make an appointment with the deputy dispatcher, and then he could write a letter and talk about some interesting things about pyramid exploration. I believe that all of you have already eaten enough, then, please take a break for a while, Madame Maxime said. Maybe everyone is waiting for it. But after all, the food is slowly digesting in the belly. You can take a short walk to the garden for a short walk, and wait a little longer. The dance tonight will officially begin. Marx knows that this will be the last chance for those who haven't found their first partner. Some people just arrived at Buttons today, and they have to give them some time. He and Vanny looked at each other, and then, as some people stood up, they were ready to go outside and walk again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 575. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 575. It is said to be strolling. In fact, this is naturally a purposeful stroll. After learning that the Blois family and others had come to Buttons, Marx even decided to explore the other side's reality. If the foreigner is interested in his affairs, he would not mind leaving him. As long as the other party is no longer involved in this legacy, he is not interested in managing unnecessary business. As for how Mr. Blois will deal with the guy afterwards, it has nothing to do with Marx. Waiting for Madame Maxime to say that he could take a sip of wine, Marx and Vanny stood up. Miss Blois, you will stay here for the time being. Marx suddenly paused and whispered sideways. If you go out too, the guy will probably choose to stay in this auditorium. On the contrary, if you staying in the auditorium, the other party will probably leave here to avoid your sight. Vanny is hearing this, silently nodded, then turned directly to the side of Madame Maxime. Marx looked at her back and waited for a moment. When Vanny began talking to Madame Maxime, he walked straight to the entrance of the auditorium. In fact, he had to completely see the other side's appearance until he passed the name of the foreigner named by Vanny. It was a middle-aged wizard with a slightly blessed figure. It looked savvy. If he didn't know that he was a foreigner of the Blois family, Marx thought it was a secular businessman. When he passed the position of the other party, he also vaguely heard a few small conversations between the guy and the two of them. However, the three were all fluent in French, and Marx could not understand it at all. Just Marx left Vanny in the auditorium, but in fact it was already telling Van to his intentions. With the cleverness of the competent female manager, he can understand his intentions and smoothly help him drive the guy out of the auditorium. I believe that it is not difficult. Maybe Van only needs to squint in the direction he is in, and the other person will subconsciously understand that he needs to avoid it. So Marx is not in a hurry. When the guy hasn't appeared from the hall entrance, he really took a leisurely walk in the garden. Just the time of the stop dinner, the moon has climbed into the sky, such as a curved silver hook inlaid on the dark wall of the ink, exudes a brilliant glory. In this night garden, the colorful colors of the day are covered with a faint sigh, and the vitality is replaced by the gradually sounding insects. It can be seen that there are still a lot of wizards in this garden. Some of them walked side by side with their companions, mostly a man and a woman. Others were seated in the bench and listened to the spring water ding-dong in the middle of the garden. Of course, there are still some wizards who are as alone as Marx, but they are mostly looking around to find a suitable partner. Far away, Marx still seems to see the two brothers of the Hohenheim family, and the big and small backs make him convinced that he is not mistaken. The two men are now on a hillside outside the garden, one step ahead of the meteor, and the other behind, intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that the siblings are mostly starting to make trouble again. I hope that Sarah's little younger sister can stop, at least not to play explosions in this crowd. Marx smiled and shook his head, then walked to the path on the side of the garden. This path is not very eye-catching in the vast garden. The flowers here don't seem to be completely in season, and most of them are only a few flower beds. Therefore, most people do not want to go here, because there is really nothing to see here. But at the end of the path not far away, there is a smooth white stone monument with some inscriptions on it, which seems to be some of the major historical events of Buttons. Well, for example, the ancestor of the Teflon family, the Duke of Peak, experienced the period of terror. Although the upper text marks is not very clear, how much can he recognize a word? In particular, the specific chronological figures inscribed above let him understand what the inscriptions are probably recording. At this time, Marx stood on the marble base platform under the stone tablet, and once he looked back, he could see the situation in the garden. The end was a place with a good view. Soon, he scanned the majority of the garden. After discovering that the manager did not walk out of the auditorium after he came over, he casually leaned against the shadow of the stone tablet and pulled out a small book with a big palm. Then he leaned on the stone tablet and wrote the word on the little book. The manager did not let him wait too long. After a while, the other party appeared at the entrance of the auditorium. From Marx, I can clearly see here. After the guy came out, he looked back slightly and looked at it inward. Then he walked around and walked to the entrance of the garden. After Marx took a look at the guy, Shwu added a few words to the little book, and even raised his hand. A small piece of paper that he tore off fluttered over to the side to let the manager take the initiative to come over according to his ideas. It is naturally a simple matter, since the purpose of the other party is undoubtedly the legacy of Nicholas Flamel. Of course he has no reason not to borrow it. The Blois-Fort's foreign surname has actually been in the family's peripheral industry for many years. But since he was young, he has always been uncomfortable. The shrewd mind is rarely used in work, but he often uses some brains. For example, this time, some people inside the family mentioned him a few words, and he already understood the huge benefits hidden in this heritage distribution incident. In order to gather more gold galleons, he does not mind as much as he has in the past to develop a safe and effective plan so that he can participate in it. In his opinion, Mr. Patriarch Blois is really stupid. The advantage of that money is, why not put it in the hand? If you change him, you must be fully committed to this incident. So, in the case of someone behind the courage, he used to steal the chicken and touch the dog. He rarely wanted to come once so big. It is conceivable that if this ticket can be made, he will probably never be embarrassed again in his life. Martin, do it. As he walked in the garden, he whispered his own drums. To be honest, when he discovered that Buttons would have a family manager, his first reaction was to turn around and run. Who said that Blois Patriarch did not intend to blend in? Did this send people over? You know, Patriarch's unmovable treatment is not only his own no, but the one who is behind him is also talking to him. Who knows that Patriarch turned out to be dash. I think it's right, then the big wealth, who will choose to give up without any reason? Martin Gagger said to himself, what should I do next? I want to go now. It's impossible, but, now that Vanny hasn't found me here, but if I go on like this, it's obviously a matter of time. I'm thinking that my old Martin hasn't lost his life for a lifetime, but don't be the last one today. The ticket fell under the hand of a little girl. The Martin manager kept his mouth whispering while he was squatting. Although his voice was very small, it seemed strange to mutter, and even he himself quickly noticed that this was obviously a very noticeable bad behavior. Just as he closed his mouth vigilantly, he pretended to lick his sparse cover to cover the baldness, and then swelled his head. It was at this time that a small piece of paper with a mottled scroll flew around in the air, and it fell to his eyes and stopped exactly at his fingertips. Martin immediately stopped his footsteps. He didn't try to catch it, but he squinted at the surroundings with a slight squint. Although he did not ask for his voice, his heart was very nervous, for fear that he was discovered by the Blois family. What person? He thought secretly in his heart. In fact, his sight was actually passed several times from the stone where Marx was, but Marx was now in the shadow that the moonlight could not see. Where can he see it? After hesitating for a while, probably found that he might be too suspicious, Martin finally reached out to the piece of paper that remained firmly in the air. Marx uses English in nature. In French, he really doesn't. A few basic words are afraid of his limit. Fortunately, as a foreigner of the Blois family, Martin often interacts with the bottom-level personnel who have different origins, and of course are familiar with English. He quickly scanned the text on the paper and slammed it in front of him. This is a good opportunity. Martin is right now that he may be discovered by the Blois family. Now that someone has provided timely help, he has handed him an interesting cooperation proposal. To say that he came here, it is precisely with a certain force that he normally made secretly reached a consensus, but under the current situation, he obviously needs more power to help him. For the cooperation, Martin has no doubts. In nominal terms, he is undoubtedly a member of the Blois family, even if he is only a foreigner. If you want to make good influence with him, then how can he doubt this? Martin read the text on the piece of paper carefully, and then it was pinched into a small group and rushed straight into the direction of the stone. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 576. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 576. This gentleman. Did you just send the note to me? At this point Martin was standing in front of the stone monument in the Garden of Buttons. He looked at the mysterious wizard, which was almost in the shadows. The right hand had touched his own wand, which was obviously cautious. Although he thinks that no one should choose to offend the Blois family, there is no absolute thing. There are always some unscrupulous guys in this world, and he has to be careful. Of course, he is not without doubt. Where he is leading himself here is Vanny. If you think about it, he will understand that it should not be the case. After all, if Vanny is looking for him, it is too simple. Even if he doesn't even see him, he will report it directly to Patriarch. So he guessed that the content on the previous note may be true. In fact, Marx wrote 2 sentences on the paper. First, he claimed to belong to a family of wizards, and wanted to cooperate with Martin, who is a Blois family manager, to compete with other forces. The second is that he needs to be alone with the Martin, so that he can negotiate with him with confidence. Marx's intentions are simple, but they are particularly appropriate when many forces are rushing to find cooperation with each other. Good evening, Mr. Manager. Marx's footsteps were wrong, and he walked freely from the shadow of the stone tablet, and even greeted him with a light flutter. He just showed up and shocked Martin. This Martin is not blind, and naturally he has already noticed the Marx who has been with Vanny. Immediately after the 2 men met, Martin immediately stepped back and looked quite shaken. How could it be you? He shuddered. Why did you call me here? Did I write a note for you? Marx shrugged, said. You didn't read it? Or did you see it, but didn't believe it? Yes, I saw. In the calm tone of Marx, Martin hesitated unconsciously. He thought, is this Hogwarts McClawn really want to work with himself? But isn't he already having a family manager? How could it still use his Martin? Maybe McClawn is actually not happy with Van Gogh's management? Yes, although Vanny is doing things with ease, it is always too rigid, and I am afraid that there is no way to do some live camping. In this incident, people who don't fish in troubled waters can't get any benefit. On this point, people who know how to die so quickly will know. However, this kind of thing, his Martin is good at it. Mr. Lawn. Martin managed to ponder over it and simply deliberately probed. You seem to be looking for me to work together. Isn't Vatican just being with you? Marx hearing this, but smiled and shook his head. Vanny, of course, will help me. Of course, in her position and perspective, he said calmly. But I think you can also help me do something that is necessary. Me? Martin subconsciously asked, but in exchange for Marx's affirmative nodded. Yes, you can't. That. What can I do for you? Martin wondered. And what good is it? The benefits are natural, but this can be said later. As for now, I can tell you what you can do first, Marx said, his eyes suddenly squinting at him. First you can do it. Let me take a look at your memory. When Marx said this, Martin managed to slam in the bottom of his heart, and then he felt that the fragments of various memories were not backtracked by his control. This feeling seems to him to be like a year, but in reality it is only a moment. When he came back to his senses again, and as he swayed his head, he found that Marx was still looking at him with a smile, and he didn't even move his position. Who is the person who supports you in the back? You don't know? and dare to mix it into this legacy storm. I should say that you are courageous enough. Or you should be smoked by your interests. Fainted? Marx confirmed the memory he had just peeped at with legilimens, and he shook his head in a weird expression. Obviously, he said this, and it is definitely nothing to gain. What do you want to do? Martin, who had just stabilized from the confusion, suddenly frowned. I just want to see who else is trying to mess up. Marx spread his hand. It's a pity, because you're not thinking about it. It's a waste of effort. But it's nothing. Now we have one more thing to do: cooperating. What? Martin was a glimpse, obviously not knowing what Marx was doing. It's nothing. It's a no difficulty thing for you. Marx reached out and pointed to the door. Now, you should leave here. In that case, you might still be able to manage your outside name. Keep going, or else. I think you understand? For this Martin management, Marx is not a star and a half a polite. Because, at present, Buttons is already chaotic. He does not want to have more crowbars mixed in, can count one less. This. Good. Okay, I know. Martin's face changed several times in a row. This is a slap in the face. It is obvious that he can't bear the huge cake that is placed in front of everyone. His sexual greed is evident. But he seems to know how much it is. There is a family of Vatican management here. Not only his chances will become very small, but the chance of bad luck will be turned over several times. Now Marx seems to be so emboldened, and the choice he has is obviously very small. Know it. Marx calmly nodded, and then no longer talk nonsense, but once again reached out and pointed at the door, meaning that Martin had to hurry. When Martin saw this situation, he could not help but take a step back. But his footsteps were quite sluggish, as if the greed of the heart that seemed to be a bottomless hole kept glaring at him and let him stop immediately. Marx saw his hand still on the edge of his trouser pocket, and he couldn't help but pull his mouth. Are you going to do it with me here? He straightened his point and said, I advise you not to take this unnecessary time, lest you can't even get out of here today. Under Marx's warning, Martin's hand trembled immediately, and then the handle was pulled away with a stiff hand. Of course, he can't do it with Marx. After all, even if he doesn't know anything about Marx's story, it's obviously not a place for fighting. Not to mention anything else, not far from those busy wizards, it is a natural warning. In this occasion where many forces are gathered, no one dares to easily wave their own wand except for the secret hand. If I leave this, wouldn't you say anything about what I had seen at Buttons for Vanny? Martin couldn't help but ask. If you don't show up in the end, I don't think I will remember you anymore. Marx waved. Would you like to go? Remember to go back and ask who is going to get you. Clear. Believe me, for now, this is an unsafe place. Martin was nodded with his words, and then turned around reluctantly, and went helplessly toward the main entrance of Buttons. Being able to persuade people by one mouth is at least much easier than using magic power to do it. If he still wants to know what is wrong with the Blois fort, he doesn't even want to use the Legilimens spell. After confirming that Martin's management had actually left, Marx strolled back to the door of the auditorium. Far away, he could see that Vanny, who was sitting in the seat, also looked over here, and he gestured nodded. Although the matter of Martin's management should be handled by Vanny, it will be resolved more quickly than him. But in that case, the person behind Martin would be more alert. Now, the other side will definitely know through Martin that there is a certain understanding of his existence, and perhaps only Marx. In the eyes of the other party, Vanny knew that it was a very important thing. If Blois Patriarch finds out because of this, there is actually a member of the family who has his own heart, and the other party will be much more troublesome in the future. Now, no one knows his existence except Marx, which is definitely a great fortune for him. Marx believes that the unknown Blois family member may come to him soon, and by then, he can sell Winnie's father again. After telling Vanny that he had succeeded in driving away the surname, Marx strolled back into the expensive Buttons auditorium. It will not be long before the dance will officially begin, and he feels that at the end of the dance, there will probably be something happening here, or everything becomes clear, or the situation becomes more confusing. No matter what the possibility, there is still no time for him to intervene. Like many forces, he is waiting for an opportunity. The dispute between the forces is not as straightforward as his battle with Voldemort. In many cases, it will lead to a whole body, and the impact will be implicated in many people and things. The more this is the case, the more important the importance of personal strength will be, and often only in certain circumstances. Grasping the timing is what he needs to do now. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 577. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 577. Among the many activities of the so-called upper class, the content of the event itself is often not focused. And the same is true for buttons. What's even more ironic is that there isn't even one person in the ball tonight as the focus of sight. Most of the forces have dispersed themselves, forming a pair of partners for their own interests. And it is worth mentioning that the majority of the wizard men present are in the majority, so there will be cases where women cannot be found. This is the case. Can't you match a man and a man? Madame Maxime naturally took this into consideration. So she also specially invited some women from the French wizard family to come to this large-scale dance, so as to avoid too many male guests to fall into awkward situation. However, where are the wizards that represent their respective forces? Do you really want to dance? Just before the opening, Marx and Vanny had not even gotten up with the music, and found that there was a scene in the auditorium that was more embarrassing than the male wizard. Just now, Madame Maxime has removed the long table from the auditorium and replaced it with a round table that is discharged around the circle. Nowadays, a large part of the wizards sitting around the round tables have not moved so much that the witches who were invited by Madame Maxime had to look stiff and stay in their seats. If it didn't wait for the men's invitation to dance in the end, it would be a shame to be thrown into the house. So, what are the wizards who don't have a female companion? Marx licked their look and immediately understood the state of the wizards. Their attention was clearly focused on communication with other forces. Maxime can't do it, said a middle-aged male wizard with a moustache next to his companion. I want to say that this dance is superfluous. His companion, hearing this, suddenly shook his head. This is not related to redundancy. The key is that this inheritance should have been hosted by her, but she always wants to stay out of it. You see, the relationship between Buttons and Nicholas Flamel, she won clear. Hey, what the hell is going to do? The moustache witch sighed. Like our small and medium-sized forces, even if they are condensed according to her advice, most of them will have various fatal cracks. I want to go through us. Give her a cover, even if we are willing to do this than a deal. But how easy is it? HMPH, it's still better to hold each other, at least relatively stable. His companion squinted at all around and faintly said, as for the last benefit, it depends on the luck of each side. Marx listened as the wizards whispered and stood up and reached for Van. The beautiful melody has gradually played in the auditorium. There are male wizards who are going to dance. Most of them have already invited the gentlemen who have already made an appointment. A pair of men and women are sliding to the dance floor. Although the choice of dancing wizards accounted for at least half of the number of people present, the large auditorium still seemed a little loose and empty, which is an undeniable fact. Buttons today is afraid to lose some face. Vanny put her hand in the palm of Marx's outstretched hand, and gave him a courtesy, but whispered in his mouth, Mr. Lorne, you think there will be a moment? What changes? Does Madame Maxime think of ways to save it? How much will it be? Marx was nodded to her, and then walked into the dance floor with her like everyone else. As for what method she will choose and how much she will spend, then no one knows. If I want to say something, I don't have to deliberately save it. After all, the main event tonight is definitely at the end. Instead of spending a lot of effort on these little squats, it's better to use more energy to plan the distribution of the estate. Problem. He is right. In the final analysis, the purpose of this gathering of forces is only one. Like this dance tonight, at best, It plays a buffering role, that's all. Since this is an empty shell that shapes the surface form, even if it is knocked out by people, there may not be too many people to remember it afterwards. Everyone's attention can be gathered elsewhere. Also, listened to Marx and analyzed it as soon as possible. Vanny also agreed. Yes, what about the foreign name? What's behind him? Although Vanny did not complete the statement, Marx naturally easily understood her doubts. That doesn't know what to do. The other person seems to be very careful, not easily revealing his identity. He recalled, I have let him leave. I believe that soon, the person will try to find opportunities to approach me. Of course, if he still has the intention to continue to reach out, it wouldn't be surprising if it was stopped immediately if it was found to be wrong. But to be honest, it is quite difficult for that kind of person to completely abandon the alchemy heritage of Nicholas Flamel. The man was already at risk of being discovered by Patriarch, and it is not impossible to take another stack of chips. That. Vanny hesitated, and whispered, I will find time to pass the message to Patriarch. As long as the channel for delivering the message is okay, you can do that at any time, Marx said. If Mr. Blois can get him before the person comes to me, I will be more relaxed. The two of them lowered their voices and talked, staggering their steps and marching around the edge of the dance floor. Like most people, they didn't put their minds on the dance. After a while, Vanny suddenly snorted and seemed to be hesitant. Mr. Lawn, are you? She seemed to be bothered by how to word it, opened her mouth, and paused to continue. Are you not familiar with the dance? After Marx heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. I was taught some people. Later, I also remembered some of the commonly used ones. But, well, the lady who taught me was not too serious. I didn't even skip the dance with you. You understand? When he spoke, his expression didn't look embarrassing. But Vanny was a little too embarrassed. After all, Marx jumped a bit strangely, but he didn't always like to step on the instep like the original scholar. Since no one really cares about dance at this dance, how does Marx jump and what does it matter? She can't help but mention one now, but she seems to be too careless. Don't care, you can jump on your own. I promise that your feet will be safe in the end. Marx played with a smile. I can feel it, your dance is very standard, it is not so tired to dance with you. I have to know that the one who taught me to skip a dance before was awful. I spent a lot of time trying to escape her fierce attack on my toes. What he mentioned at this time was naturally the dance at the Macmillan home. Charlotte, who suddenly came to the scene, took him as a shield, but left a deep impression on him. Probably since then, every time he attended the ball, he remembered the great beauty who stepped on his instep. Just as Vanny was a little funny when it was Marx, she only heard the pang and the door of the auditorium was opened from the outside. Madame Maxime, my son? A middle-aged sorceress dressed in a refined with a few entourage broke into the auditorium and asked loudly, I need you to give me an explanation. In the auditorium, most of the dancing wizards stopped moving and turned to look at the gate. Marx and Vanny looked at each other and looked over there. Marx didn't know who it was, but it seemed that some people in the room knew the identity of the person. Soon, there was a slamming discussion in the auditorium. That is the current Wren family of the Teflon family, Ens de Teflon. Vanny gave a whisper to him at Marx. Sure enough, the next moment, Madame Maxime spoke. Good evening, Mr. Teflon. Although the patriarch of the Teflon family is obviously not good, but Madame Maxime cannot lose etiquette. How to greet it. I don't think there is much good. Mr. Tyfler frowned and strode through the crowds between the dance floors. Everyone gave him away. Madame Maxime, I think you should understand the reason I came here. The two representatives sent by the Tefl family died one night, and the other was still unconscious, and the latter was even one of the orthodox heirs of the Teflon family. As the first two victims of this dispute, the Teflon family is considered a blood mold. However, they can't always swallow this bad smell because the identity of the murderer is unknown. Since you are looking for a pot, you can only find the Madame Maxime. Things happened in Buxbuttons. and how to say that she has to take some responsibility. Other forces are watching silently beside them. Some are indifferent to the outside, and some are posing with a good look. Of course, there are also people who are worried about Madame Maxime, like the president of the Federation, Akinbad, and the old steward Edward. For a time, this banquet hall was decorated in a luxurious and somewhat extravagant banquet hall. Typhola's father of the young master? Marx whispered coldly. He has only appeared until now. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 578. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 578. Now only? Marx's voice is not very loud, but it's not too small. The Tefella Patriarch may not be able to hear it, but the wizard around him must have heard it in his ear. The fact is also true. His son suddenly caught in a long time unconscious. This thing is known inside and outside. At the moment, the news of Buttons is so fast that several forces across the earth are familiar with the changes here, let alone the Thalfler family knows nothing about it. Under the Marx casual reminder, many people have noticed that it seems that something is not quite right. At this point in time, this Teflon family ran to ask for Sin. What kind of mentality is it? Suddenly, the whispering voice in the auditorium became more and more obvious. Mr. Typhel, since things have happened, what we have to do is not to first smash the murderer hidden in the dark. Madame Maxime calmly said, "It is my responsibility for Maxime, I won't push it at random." I informed the Ministry of Magic at the time, and the case has already been formally established. I believe that there will be good news soon. Madame Maxime's position is there, others can talk about it in a casually, but she can't do that. Button's headman position brought her identity, status and glory, but it also gave her a lot of responsibility to bear. In the face of the Tiffany Patriarch who came to the Emperor to ask for interpretation, she could only resist the heart and make a response that would not be too excessive. Good news? Typhalo didn't care about the rumors that came from around. He was standing at the table where Madame Maxime was at the moment, moving towards the others. Curl one's lip. My son is now unconscious. I am not awake. My friends have even died here. Do you think there will be so-called good news for me? Tentatively, no matter whether the male wizard who is always gloomy is his friend, at least the truth in his words is still correct. The problem is only in the light of avoiding the wait. As Madame Maxime said, shouldn't he spend his time looking for the real murderer now? Now he is not only looking for the murderer, but also rushing to find the ambiguity of Madame Maxime. But the reason is inevitably hesitant. I lost my word. Madame Maxime simply took a step back and apparently didn't want to have an unnecessary dispute with him. But still, the Ministry of Magic is now in the process of intensifying the investigation. I also arranged for Buttons. Several professors are on the campus to inspect. I will inform you immediately if there is any news. Please be patient. As she spoke, she went straight to Typhalo. Although Madame Maxime is now more inclined to the weaker side, but her height is the body, it directly brings the powerful pressure to the other party. Of course I will wait. Teflon Patriarch licked the folds on his collar and concealed the stiffness of his expression. Well, just waiting for your good news here. Don't you mind? Originally, I asked my son to come over, just to participate in this seminar. Now that he is caught in unconscious, let me personally look at the last one. Hey, what kind of situation will it be? My child will be. What is it like? After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that if he stood with Madame Maxime again, it would be even more difficult, so he just took a seat and sat down. The original owner of this position was dancing with people at the scene. He couldn't help but say that he did not know what to say. And this kind of vagueness is somewhat confusing, and perhaps it is a waste of time. It seems that his real purpose is to find a reason to stay here. Marx and Vanny whispered. Maybe more than his son, he cares more about the legacy of Nicholas Flamel. This sentence does not need to be deliberately spread, because people with discerning eyes can see that the purpose of this trip is simply hiding here. Mr. Lawn. Did he do this? Does it affect your plan? Vanny heard this and asked. Well, has it not yet known? Marx shrugged said. Of course, the direct impact may not necessarily be there, but the indirect impact is certain. But other people may not want him more than me. Appeared here. The others in Marx's mouth naturally refer to all the forces present. It turned out to be one less family, but who knows now? Think about it, who knows how many people are willing to try to grab the share? Sure enough, the atmosphere in the auditorium was even more noisy. Every force is in the g-g-g. As for what they are saying, basically no one can hear it clearly. Of course I don't mind if Mr. stayed here, said Madame Maxime. Maybe, Mr. may not be involved in the dance now, but you can still sit down first. Okay. Everyone, please continue the dance. Let's go, she said, pulling out wand and waving a little. The music that just disappeared again echoed in the auditorium. The accident at the Teflon family is only about the individual and the school, and of course the murderer who hides in the dark, and has nothing more direct relationship with other wizards here. The dance still has to be held, and the enjoyment of the event is followed by enjoyment. There is no reason to interrupt the attack on the people of the Teflon family. The people who talked about still existed, but most of them were concealed because of the reproduction of the melody. Gradually, the wizards of all forces have turned down the volume, and put the conversation on this matter back into their own small circles. Marx knows that this is the end of the matter, and there may be some further disputes in the future, but it is definitely not the present. Since the attention of the Teflon Patriarch is still in the legacy event, he probably won't regain the twists and turns before the topic arrives. Continuing to target the Dama Maxime is of course also an option. But for him at the moment, it will also seem a bit redundant. Please let us continue too. Marx gestured to Van Eyes nodded, and the two men held their hands on the waist and the melody floating in the ear, and then stepped on the gentle dance steps. This time, Marx found a few more pairs of dancers in the dance floor. It seems that under the toss of Teflon, there are some wizards who want to relax, and those who were invited by Madame Maxime finally waited without their faces. The charm of women sometimes also requires men to set off. Now is a good time. Of course, Marx also caught a glimpse of a pair of special dancers. The two silhouettes are big and small, and it is hard to say that they are quite similar in terms of size. Originally, their dances have all been taught seriously, but they can be quite funny. Needless to say, that is the two siblings of the Hohenheim family. Sarah, I will step a little further, so you don't have to move me. Fatty is carefully holding the hand of her own sister, but because of her height, his other hand can only barely support Sarah's creak, as if she would hold her up in the next moment. Noah, big brother, don't you like to dance with Sarah? How is your face so strange? Sarah asked softly. You don't have to be strong. If you really don't want it, Sarah will not blame. So big brother. How come? Fatty shook his head exaggeratedly, passionately. Dance with Sarah. This is the scene that the big brother has been looking forward to since childhood. Now this childhood dream is so sightworthy, big brother, but excitedly speechless, is it? Sarah raised her lips and smiled clearly. When I was young, I thought about it. But when Noah's big brother was a child, there was no Sarah. How can the big brother have such a wish? When I heard it, I couldn't help but see a layer of fine sweat on my forehead. No, 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 no. Old Foggy has a plan to have a daughter very early. Then big brother, when I was a kid, I wanted to see what the future younger sister is like. In conjunction with Sarah's small step, the mouth was screaming, who knows, you are. Sarah is born. And it looks so cute, the brain is so smart. Big brother is really. Really? What is it? Sarah followed the step back and asked with a smile. Well, that's really. Fatty seems to have some poor words. He paused for a while. It's so moving. When the words came out, he seemed to recall all sorts of past events, and suddenly the corners of his eyes were really wet. Oh, Sarah seemed to have no interest at all, and her smile on her face was filled with perfunctory words. That's great. Big brother, it's a step. Because of the distance, Marx didn't hear what they were saying, but the male witch teachers in their vicinity were a little subtle. This pair of Hohenheim siblings is really weird. Fatty's passionate flattering words are both people's laughter and awkwardness. For a time, The chicken skin has fallen off the ground. Marx couldn't hear their conversation, but they could see the look of those wizards. He knew that the two siblings must be noisy again. In this slightly dull atmosphere, they can also create some relaxing space, and it must be said that this is also a valuable innate talent. In the melodious melody, the dance continued, and soon after, it entered the second stage of dance. The process of the incident has also taken a step forward in the invisible, and slowly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 579. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 579. In Europe, dance parties are often the most influential activities and social gatherings. In order to make friends and expand their own social circles, such gatherings have always been quite popular. But today, the dance of Buttons seems to have some lack of atmosphere. First, some of the male guests were busy with their own affairs, so that the specially invited witches were all neglected accordingly. Then there was Mr. Patriarch of the Teflon family, who suddenly broke into the dance scene and took a nap. After that, I can only say that it was finally the ball did not reproduce any twists and turns, and the first dance came to an end. As the melody faded, Marx took Van's hand and sent her back to her seat. His etiquette rules were enough. The next dance, I am going to invite today's hostess. Marx was a little helpless. In the current situation, I am afraid that no one wants to invite Madame Maxime to dance. If you are willing to relax, I think you can pick a pleasing one from the men who want to invite you. I don't think anyone will invite me today. Vanny gently shook her head. This time, the wizards who came to Buttons are mostly for a clear purpose. It is almost impossible to enjoy the dance purely. Oh, I think you are underestimating your charm. Marx shrugged, smiled. You will decide this later. Well, I am rude. Please feel free, Mr. McLawn. Vanny sat down in the chair and gave him a gift. Since you have participated in other people's dances, you need to follow the rules of the dance, and it is more common to dance with the female companions you bring. After the end of the song, the men will need to change their partner. Although this is not a must, but the hostess is invited to dance, but can express their respect and gratitude to the organizers. Of course, sometimes the first guest who invites the hostess can also highlight their status and importance, but there are not many people who think so today. Just as Marx and Vanny talked to each other for a moment, he noticed that Madame Maxime really did as he expected, and almost none of the wizards invited. Said to be almost, it is because there is an old man standing in front of her. That is the old steward, Mr. Edward. If there is no male person who extends her hand to her, then at least one old Edward can hide it, lest he be embarrassed. It's just that it's going to be like that, and I'm afraid that it's better than sitting in the seat, so little, that's all. When the second dance piece followed, Marx just happened to be in front of Madame Maxime. To be honest, even if there are no hidden feelings, there is not much to invite her hostess, because she is the headmaster of Buttons. Her status is enough to make any male guest not lose face, but one or another shortcoming is that her personality is too big. Marx is now a lot taller, and his body is somewhat thicker, but he is standing in front of Madame Maxime, but he is still just a child. You know, the body proportion of Madame Maxime is not really different from ordinary people. In addition to the overall enlargement, it is really impossible to find the characteristics of a giant. In addition, her outline is still soft, and the cultivation and temperament are more inclusive. It cannot be said that the beauty may not be suspected of being ugly. Compared with Hagrid, which is like a humanoid beast, she is really easy to accept. However, her so-called overall enlargement, the multiple, is actually more exaggerated than Hagrid. When she was tall, she and Hagrid stood together and could be taller than the other half. If someone compares the siblings' dance of the Hornheim family to the wild boar and the domestic cat, then the pair of Madame Maxime and Marx can only be described as a brown bear and a little raccoon. Well, maybe it's a bit exaggerated. Can it be such a scene in the eyes of other wizards? Even Marx, who never cares about others' eyes, couldn't help but smile when he reached out to Madame Maxime. He could feel it, and almost the entire auditor's wizard gathered his sight on himself. At the same time as the buzz of the conversation stopped, the slightly faster dance music echoed in the auditorium, as if it was an interpretation of the urgent heart of everyone wanting to watch a good show. "Sorry, it's awkward," Madame Maxime whispered with apologetics. Marx shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. To say no evil, obviously fake, that kind of hypocritical greeted words he can't bother to say. Since he has come over, naturally he is ready to dance this dance. "Madam, please." He sent his hand to Madame Maxime and gently palmed his hand up, waiting for the other person to put his palm up. Madame Maxime is obviously hesitating, but she is always the headmaster of the 3 major magic schools in Europe. No matter how bad the current situation is, her temperament is always there. Just a blink of an eye, she gave a light gift, then walked to the dance floor with Marx's palm. In the past, Marx was in front of her grid, and the two were able to match the latter. Now he has grown a lot, and only 1.5 will be able to stand up. But now, he only feels that he is back to 11 when he is old. He can only see the other person's stomach when looking straight ahead. That is to say, Dumbledore had enough height to be extremely awkward when he danced with the top 3. This time it was his change, but he could only start to wonder from where he put the handle. In fact, the key is here. He can't use magic to give himself or Madame Maxime what to do. Zooming in and out is not appropriate. Maxime is a giant half-blood, but her position does not allow her to admit that even in normally it is as much as possible to ignore the difference in her body. If Marx deliberately gets bigger, it can dance normally, but does that mean that it is promoting the big skeleton of Madame Maxime? "Madam, do you want to have a different dance?" Marx and Madame Maxime stood by the dance floor. He just stopped and asked immediately. The volume of his sentence is not small. Many people have heard it. "Oh, how is it different?" Madame Maxime suddenly brows and looks like a curious match with him. "As far as I know, in the ancient times there was an ancient magical creature called Sakwak Ice Bee, which nested in the cold polar regions and feeds on the ice and snow year after year. It is a kind of a beautiful creature that is crystal clear," Marx said calmly, with a calm smile on his lips. "And when they cheer for the big cold perennial, they will dance on the ice sheet, like a ball of ice and snow elves." That is it a worm? At first, Madame Maxime just wanted to echo Marx and see how he would break through the dilemma. Listening and listening, she couldn't help but be interested. "I don't know this very well," Marx said, irresponsibly spreading his hands and not paying attention to it. "There is not too much record in the ancient book. I also saw it and remembered it by chance. But look at the description above. I think it might be a creature similar to a mountain fairy. Well, at least for things that can't be understood anymore, I would rather let myself play more imagination. This will make us remember it's getting better, isn't it?" As he spoke, he waved the right hand. At the time, a few invisible runes emerged in the air, but with a little cold glow. A whirlwind of coolness rose between him and Madame Maxime, and the crystal clear snow that was condensed spread out in the body of the two, causing the auditorium, which was somewhat dull because of the flame of the fireplace, to suddenly drop several degrees. Let's make the ice and snow elves of the antique generation come to the waltz in the air. It's natural for Marx to pick up 1 or 2 people with the wind, even if it's a big woman like Maxime. The difficulty lies in precisely controlling each force and letting the 2 people fly in the form of dance. The next moment, Marx waved his hand and took the Dame Maxime and floated straight into the air. The two volleyed and swayed and suddenly gathered together. In the encirclement of ice crystals and snowflakes, it was really a unique slow waltz. It is quite troublesome to fly like this. The consumption of magic power is not too big, it is extremely difficult to control. You don't have to vacate yourself, and the more convenient levitation charm won't work. Although it's a little hard, it's a funny idea. Marx secretly said in the horror of other wizards. If you have a chance, maybe Luna can give it a try? Because the first time I didn't rely on the magic item and danced in the air. Madame Maxime was wonderful, but she didn't know. Marx actually took her as an experimental product, by the way, in order to see if she could do it. What is this ghost magic? Probably it was too long, and finally someone first made a sound. Suddenly, the wizards, who had opened their mouths and looked at the two people in the hall, also woke up and began to whisper. For the improvement and innovation of various spells, this is what the modern magic circle has been doing all along. But like Marx, it is rare to dance a new spell. It can be said that the wizards that have done similar things to him have basically been entered into celebrity books. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 580. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 580. It turns out that when people are constantly suspicious of something unknown, certain accidents will always come unexpectedly. The brisk waltz is still continuing its elegant melody, but Marx stopped the volley in the air and let himself and Madame Maxime fall back to the ground. It's not that he doesn't want to continue to turn a few more laps, but to enjoy the surprised eyes of others, but because something happened again. What happened? Seeing Marx patrolling the crowd around him, Madame Maxime couldn't help but ask. Marx frowned, his eyes lingering in the vicinity, seemingly looking for something. Someone just cast a spell, he said with a confused look. I did feel it, just in that direction, but I couldn't find it after stopping. What? Madame Maxime, hearing this, my heart suddenly shocked, and the gestures became more vigilant. That's a bad feeling for me, it's definitely a curse that can't be seen. Marx said, thinking again. Maybe imperious curse? Not good, Mr. Edward. Marx is still looking for suspicious characters in the crowd, but when he is still searching, Madame Maxime can't help but whisper, Mr. Edward, what happened to him? Marx quickly turned back, but when he hadn't finished talking, he found the situation there, and then his brow wrinkled even tighter, as he saw the old steward, who was sitting at the table and resting his feet, completely lost his eyes. Who? Did anyone see where Mr. Edward went? I believe he will not act alone, and everyone will definitely understand. If you have seen anything unusual, please let me know as soon as possible. Madame Maxime's reaction was also unpleasant. She just changed her mind and decided to launch a trace at the old Edwards at the place. And her choice this time is obviously correct. Even if a group of people had previously ignored her, they could not buy her account, but they could not care about the old steward. Edward has been a living key that has long legs and will think about it when the location of the amazingly valuable heritage has not yet been announced. In order to get in touch with what Nicholas Flamel left, it is impossible to get through Edward. Mr. Akinbad, have you seen the situation just now? Under the inquiry of Madame Maxime, the president of the Federation, who had been sitting in the distance not far from old Edward, shook his head in confusion. I was just enjoying the dance of Mrs. and Mr. McClawn, said Mr. Akinbad, who also said, I believe that many people are doing the same thing at the time, although it's awkward, it's really a handsome good time. Marx seems to have some regrets at the moment, and the former self seems to be somewhat careless. If not, he would focus too much on controlling the airflow, and perhaps respond more promptly. But now it's too late to think about it. He's just going to do it, and he's left to find a way. Madam, although it may be a bit late now, let's block the school as soon as possible. I will go outside to see what happens. Maybe I can have the opportunity to find Mr. Stewart. After rushing to explain his intentions with Madame Maxime, Marx didn't stop much, but went straight to the still-closed auditorium gate. Originally sitting at the table and watching all this, Vanny was seen, just a little stunned, and immediately chased it up. When Vanny caught up with Marx's footsteps, they had come outside the auditorium. At this time, if you look back, you can immediately see that there are more wizards coming out from the entrance of the auditorium. Maybe Madame Maxime has tried to block those guys. But how can they follow Maxime's words? Even though it is very likely that the culprit will be mixed out of the auditorium, they would rather do their best to find the goal instead of staying in the auditorium. Sir, why did you choose to come out so soon? Is there any discovery? Vanny followed Marx and walked forward, and asked side by side. No, there are no clues for the time being. Just It is impossible to find anything in it now. You can steal a big living person in the eyes of that many people. The guy with this ability will not leave any traces. It was easy to find him. Marx shook his head. Not to mention, there is too much interference in the castle of Buttons. It is very difficult to find someone who is not allowed to be absent. In fact, in the extremely complex space of the magic power response, Marx's ability to sense magic power is also disturbed. That feeling, as if to ask him to taste a certain type of fruit juice drink. It is obviously difficult to accurately distinguish what kind of fruit is inside. After that, Marx quickly swung a large circle around the Buttons castle, trying to find some residual magic power fluctuations. If the opponent chooses to leave with magic, there will be some signs of casting a spell. Marx smashed a full circle, but he didn't even find a useful clue. This shows that the other party must be very cautious. It seems that the opponent has only cast a spell from beginning to end, and then did not do any extra moves after that. And Vanny returned to the front of the castle and stopped. Marx thought calmly, in this case, it is impossible to escape the Buttons without even having to use the spell. The person is very likely to be hidden nearby. Then we have to go back and look for it? Vanny asked. No, it's left to Madame Maxime. We have to be around the castle until she and the professors block the Buttons. Marx said that he would have liked to patrol his spider babies, but he could change his mind and give up doing it. Here after all is Buttons, not the Hogwarts he is familiar with. If the alienated acromantulas are crawling around unscrupulously, even if they shrink their size, they will be somewhat inappropriate. To be on the safe side, he quickly gave up on this plan. Sir, do you want to guard me in this direction? You can go to the other side and search again. When Vanny said that he could split up, Marx waved his hand. After he looked around all around, he stopped the action on his hand. No need. Marx said, let's stay here for a while, let's see the situation first. He found that there were enough people around the castle at the moment, and it seemed to be a bit messy. Obviously, all the forces are looking around for themselves, and there is no cooperation. Buttons is one after another, and the anomalies that occur frequently make the situation more and more confusing. No one knows what the next situation will become. In contrast, Hogwarts, also a magic school, seems to be calm and peaceful. It's already in the night, and it's time to turn off the lights and go to sleep. But before that, the young wizards and a lot of homework to complete. There are still few people who are really going to go to bed. Harry, have you finished your A History of Magic paper? Lend me a glimpse. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. I mean the paper. A History of Magic. N.O. Give it to you. Give me your divination homework. Ron and Harry are still in the common room, as busy as other students, which is almost their daily life in recent days. Especially recently, Hermione had to do their own homework, which made them bother. Neville, where is your herbology homework? Another Gryffindor student jerked his head up, rolled up his front parchment and threw it aside, then loudly shouted towards Neville. No, I don't know too. Neville shook his head again and again, but his eyes were still on his homework, and there was no time to look up. Come me again, Seamus, are you asking? You wait a minute. Well, although the singular scenario scene is actually no better than the auditorium of Buttons, at least everyone is just busy with the huge amount of homework, isn't it? However, in this chaotic scene, only Hermione remains calm and composed while sitting pressing the book on the sofa, turning it page by page. She occasionally looked at other people, especially the good partners Harry and Ron, and she was satisfied with them nodded when she saw that they were working hard to write. I am going to take the exam, and I am thinking about copying my homework. Hermione doesn't think this is a good idea. The things to remember are still to be remembered, and homework is the best way to remember. Just as Hermione turned over and planned to continue reading the book for a while, the door to the common room suddenly opened. She immediately looked around and found that there was a silhouette outside the hold that should not have appeared here. Malfoy. Hermione snorted and put up the book in her hand and stood up. With her opening, Many people raised their heads together. Everyone first moved towards Hermione and looked at it. She followed her eyes and went over to the door. Potter, Granger, Weasley. Malfoy stood at the doorway, and he could be called a handsome face at the moment. He looked rather thin. "Come out. I have something to tell you." "Why? What?" Harry frowned, looked towards the other person's eyes were a bit complicated. Although Malfoy's attitude is somewhat better now, and because Marks has helped their family before, the two sides are at least not tit for tat. The bad impressions that have been available for years have made Harry never give a good look. "You come out first," Malfoy said, turning back and leaving the door. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 581. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 581. Malfoy, are you not taking a break? Professor McGonagall told us after a previous dinner. How are you at home? Hermione is the first to open, although she does not deal with Malfoy, at least in terms of tolerance, than Harry and Ron. For the past tit-for-tat, it's naive to think about it afterwards. Under her guidance, Harry and Ron were also darkly relaxed. They don't understand the current situation of Malfoy's family. Although they know that there are not many, they are not ignorant. Gryffindor's young lions are mostly of this kind. When faced with the weak, they often unconsciously show compassion. Yes, this Draco Malfoy is now a weaker one, which inevitably makes Harry secretly squat. "Are you sympathizing with me?" Malfoy heard Hermione come up and mention the situation in his home. His heart was like being pinned. After hesitating for a moment, he took a faint temper. "I opened my face and said, I don't need your sympathy. I don't have to ask me this kind of fool." His blonde hair was still as meticulous as usual, and his wizard robe was not half wrinkled. The rigorous habits that have been cultivated since childhood have been like the pride of his pure-blood family, never leaving him. But the so-called situation is stronger than the people. The family's low trend has brought him a great influence, and even his usual arrogant wording is gradually beginning to fade. The stupidity that could not be fully said, as if it was a small epitome of his life, silently complained about the heavy burden that the terrifying accident brought him. "Hermione is it caring for you?" Harry was also the old rival of Malfoy, and he couldn't hear the insulting vocabulary that was almost blurted out. But the other party only said half of it and received it back in time. This really made him wonder if he should be born. "It's okay." Hermione stopped Harry and motioned that he didn't have to argue with Malfoy again at this time. "Okay, I can apologize. We won't ask again. I just want to know, you this time. Come to us. What is it for?" "I want to meet some people, but I don't know where to find them." Malfoy indulged for a moment, then expressionless. "I thought about it later. I thought you must know, so I immediately rushed over." "You don't know but we know?" Hermione wondered. "Who are you looking for?" "Dumbledore used to create an organization to fight against Voldemort." Malfoy paused again and said the name that had been jealous for many years by the wizards. "The members of that organization have been active here. Until recently Voldemort failed. I think you should understand. Now I need to see them." "Yes, now." "Would you like to see the members of the Order of the Phoenix?" Ron looked strangely. "See what they do, and apologize to them? Or do you want to regret the bad things you have said in the past?" "What bad things have I done?" "But let Crabbe and Goyle pass you a few times. Can this be a bad thing?" Malfoy gave him a head back as soon as he heard it. Obviously, although he has already converged a lot, he can't stand it when he is subconsciously satirized by Ron. The blonde Malfoy family and the red-haired Weasley family are also feuding. One is proud of pure blood and the other is pure shame. These two are probably not peaceful enough to live together in this life. "Hey, Malfoy, you!" Ron was obviously provoked by Malfoy, and it was a good time for gnashing teeth. "I couldn't wait to pounce on him to give him 2 punches." "Oh." Hermione waved again and frowned. "Malfoy, you want to know what we want to do. But why do you want to see them? If you don't explain, I think we can't identify them." Revealed. Malfoy put his eyes back on Hermione's body, no longer licking Ron's provocative posture. But he looked very hesitant, and after a short while he shook his head. "The reason I don't want to say more," he said. He was deep, and he said, "I can only assure you that I should not do things that should not be done, and there is no such meaning. I will find them this time. I just want to ask them a few questions and, by the way, confirm one thing to them. Then we wouldn't have to talk about it." Hermione shook her head decisively. "Many of them are not convenient to reveal their identity. This is one of the reasons why they always keep confidential. This doesn't really need me. Say more. I believe that you can understand the truth, is it?" Malfoy looked the same, just closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then immediately nodded. "I know, then that's it." After all, he was actually trying to leave even if he suddenly turned around and took a steady pace. "Well, you wait." Hermione didn't know what she was thinking. She suddenly said that she had stopped her. "It is reasonable to say that they would not want to see you. It should not be decided by us. I will send a letter now. In the past, if you still have time, then wait here. Will they see you in the end? Let them judge for themselves." "How?" Harry hearing this and immediately cast a look at her inquiries, and Ron also looked over. They didn't understand why Hermione suddenly changed her mind. To say that writing a letter is not a major event, but is it really necessary for Malfoy to pay more attention to it? Just ask him. It's no big deal, isn't it? Hermione explained quickly. Malfoy family has always acted arrogantly, but now it must be arrogant. And for the Malfoy who is now in a trough family, maybe Lupin, they will find some special value. What kind of ghost value can you have? Ron muttered. Hermione glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Marks didn't choose to pull Malfoy's father. Maybe it's a certain degree of benefit for the Order of the Phoenix. She saw Malfoy coming back and further depressed her voice. This is probably the same for us. Just ask him a question. What can be bad? You decide. Harry shrugged, but stood up straight, not wanting to see Malfoy's face again. He did this, although there was also an annoyance to Malfoy's heart, but more of it was not suitable. It was actually a very strange feeling, as if he wanted to see the sneer Slytherin snake that was the same as the brief remark, which made him wonder whether he was the so-called masochistic. It is. I am waiting here. You can write a letter, they are saying. Malfoy has returned to Hermione, who immediately stopped. You can come in and sit down. I think there should be no one who is deliberately embarrassing you now. Hermione looked around and found that it was as it should be by rights in the corridor, and there was nothing to sit on. As a girl who thinks she is broad enough, she feels that she might let Malfoy sit in the common room and wait for it, lest people feel that they're Gryffindor doesn't know how to treat. No, Malfoy refused her kindness without any affection, and hurriedly urged, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Hermione looked at each other with Harry and Ron, and after the slightly nodded, she turned back to the doorway behind the fat lady's portrait. You actually want to ask him to come in and sit down? What did you take him? Friends or guests? Ron looked a little hoo-hoo, and looked dissatisfied. He wants to stand in the hall. Let him stand. Don't talk about these nonsense. Hermione waved his hand in disregard. He walked quickly to the round table where he had read before, and took a small piece of parchment from his big bag. Well, you said, do you want to give Marks also sent a letter in the past? Then you have to borrow another barn owl, Harry said, suddenly licking the magic wall clock on the wall and reminding him, it will take a while to turn off the lights. The West Tower is not too far from here, can you make it? There should be no problem. Hermione thought for a moment. It's not too urgent for Marks's letter. I can write it slowly. There are some things I want to say to Marks. I can tell him this time. As she spoke, she picked up the quill and rubbed the ink, and Shwishwa began to write. Hermione's words are not bad, not to mention gorgeous and elegant, at least neat and clear. In addition, her brain is always quick. And this letter asking Lupin's letter is not long before it is finished. Okay. Hermione folded the parchment into the envelope, then picked up the wand and glued it a little at the seal. Go. Let's use your headwig. What's the use of one? My headwig is not an item. Harry took the envelope directly, followed Hermione and Ron and went out again. They rushed back and forth, and the other young lions in the common room were very curious. But curious to be curious about Malfoy's annoying guy. They are not interested in getting together to figure it out. Let's go. Malfoy, you can follow us to the Owl Shack, Hermione greeted him. Or, can you continue to wait here? I am also gone. Malfoy without the slightest hesitation. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 582. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 582. When there are nearly 300 people smashing around in the same area, what kind of scene will it be? Mark's only thought, it would be like a large group of Cornish elves trying to lift up for a general meeting. Looking at it is a mess. The each and every one wizard is like the groundhog on the wasteland, just got one here, there will be another one to follow, and everyone is working hard to find out if there is any clue that is not yet known. With a closer look reveals that some of the wizards searching around are using a spell to detect the footprint, and some are in a higher probability of estimation. The last part of the group puts their attention on everyone else who can be suspicious. Of course, Mark's also found a few individual ones that are not very reliable. For example, he saw a middle-aged witch with a shawl, but he was holding a crystal ball goo, as if he wanted to find the direction of the old steward through divination. Mr. Lorne, don't you look for it? Seeing that Mark's had stopped, just standing in the same place and scanning other wizards around, Van couldn't help but ask softly. Of course, look for it, but it's best to wait a second time. It's the priority to figure out the status quo. Marks didn't look back. While watching the male witch teachers with different behaviors, he replied, say. Well, do you think that in the wizard in the auditorium, who is the most suspect? Vatican hurting this and sinking into it for a moment, he hesitated. The patriarch of the Teflon family? Yeah? Marks nodded said. His suspicion is a bit big. After all, shortly after his sudden arrival, the old Edward was inexplicably missing. And since the suspiciousness is so direct, I think there should be many people have reacted, and I am afraid that there will be disputes. That we? Vanny asked. We just have to look at it from a distance, Marks thought, adding, at least I don't think he will be the one who took Mr. Edward. Not going to be him? Why do you say that? If he thought about how to tie up the old steward from the beginning, it would not be so high profile when he came here. I think he must have a plot when he came here, but his purpose is not big. Maybe old steward. After listening to Marx's explanation, Vanny suddenly felt very reasonable. No matter how subtle speculation can be speculated, what is the truth behind the incident is that she has no way of knowing what is going on. Just as the two men observed the many silhouettes in the vestibule of Buttons, a commotion broke out from the auditorium. When Marks listened to the ear, he immediately spread his hand to Vanny. Hey, what did I just say? After that, he greeted Vanny and followed the commotion and went straight to the auditorium. On the way, you can also see that other wizards are mostly coming back to see the situation, to confirm what caused the commotion, and whether someone has found a clue. As soon as he returned to the auditorium, Marks and Vanny found the tension that seemed to permeate the air. Marks then saw that there were already a few people who had surrounded the Teflon Patriarch at the moment. And now you are asking me in a word. Don't ask me, I can't do anything. I've been sitting here since I've been there, isn't it? Mr. Typhler frowned. I think a lot of people have seen it. Now what else do you have? Suspicious. HMPH. Even if it's not your hands, it doesn't mean you can't find a helper. A wizard looks bad. Yeah? It's your own attention that attracts the attention of all of us, and then your companion can start. This is not a small possibility. Another wizard agreed. Helper. Mr. Typhler said coldly. I can warn you, if you use this unfounded guess to swear at me, my Teflon family will not agree. In this case, the vast majority of the wizards in the field belonged to various forces. More power than the Thaleful family is everywhere. Where does this threat work? Marks and Vanny were just paused at the entrance to the auditorium, and immediately leaned toward the crowd. But when they were about to go outside the onlookers, there were suddenly two wizards who couldn't name them and quit the crowd. and they both passed by and walked all the way to the side gallery of the auditorium. Marx looked at the Teflon Patriarch in the center of the crowd and glanced at the two wizards who were heading for the side. Soon he decided which side he wanted to focus on. "Go," he whispered to Vanny. "Hey, like this, here for a while. I'm afraid that I can't fight for anything." "We will follow the two wizards and look at it." Vanny did not say anything, she was only nodded, indicating that she understood. So, under the front of Marx, the two quickly caught up with the two widows who had left in a hurry. To be on the safe side, he also put a disillusionment charm on himself and Vanny, hiding their respective bodies. The two guys walked very fast and were very anxious. Just looking at their quickly staggered steps, Marx knew they had to go forward with any suspicious purpose. They did not leave the Buttons castle, but instead walked through the auditorium and the equally wide foyer, stepping onto the stairs that extended towards the second floor. Buttons doesn't have the magical rotatable stone steps like Hogwarts, which is very easy for Marx and Vanny to track at the same time, because at least they don't have to worry about losing them directly because they took a wrong step. Not long after, Marx found that the two had already stepped through the corridor and opened a door and walked in. The door is nothing unusual, but the nameplate on the door is quite eye-catching, engraved with the delicate flower lettering of the school medical office. Because the other person habitually closed the threshold, in order not to beat the grass to scare the snake, Marx did not open it again. After he glanced at Vanny, he cast a spell directly on the door leaf, and the sound inside suddenly seemed to be enlarged and directly poured into their ears. Which one? "Here, there are beds at the back of the curtain, come over." "Did you find it?" "That's that. Go. Let's go over together." Although I couldn't see the specific scene inside the room, the overlapping footsteps and the dialogue sounds from time to time gradually formed a simple but clear picture in Marx and Vanny. The two wizards are obviously checking the bed and trying to find someone from it. Button's school ward has a large ward, but the beds that provide patients with rest are mostly vacant. At first glance, almost all of the white sheets and bedding are neatly laid out. After they had seen the beds in front of them and opened the curtains in the middle of the room, they saw a patient who was lying on the bed and did not know. There is no doubt that the Templar young master is still in the unconscious, not yet awake. One of the wizards looked around and frowned. "Hey, it's hard to wake up when you wake up." Another wizard shook his head. "How do you say it? You can never wake up a wizard who gives yourself imperious curse. If you want to say anything, just say it." The former wizard was a little impatient. "You don't always have any sense of humor." The other person curled one's lip. "This is the way, I didn't tell you at the beginning." Who knows if this kid really encountered an attack? The one that died before the guy is not like the type that will cover people. That was when I didn't understand it at first. At first the wizard was not mad. Since he hasn't been attacked, what is it now? "Don't tell me that the person is actually this kid." "Don't say it. I don't think it's impossible," the other said with a skeptical tone. "You think about it, this kid was attacked, and even the companions who came together were killed, but his Lozi only used this one as an excuse, forcibly replacing the son and re-engaged in this incident. Is this realistic? Do you still want to say that this kid is actually not unconscious? Is this listening to the conversation between the two of us secretly laughing at us?" The wizard apparently did not believe, even handed a hand to the Teflon young master on the bed. Directly put his face on the side. "Ha, it's just like it, isn't it?" For the irony of the accomplices, the other wizard was not angry at all, and he even laughed a few times. "Hey, don't blow the faces of others, look pretty handsome." He smiled as he continued. "The conscious of course is likely to be true, but how can unconscious be an unknown number? Come, take the handle, let's check it out for him." The voice did not fall. Marx outside the door vaguely sensed that a slight magic power wave was transmitted from the inside, and its casting method was not ill, light and stable, and it seems that there are still some means. "Oh, Is it some kind of potion? After a short while, I only heard a dull cough in the ward. The time master, who had not even woken up the professional healer, seemed to wake up. Hey, what am I saying? Just now, the wizard said with a smile. A kind of potion that is not common in the market. I lied to a large group of people. This is really... Kid, how is it? Is it? I don't think it's time to wake up. You. Who are you? The sound of the young master of Teflon rang, and it sounded a bit hoarse. It seemed that he had just woke up and did not really slow down the state of God. Who are we? The wizard sneered. This doesn't require you to care. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 583. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 583. Ty Fowler, is it still hard? I think, instead of trying to get rid of it anymore, you might as well sneak a glimpse here. See, who is this? When Fowler's Mr. Patriarch was still screaming under the crowd, a tall man suddenly shouted from the back of everyone and shouted in his voice. When he finished speaking, he slid lightly to the side and straightened the two figures behind him. Hey, isn't that the little young master of the Teflon family? Is he awake? Someone immediately recognized the wizard that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The poor Teflon young master looked a little dazed, and his hands were tied firmly by the magic rope. One end of the rope was short behind him. The sorcerer is in the palm of his hand and can't simply move to a single step. But at least, he did wake up, and the truth is not bad. You guys. After seeing his son, Tefalo Patriarch changed his face. Although he quickly disguised the past with an impatient expression, he showed that he was actually a deep city. But after all, it was still seen by a small number of people. Are you awake? He asked his son, and then waited for his answer. Then he put his eyes back on the face of the taller witch who had spoken before. What do you want to do? Why put me, child, tied up? Hey, I said, Ty Fowler, are you still holding some luck? The tall sorcerer said with a smile. In this case, I advise you not to pretend. Let's talk ... Where did Edward Flamel get you? I said, this thing has nothing to do with me. Teflon Patriarch, hearing this, suddenly brows upside down, Jang Mouth angry shouted, I will let my child release immediately, if you do not want to find bad luck. Oh, the wizards of your Teflon family are only arrogant in addition to being good at playing behind. The tall sorcerer dismissed with a smile, don't pull it apart. Topic. Isn't it okay to say what you should say and what we want to hear? Do you think our brothers will be interested in your ass than the white sun? His laughter is quite vulgar, making most of the wizards present a frown. The current standing here is a little status of the wizard. It can be regarded as the upper class of the magic circle of each country, and this rough statement is naturally unbearable. When I think that I am actually talking to one company, it seems to be waiting for the goods to be excreted. Many people have subconsciously stepped back a small step. Of course, this pile of excrement at the moment. No, this man. What he is doing is quite interesting. Therefore, even if his words are unfair, they do not give birth to the mind that immediately leaves. Vanny and Marx naturally followed them back. And at this point she stood next to Marx and quietly acted as a bystander. I don't think this should be the representative of any power. She saw it and scorned Marx sideways. The more profound the forces, the more attention will be paid to the cultivation of the surface, and usually I have been picking since I was a child. As far as I know, people who say this kind of thing are really rare. Marx found that Vanny was also somewhat disgusted with other wizards, and she was convinced that she said this. The vulgarity and elegance are not good or bad, just need to be used in different occasions. Marx shook his head. But you said something should be right. Their identity is indeed suspicious. When a lot of people were commenting on the one high and one short two wizards, the two did not care at all. Instead, the short witch with the ropes followed with a few laughs. Speaking what you want to hear? Teflon Patriarch stared at the tall man with a stern look, tone gloomy. What do you want to hear? Where is the old steward of the Flamel home hidden by me? Don't say I don't know, even if I really am the one who took the old man. Do you think I will tell you? I don't know if I feel impatient with the constant persuasion of the other person, or is it a little empty in his heart? In short, he did not want to say over and over again that he had done nothing, but simply took the initiative to satirize each other. "Oh, you don't think so?" "I don't think so." The tall wizard sneered again, and then he waved his hand behind him. Standing behind the short male wizard who controlled the Teflon young master, he immediately raised his hand to put the wand on the neck of the hostage. Although the tip was not sharp, it directly pressed the skin out. A depression. Fowler, you have to think about it. If you say no, how to say it, of course, it is up to you to decide, but what will your son do in the end? But it is decided by our brothers who are dissatisfied. Stop. Whether it is the 4 people involved, or the surrounding wizards, most of them are still paying close attention to the development of the situation. But at this moment, a voice rang from the deepest part of the auditorium, but Madame Maxime couldn't stand it anymore. In fact, this is not a situation she wants to stop. Then again, letting the 2 unknown wizards continue to force Tefalo Patriarch to speak is also a way to solve the old Edward's missing accident. I can let them go so far. I am afraid there will be another incident of injury. As the headmaster of Buttons, she can no longer let such incidents happen in school. The tall source says this, which is frowned. It seems that the rumors of Madame Maxime are not in his expectation. Madam, don't you want to know where the old steward is going? Of course I want to know. Maxime also frowned. But this should not happen in a school. Please ask both to understand. Oh, sorry. The other shrugged. It seems that I have some worries. Then, Madame Maxime, are there any more suitable methods for you? If so, let's talk about how to share it with everyone. Take Mr. Tefalo and his son together with the French Ministry of Magic. Maxime decisively said. The Legilimens Division of RR and Ministry of Magic will thoroughly understand the situation. What do you think? Giving personal inconvenience to the Ministry of Magic is a survey that Buttons often chooses. Who makes the relationship between the 2 parties very harmonious? If it is in the Britain Magic Circle, whether it is the past fudge or the current scrimgeour, I am afraid that it will be handled with some selfishness and some benefits will be tapped from it. For Buttons, this is undoubtedly a strategy for stability without any risk. However, if this is for the representatives of the forces present, it will be somewhat delayed. They want to know the end result of the matter, and it is immediate, and as fast as possible. Madame Maxime, I want to let them continue. It is better for us to find Mr. Stewart earlier, isn't it? I don't know who said this sentence. It immediately caused the approval of most wizards. For a time, the surrounding voices of the arguments became complicated, which made Madame Maxime feel uncomfortable. Faced with such a vote, there are influential people. Even the Minister of the Ministry of Magic is still not easy to control the direction of the situation. Of course, support continues to ask Tefalo Patriarch to explain the facts, although there are many people. But naturally there is a small part of the wizard is not too happy to see the chaos like this just settled. Looking at the Teflon family's patriarch, it is estimated that it will soon be forced to tell the details of the old Edward, and some people suddenly start to move. From the very beginning, only the 2 guys were talking to themselves. That Mr. Tefalo could never admit it. Use the child of the family to coerce, even if he didn't do it. He became a master. Hey! Say maybe it's the 2 unidentified guys who are self-directed. In the crowd, a wizard wearing a tuxedo and a black top hat suddenly popped out, and there was some contempt between the eyebrows, and the tone was quite intriguing. Oh, this gentleman, what do you mean by this? The tall wizard bowed and asked, is this Tefalo done? Wait until he handed over Mr. Stewart? Is it clear that it is so simple? I am afraid that even the little gentleman there can understand it. Although he said this sentence is like a decent picture, the last sentence is obviously to shrink the side to see the lively marks, but it also implies that a child is easy to make fun of his young age, which makes people cannot understand. It is. Not to mention that Marx's fame is not low now, just a few hands of Marx Xilu's magic. It is enough to make people dare not despise. Where did these 2 guys come out? Someone began to hesitate. Marx didn't care about the laughter between his words. He spread his hand to others and whispered to Vanny, who was next to him. It seems that there are quite a few people who haven't seen those two. On the other hand, the young male wizard, who was contemptuous in expression, saw a curious look on his face. He first looked up and down the tall wizard, and then he opened his mouth. "Is it clear?" He curled one's lip. No matter what the Mr. to follow was forced to say, "As long as you move hands, can it be a simple fact?" HMPH. What are the benefits of our brothers doing this? The taller frowned, apparently understands that there are some loopholes to follow. The good thing is, in the end, you rescued Mr. Steward. The scornful man spread his arms and sighed. For the people present, isn't this good enough? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 584. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 584. The scornful male wizard is really good. If you can get a favor from the old steward of the Flamel family, the benefits are obvious. In fact, many forces have long wanted to do something, but old Edward must have known what they are thinking in their minds. So they always hide in buttons, avoid meeting somebody. It is because of this that this human condition will become more and more precious. When the frivolous wizard accurately pointed this out, the representatives of other forces also cast a sharp eye on the tall and short two wizards, as if they were to smash their hypocritical surface. In fact, there is no such thing as a guy who has the same suspicion as the scornful sorcerer in this person group. But since he first clarified this guess, he just gave everyone a signal to attack. Suddenly, a lot of sights were gathered on the two wizards, which made the high pressure that was originally very easy to feel great pressure. It was the short wizard that controlled the young master of Teflon. At the moment, it was still quite calm, and the eyes were not moved at all. "Let's go. Time is almost." Marx suddenly squinted a few times and found that no one was looking at him. He immediately whispered to Vanny. "Oh. Good." Vanny is obviously quite confused about this sudden word. She doesn't understand why Marx said at this time to leave. According to the situation in the field, maybe the answer will come out after a little while. But as an excellent female manager, she has long been accustomed to the obeying the order in the case of unknown. So she basically did not hesitate to nodded. I have to say that it is very convenient to have a companion like Vanny, although she has not used it so far, but at least it does not prevent Marx from doing things, isn't it? For Marx, this is enough. When Vanny followed Marx out of the crowd and quietly exited the auditorium, she realized a little detail that she had never noticed before. Say, Marx took her with her when she came back from the school clinic. Is it deliberate to do this? In other words, he planned to leave at the middle of the selection from the beginning? Not long after, Marx took Vanny quietly and retired from the side gallery door, turned a corner along the corridor, and walked directly out of the entrance hall to the Buttons castle. Although the number of wizards gathered in the auditorium is more and more obvious, it does not mean that no one is insisting on searching outside. As soon as they got out of the gate, they saw that there were still a lot of scattered male witch teachers looking around. It was like trying to touch the entire outer courtyard of the Buttons castle. When it was outside the castle, Marx was no longer in a hurry. "Go here." He stood on the stone steps at the main entrance of the castle and looked at it. He even greeted Vanny, followed by, probably feel that it is no longer necessary to continue to be cautious about whether others have found their own actions, but he has swayed to the left front. When Vanny saw it, she no longer doubted anything. Anyway, she knew that it seemed that she only had to follow Marx. Soon, she found that Marx seemed to be looking for a wizard that was carefully searched at the edge of the garden, almost on the way to the nearest route. "How is your situation here?" Sure enough, Marx set up a very natural conversation with others as soon as he got up. It was a middle-aged sorceress who looked like a 3-year-old 40. He was covered with a cloak of azure, holding a pipe in his hand, and a single eyeglass on his right eye, which looked quite delicate. "Nothing," the wizard said, pushing the lens in his eye. A slender silver chain tied to the frame's foot flashed a faint metallic color in the moonlight. "Nothing found." Marx was nodded with a blank face. After a slight look around for a week, He waved a small beacon. "Come on, we should change places and get ready." "That's great," the other man smiled and shook his head. The next second, he quickly raised his hand against the lens in front of his right eye. It seemed that he almost shook his head because he shook his head. "Well, that's great. I think it must be very uncomfortable." Marx shrugged, then took the lead and turned back. "I don't know why some people like this kind of lens stuck on the eyelids. Is ordinary glasses not good? This will make men look very graceful." The man followed behind him, casually. "When I was young, this little thing was popular for a long time. It can be said that it is a must-have item for gentlemen to go out." "Oh, don't wear it at home?" Marx smiled. "Well, just like you said, this thing is not comfortable to wear." The other party was laughed, and then immediately pushed out his finger and pushed the lens. "At home, there is no need for gentlemen to express chic ladies, not." Under the thoughtful look of Vanny, the two men took the same steady pace and once again walked in from the main entrance of the castle. This time, Marx didn't seem to go to the auditorium, but went straight to the window with two people. "This is the end of the corridor on the right side of the foyer." Looking down at the window hole, you can only see a faint tree shadow. Under the increasingly dense foliage, the night without the moonlight is extraordinarily dark. At this time, most of the wizards were in the auditorium on the left-hand side of the foyer, and the rest were still outside the castle. There wasn't even a silhouette here. "Remove the lens. There are only 3 of us here. Marx and the other 2 stood here," he said as he reached out and grabbed a potion bottle. Drink it. Your eyes can say goodbye to the stuff forever." "Oh, I don't think I can wait." The other party reached out and poured into the mouth while taking off the monocle. The next moment, all his exposed skin squirmed with the naked eye, as if a small group of rats had sneaked into his body and looked weird. Needless to say, what he drank was obviously the antidote to Polyjuice potion. Although it is not necessary to lift the potion, it can automatically lose its efficacy, and the duration of the roll of Polyjuice potion is not too long, but it still takes a while. At the moment, Marx is looking for him. Naturally, he has already identified the timing of the action. If he waits for a while, he will miss it. Soon, when he returned to normal again, Vanny suddenly showed a sure look. In front of her, the pretty middle-aged male wizard just got a lot older, and the black hair that was full of heads became pale. A pair of sly eyes, but now it seems a bit muddy, but the deep color is more intense. I saw that he untied the cloak and shook it gently. Then he took out the wand and clicked on it. The cloak immediately became a familiar steward suit. I'm afraid no one can think of it. It seems that it is the most impossible to get away. The old steward Edwards Marx, which is one of the weavers behind this incident. Vanny even remembers that at the moment the old steward disappeared, he could play the waltz of ice and snow in midair with Madame Maxime. "Mr. Edward, is this much easier?" Marx smiled. "I know that feeling. I have to play a stranger. I am not used to it, especially when someone knows the stranger." Old Edward shook his head again and smiled helplessly. "Before someone came over and talked to me, it was really hard. Mainly because I still scored. The heart pays attention to this lens, you know. It will fall down if you don't pay attention." "Tear it." Marx waved his hand. "I don't think that person needs it anymore. Let's go." Madame Maxime is waiting for us to appear in the auditorium. I hope she hasn't waited. You don't know, it must be a mess now. Marx and Edward are joking at random, and it seems very easy, because they understand that the next step is to pay more attention to the details and deal with some unexpected situations. Others can basically be said to have been determined. As for the final success of Mr. Nicholas Flamel's legacy to the global magic circle, it depends on the world-class alchemy contest. Mr. Lawn, when did you discuss with Mr. Stewart? What are you going to do next? Vanny wanted to ask, but she also understood that it was not the time to say this, so she forced it. The doubts that have almost come to the eyes of the blind have been swallowed up. Marx was about to return again along the corridor, but he just lifted his leg. He felt as if he was aware of the doubts in Van's heart and turned back slightly. Miss Blois, you need to come out a little later. He said, "Of course. What I want you to do will not damage the reputation of the Blois family, just. Well, maybe it will make you feel so little." "Not fast, not fast." Vanny slightly stunned. Please, let's just walk and talk." Marx greeted her and old steward and went straight ahead. "Otherwise, Damam Maxime is afraid of being bombarded by the guys." Under the succinct and clear embarrassment of Marx, Vanny continued to squint, and from time to time still sighed. When the three were about to walk in front of the doorway of the side hall of the foyer, the more invented surprise on her face quickly converges. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. McLawn," she finally whispered. "In this way, the task that Patriarch gave me should be perfect." After all, she was slightly nodded to the Marx and the old steward standing at the door, and then stepped into the auditorium. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 585. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 585. After all, whether it is for Marx or for old Edward, what they lack is just a reason to be able to say that's all. Nicholas Flamel's legacy is open to the world's magic circle, and today's powerful groups that have come to the market almost govern more than half of this world. If you want to pass knowledge to all the wizards, you must not be able to avoid these large and small forces. Therefore, even if Edward had agreed with Madame Maxime on a reasonable distribution at Hogwarts long ago, he still had to find a suitable reason. So, this reason must be to get a person from old Edward in the eyes of the public? No, of course not like this. What Marx has to do is to understand what most people in the wizard think. As long as you understand how the power representatives want to get the alchemy heritage, he can work with the old steward to complete their plans one step ahead of the way most people think. The fruits that come out of this way, although others will definitely feel unwilling, but more fear is to annoy the lucky one, why not himself? Winning the victory in a way that everyone is thinking about. This is undoubtedly the most inconspicuous and unquestionable winning shortcut for Marx and old Edward, who have reached an agreement in private. When the competent female steward Van once again walked into the auditorium, she found that she was still in a stalemate. There may have been some progress compared to the time they left before, but the most important point is that the old steward is still going up, but no one knows the truth. This is also as it should be by rights, because the old Edward himself took the initiative to take down the Xianian potion to hide his body shape. His so-called victim is actually one of the makers of this disappearance. At this moment, Vanny found that the dumb-bellied wizards in the auditorium were still hesitant about the purpose of the Teflon Patriarch and the origins of the two tall and short strange wizards. The spearheads of the masses pointed directly to the two parties who seemed to be at the very center of the incident. "It's all this time, I think you should also show your identity." The frivolous male wizard still kept aiming at the tall man at the moment, apparently slamming with the other. "Is this related to the purpose of each of you?" The tall wizard's face was not good, and he was still holding himself. "There is no difference in what we want to do, just to find a way to save Mr. Stewart safely. Come back, isn't it?" "HMPH, you are right," scorned the man. Curl one's lip, reluctantly complied, but immediately changed his angle. "But to be honest, if you two have been so obscured, I am afraid to be present." Everyone can't really rest assured, although we all belong to different forces, but at least we know the roots. "But you can see." "What about you?" "Perhaps both of them have some inconvenient origins, or they still have some ulterior motives, but in any case, they are always insisting. There is a determination to never reveal their identity." It is worth mentioning that this jigsaw-like dispute lasted for a short time, and many people in the auditorium began to show an impatient look. As for the Patriarch, who was surrounded by the beginning and was not allowed to go in the middle, it was calmed down. He occasionally glances at his son, but more often he just stares at the tall wizard and sneers. "Several people, if you don't mind, let me say a few words." Cold, a clear voice suddenly rang from the back of the crowd on the side of the auditorium. After hearing the wizard in front, they turned back and looked over. When they found out who suddenly spoke, they mostly took the initiative to give up a road. "It is Vanny, the female manager of the Blois family in France. To be able to talk about status, a single Blois surname is enough to prove a lot of things, not to mention that she is still a manager who handles many internal and external affairs of the Blois family. At present, the people in the auditorium are actually similar figures in various forces. For Vanny's speech request, they naturally have no reason to object. But why did she start to express her opinions? You must know that the female manager had been squatting at the brew remark of McLawn all the time. This inevitably made those who were flexible and confused and began to involuntarily imagine. After all, what kind of relationship is maintained between the Loc Blois family and Hogwarts? Which is enough for the major forces to guess. Seeing no one said that somewhat mindfulness, Vanny was able to walk along the aisle of the crowd and calmly go to the center of the dispute. I know that ladies and gentlemen are worried about some of the unknowns that are gradually emerging, she said as she walked, and her eyes deliberately smacked at the tall wizard. In the final analysis, what we have to do is to find out Mr. Edward Flamel, I think. No matter who the person who took Mr. Stewart is, he can't easily admit what he has done, isn't it? Speaking of this, Vanny squinted slightly, and her beautiful face revealed her seriousness as always. Since this is the case, what is the point of our dispute here? She said, I suggest that you should find the trace of Mr. Stewart as soon as possible. And these suspects? First, I was taken care of by Madame Maxime and I understood everything when Mr. Stewart came back. Her words are quite certain, and many wizards have a big head, which is clearly taken for granted. In fact, it wasn't what she said about the Pukwudgie, but everyone was thinking about it. It was just doubtful about the existence of the Teflon Patriarch and the two strange wizards. No one wanted to miss because of their own thoughts. What's the big clue, that's all? What do you say about Blois Fort? In the crowd, a wizard of other forces suddenly sighed. France is the site of your Blois family. If the Mr. Stewart has been stolen from Xbuttons, it is not all. What about your Blois Fort? This can't be said indiscriminately, Vanny said seriously. France has many other forces besides my Blois family. As she said, she seemed to think of something in general, and then went on to say, of course, taking advantage of this opportunity, I also make a statement on behalf of the Blois family. At least in this business council, we have no participation in Blois Fort. I intend to come here, but I will visit the castle as a personal person. Real or fake? Some people obviously don't believe her rhetoric, but because the forces behind them are not big enough, they can only be mixed up in people. Of course it is true. Vanny immediately heard the other person's words, and she immediately turned to the direction of the voice. Lang said, this gentleman, are you doubtful about our Blois Fort? No, how can it? After Vanny's calm look, the person who spoke was suddenly shrunk. However, at this moment, another voice appeared, so that everyone has become a somewhat stiff neck and got a chance to loosen the bones. No way, always stretched my neck and looked forward. It was really tiring. Miss Blois, I don't think I have doubts about your Blois Fort. It's just a fact that makes me have to venture up and doubt. The person who spoke at this time was really amazing, because it turned out to be Marx McLawn of Hogwarts. From what he can hear, he seems to have discovered something secret about the Blois family. Hey, this is a big news for the representatives of the forces present. At first they thought that Blois Fort and Hogwarts were afraid to unite. The trend of this strong alliance is really to sink the hearts of all forces. But now it seems that the connection between the two sides does not seem so solid and reliable as they had previously imagined. Mr. Lawn. Vanny looked tight and looked at the marks that appeared at the entrance to the auditorium. It seemed to be somewhat confusing, and some of them contained some surprises. What facts are you talking about? What do you have to doubt? Oh. Marx came in from the main entrance of the auditorium. At this moment, he stood by the door and showed a little indulgent color. I think this fact is probably told by the person in person, maybe better. Mr. Stewart, please come in. The voice did not fall, and as he reached out and invited, the original empty door suddenly came out of a familiar silhouette. The unforgettable Stewart suit, and the wrinkled and sly face, not the steward of the Flamel family, who is Edward. From the moment the old steward appeared, the hall was quiet even though it was quiet. Everyone, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for their hard work for my experience. The old voice of old Edward, gently reverberating in the hall that suddenly went silent. Yes, I happen to be a person. The episode of robbery. I have to say that this is a rare bad memory in my life. So far, my life is not too long, it is much shorter than Patriarch. He casually made a joke, and there was a slight irony in the middle of the vagueness. Obviously these guys in the secret duty auditorium. He has an accident, but these wizards are still only awkward. Even if it is his good temper, it is somewhat angry. But old Edward paused, but then went on. I didn't expect that the people who started with me would actually be low and introverted Blois family members. This made me very surprised. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 586. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 586. People of the Blois family. It seems that Blois Fort is also going to insert a hand. The advantage of the head here is that everyone can see it. It's not surprising that the Blois family wants to catch it. But I didn't expect that the Blois family had a seemingly uncontested look on the surface. Secretly sneak out. Hee hee. When you say one thing, you can do it. In the auditorium, with the words of old Edward, the wizards who were shocked by his sudden appearance were commotion. I can hear that the whispering voice is almost one piece. And you are full of words when you say a word. Marx stood on the side of the gate, first looking around for a week, then looked at Vanny, who was standing in the middle of the crowd. The truth that the other party has now been exposed by the old steward has been pushed to the forefront, and it is foreseeable. Then she will endure questioning and condemnation of other forces as a wave of waves, whether it's those who are relatively open-minded, or some who like to do things unscrupulously. They will point their finger at Vanny, or the entire Blois family behind Vanny. It is not so much a rival, it may be better to take the opportunity to exclude strong enemies. But for whatever purpose, they will be arrogant and arbitrarily focused on Vanny. Miss Blois, I really can't think of it. Your family's heritage is so deep, and you will even make such an ugly thing. Yes, this selfish behavior is simply ridiculous. Leave X buttons right away. We don't want to stay with your Blois family. You don't deserve to be involved in the legacy of Nicholas Flamel's legacy. There are many wizards that speak similar words. They seem to be righteous and resentful at each and every one, but in reality they are mostly greedy with untold people. Marx looked quietly, waiting for the van, who was surrounded by the center, to speak. Under the false glare of a group of wizards, Vanny was extraordinarily calm. She just stretched a firm and feminine face as usual, and did not waver in the face of a lot of blame. I feel that after Mr. Stewart and Mr. McLawn will explain the specific situation, it is not too late to ask questions. Vanny finally spoke, and when she came up, she used a voice fling spell. Her serious but soft voice suddenly spread to everyone's ear. But she said, so, is it useful? This of course is useless. As a party, Vanny is put on the hat of the number one enemy by everyone. How can those representatives who deliberately put their own forces in the vulnerable group to talk about her? Marx knows that it is Vatican's attempt to argue that it is absolutely impossible to completely calm down this noisy chaos. So after he finished speaking, Van went straight to the crowd with the old steward. Everyone is quiet. This scorpion is obviously more peculiar than the words of Vanny. It was not just a sound-filling mantra. He also attached the power of the soul rule, but in one sentence shocked all the male witches in the auditorium. Miss Blois, I see you still have something to say? He said as he walked forward and said, this fact is in front of me. I also saw the manager of the Blois family. I really can't think of anything you can say. But I just have a few questions to ask you to ask, and I don't want to go back and ask the Lord Castle Lord for a question. He said, paused a little, then looked at it casually and looked around. Moreover, the ones who are present tonight are wizards with faces in the global magic circle. We don't want you to say a word of self-explain. If you want to say something, you can speak now. Marx said that it was a powerful one. But to be honest, Most people in this hall were not interested in listening to Vanny. From the point of view of these people, it is the most favorable outcome for them to drive Vanny directly out of Buttons. But Marx's words are too just and honorable, so that the guys who wanted to criticize Vanny and the Blois family at the moral high ground, but now they can't even say a word. These words seem to be directed at Vanny, but in reality they are simply forcing the eyes of those who are stalking. If you are too excited to put yourself too high, but it is easy to get down the stage. Marx spit in the heart for a long time, and then looked at the Vanny in front of him, no longer talking. Okay. When Vanny saw this scene, her heart could not help but secretly feel she knows a lot more than the ones that the wizards on the scene know. So I learned about some of the plans Marx did. It can be said that the entire chaotic scene of Buttons is almost completely made by him under the precise guidance of McClone step by step. Despite this arrangement, the biggest key point is that it falls on the old steward Edward, but if there is no McClone's full control over the human heart, it is difficult to do so with no difficulty. Because in addition to the disappearance of old Edward, there are other emergencies that occur in Buttons because of coincidence. It is quite difficult to combine things that are not in sight with each other and to promote development for your own purposes. This includes part of the Teflon family's conspiracy plan, including 2 unidentified wizards, and even Mr. Lawn, please ask first. Did you rescue Mr. Stewart? Fanny's thoughts surged in her mind, but she did not hesitate in her mouth and quickly asked her first question. Marx, hearing this, slightly but definitely nodded. Yes, I found Mr. Edward Flamel in the woods outside Buttons, he said clearly. At the time there was another person who was trying to escape from the school's prohibition of disapparation with Mr. Flamel. I stopped before he left. His footsteps. Is it? Vanny was also nodded. So, what kind of evidence is it for you and Mr. Stewart to think that the person must be the wizard of our Blois family? And what is the person now? Oh, that's it. Marx didn't care about anything. Straightforwardly, I have had some superficial research on legilimens. For me, it's not difficult to figure out the identity of the other person. He only said that the wizards who were close to him were taking a step back. Obviously, these people know exactly what a wizard who is good at legilimens represents. It can be said that even a highly skilled legilimens teacher who does not use magic can break the idea of others to a certain extent, which is quite terrifying for those who are distracted. Marx didn't care too much about their little tricks. He just shrugged and went on to say, as for the manager, when he saw that he was not good, he took Mr. Flamel as a hostage cover, and withdrew the scope of the anti-disapparation spell when I was inconvenient to take it. After that, I must have you and everyone imagine it. Do you know what his name is? Vanny, pretending to think about it, only a little stopped. Martin. Marx replied immediately. After Marx said the name, Van then asked about the other party's appearance, and even silenced for a while. The look of her brows is obviously a kind of meaning that is deeply embarrassing for something. After a short while, she snorted and said, I know, it is indeed a foreign name management of our Blois fort. Since both of them have seen each other, Mr. McClone has read each other memory, that should be no mistake. At this point, she was deep in a deep breath. Then she looked up and said seriously, but I want to declare again that our Blois fort is indeed not intended to intervene in this matter. This is what Castle Lord told me personally. The Martin's stewardship was done only for his personal ideas, not for my Blois family's willpower. I am here on behalf of the Blois family to declare that this is a big mistake. We are sure to make a serious accountability. Who believes? Yeah, as long as it's over tonight. What's the Martin management thing is not what you think about Blois fort. Van's voice has not yet settled, and some unharmonious voices appear immediately in the crowd, and there is a bit of sarcasm in the tone. However, Marx raised his hand and naturally interrupted those rumors. Probably the momentum he had just created was too strong, so that the wizard who was present had subconsciously stopped. Of course, those guys quickly reacted, but the right time has been missed. Obviously it is inconvenient to open. You see, Marx sang the gossip on the outside, but he himself said, "Miss Lois, I think it's hard to convince you now." He said that many people followed his head. "But it doesn't matter," Marx continued. "I saw some interesting things when I was in the memory of Martin's management. There are a few Malfoy family members who don't know about Martin. Do you have anything to explain?" He turned his head and turned very abruptly to a place that no one expected. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 587. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 587. There are a few Mr. Malfoy family over there. About Martin, don't know if you have anything to say? Many people are a bit confused when Marx talks sharply. They didn't know that Marx had always said that he was heading for the Blois family's Vanny. But suddenly he pointed his faintly discernible to the seemingly unrelated Malfoy family. But when he said this, when the wizards who were present were looking over there were really a few people who discovered the tension on the face of the Malfoy representative. Although the expression is only fleeting, if it is not a blind eye, it means that most of them still hide some connections that are unknown. Several gentlemen, you have nothing to say? Marx saw that their face was slightly changed and closed, and it seemed to be quite embarrassing, and then they rushed. Like the Blois family, this Malfoy family is also the French family of the wizard family. Of course, compared to the latter, the Malfoy family has a rather strange history, but it can be too shallow. According to Vanny, this family was originally an ordinary half-blood wizard family. All generations made a living by making and selling pastry desserts. It can be said that there are no surprising places in the top and bottom. However, in the original movement of a generation of ancestors, the family was swaying in a battle, washing their family's first-generation half-blood bloodline, and the magic circle became a pure after-the-war blood family. For a period of time since then, because they have some money and got a false status, they have really made them both fame and fortune. Unfortunately, the so-called pure bloodline was finally checked by the Ministry of Magic's pre-war archives. Although at that time, pure blood or not is no longer the first level of the magic circle, but their reputation as a family of Malfoy has been trampled thousands of times by the vast public opinion, completely stinky. Nowadays, the Malfoy family is only relying on the constant hard work of clansmen in the past, and it is barely based on the upper levels of the French magic circle. If the clansman of their family is still aura, I am afraid that the surname of Malfoy has long disappeared in the French magic circle. But it is precisely because the status of this family is not too embarrassing, there is room for the former greedy Martin to manage. If you change to other more powerful forces, then the old Martin only relies on the status of a Blois family to manage affairs. It is difficult to easily borrow. That is to say, both of them have an urgent need to cooperate, and there will be things like Martin's involvement in the Nicholas Flamel heritage distribution incident. Before the side door of the auditorium, Marx discussed it with Vanny, and made some articles about this trivial matter. As for how to deal with Martin's stewardship, that was scared away by Marx in a few words. As long as the guy is safe and self-sufficient, there is no need to remove him from Blois Fort. If today's things can be done, then the greedy old fellow can be considered a hero. That Mr. Martin did have some contacts with us this time. The representative of the Malfoy family looked suspicious at first, but soon his face became serious. However, our family didn't promise to cooperate with him. Now, let me say I have never seen Martin. Naturally, the final result will not help. He will not say this kind of lie that can be easily debunked. Since it can't be denied, it is better to admit it and then evade certain minds with a more calm attitude. Oh? Marx calmly nodded, waiting for the other party to continue. Yes, that's it. Malfoy was smart and representative. The Martin manager really tried to participate in this business council in his personal capacity, but how can he be personal? That is also the Blois family. One of the directors. Our family of the Malfoy family is weak and can't easily refuse his request. So you brought the Martin thing in, are you? Marx said, nodded. I can understand your hardships, and now you can answer questions for us. It can be said that it is very thanks. Our Blois fort should also thank you, Mr. Malfoy, Marx just said, and Vanny immediately seized the gap. and then he thanked him. Your testimony has washed our Blois family one wrong. This Malfoy family is so cooperative. Of course, in Marx's expectations, their family, whose status is ambiguous, can't help to get caught up in the situation of being in the upper body, and even less willing to offend any of the Blois family and Hogwarts. So he said very simply, in addition to the mistakes made by his own side, he said what he said about Martin's affairs. Since the fact that Martin privately undermined the family planning has been revealed on the spot, then Blois Fort's remarks of the surface is set behind the set will naturally be broken. Sorry, Miss Blois. It seems that I misunderstood your Blois family. Old Steward has been watching it all the time. Until now things are getting clearer. He started talking. I hope you Blois family can severely punish the manager who called Martin, so that I, as well as everyone present, can settle down as soon as possible. This is of course, Vatican does not squint. Blois Fort will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After the amazing debut of Marx and Old Edward, there was no special change in the mystery of the Teflon Patriarch and the one tall and two short wizards. For the original Old Steward disappearance, it is completely geographically clear. When the final answer is already in front of everyone, who else will have too much interest in the questions that arise during the problem-solving process? Maybe others don't. But Marx is by no means one of those people. After realizing that the restlessness of the two parties may have an unknown effect on his subsequent actions, he made up his mind to make a clear idea. Only, that is certainly not the present. Mr. Edward Flamel, Miss Vanny Blois. This misunderstanding between the two can be solved so quickly, which is really good. When the wizards of the various forces were still analyzing the conversations just now, Madame Maxime, who was always a bystander not far away, finally found a chance to speak. To be honest, like this mess, her local lord is really inconvenient to interfere, and it is very wrong. Yeah? Old Edward once again revealed his kind-hearted expression, easygoing and authentic. Well, this time I should be happy to Mr. McLawn of Hogwarts. If there is no him, I am afraid that I have already been caught some small. Is it locked up in the dark house? Just like this old bone. I think it's really a little scary. In this sentence, he immediately reminded all the wizards who used the alchemy heritage. It can be seen that many faces have turned around at the same time, and countless sights are coming to Marx. Probably because it seems to have reached a critical moment. Those eyes are obviously more explicit than before, and it seems to contain a variety of emotional and psychological activities. However, Marx was stunned by the more sharp eyes, and he just smiled and gave a slap to the old steward, slightly nodded. Mr. Flamel is polite. He shrugged, his face on the face of a very clear smile. When I entered Hogwarts, the first thing that Professor Dumbledore taught me was that I should learn to help everyone who needs help. Although I am not old enough, I am also a teacher who teaches knowledge. How can I miss this opportunity for students to lead by example? Oh, Mr. Dumbledore. As soon as the old Edward heard the name, he immediately showed a sentimental expression, which made the surrounding crowds scream. In the past, my home patriarch stayed in the Britain Magic Circle for a while, and I had the privilege of having a few short conversations with Mr. Dumbledore. It was a great wizard worthy of respect, and now am I want to come. He said if you have passed, it seems to be still in my ear. As soon as the old words were exported, Marx realized that it was a good time to hang out in the crowd. He knew that the time to drop the last step had arrived. Wait for a chance. Mr. May wished to go to Hogwarts to see Professor Dumbledore. He was willing to sacrifice for the school, so he also exchanged a chance to defeat the power. Now he is buried at the Lake of Hogwarts, like a bunch of immortal the Gobly Fairy Fire Eternal guards our campus. As Marx said, he made a very fascinating look towards old Edward. In fact, this does not need him to remind. How the savvy old steward does not know, it is time to talk about the point. That's for sure, old Edward said with a smile. Well, it's better to take this opportunity and hand over the Patriarch's legacy to Hogwarts. I believe that Mr. Dumbledore's school will be selfless. Complete this major event that benefits the entire world. This is the sentence. That's right. It is this sentence that makes the entire auditorium boil. The representatives of those forces can no longer bear it, because the old steward said that it is full authority to be dealt with by Hogwarts. I really want to make this happen. Then they are still playing a ball. But at this time no, I am afraid I can't. Marx's answer is beyond the expectations of most people. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 588. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 588. No, I am afraid I can't. Faced with the huge benefits that were almost sent to the lips, Marx refused decisively, which made the representatives of the various forces in the auditorium feel awkward. If Marx took the big gift without saying anything, these wizards will definitely try to get rid of it, but they won't be too surprised by Marx. But now Marx refuses, but they will feel very surprised. The fat to the mouth can spit out, which is obviously an incredible thing. It was because of this inexplicable surprise that the male witches in the auditorium were surprised to open their mouths. After a while, what followed was an exceptionally silent silence. Mr. Flamel, I am really glad that you can decide to entrust such an important thing to us only at Hogwarts, Marx said with a sullen expression in the face of a wizard. But Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the legacy of the public is related to the future of the global magic circle, and how can we be independently undertaken by our magical institution, Hogwarts? For us, this responsibility is too great. Is it? Old Edward was nodded even after him. This is true, but I am not thinking about it. He thought about it and then went on to say, well, I remember that Madame Maxime mentioned that I want to hold an alchemy event. I think this is also a pretty good public way. Through this world-class alchemy contest, I believe I can choose it out of the outstanding alchemist, the alchemy legacy left by them for the entire Magic Circle research master will definitely better spread the master's alchemy knowledge. If that's the case, then it's better, said the old steward with a serious expression. Hogwarts is a famous magic school in world. Although Mr. Dumbledore has passed away, this is the place. The school has a great wizard like Mr. McLawn. I think it would be a correct decision to put this world-class alchemy event in Hogwarts Castle. As for the host and judgment of this event, I will pass the discussion meeting and the ladies and gentlemen present at the meeting to come together. I don't know. What do you think? This proposal by Old Steward is still the biggest benefit of Hogwarts. However, if compared with the full power just now, it is definitely better for each size and strength. Sometimes, people's psychology is so strange. Once contrasted, the surrounding wizards were mostly secretly relieved, and it was obvious that the development of the previous paragraph really scared them. Even those representatives are still somewhat reluctant, but the old steward's suggestion is finally too loose, and the benefits are geometric. They will understand the whole mind. The forces responsible for the venue are getting an influence. Hogwarts will inevitably gain a lot of reputation and fame in this event, and will take it to the next level in the world of Magic Circle. However, the biggest benefit here is the distribution of heritage. At this point, Hogwarts will definitely lose some of it. After all, as a venue provider, they have to avoid it. Those who can only compete in the competition will lose their greatest prestige, and they can only rely on strength to capture as much share as possible in a round of competition. Obviously, there must be some trade-offs between the two. In this way, in fact, in this case, the minimum limit and the possibility of gaining the greatest will be the few forces that can recommend the judges. The so-called fame and fortune, and it is this small flaw. Therefore, although many forces are stunned by the good luck that Hogwarts has won, they seem to accept it under various reasons. Okay, Marx was nodded after waiting for a moment and including all the circumstances in the auditorium. Since Mr. Flamel trusts Hogwarts so much, we will work hard to make this prestigious event safely organized. Come down until the contest is perfect. When Marx took it down, the ball that was once in chaos tonight was finally coming to an end. Later, Madame Maxime announced on the spot that the event is over, and tomorrow morning, the formal discussion will be held in the auditorium. What will be decided by then will be the number of places where the judges will be spent. Presumably it will be very lively tomorrow, but it has nothing to do with Marks. Right now, he easily walked with Vanny to the room. The two said goodnight in front of Marks's door, and then went back to rest. This night, it was surprisingly quiet, and no strange things happened again. The next morning, Marks didn't even plan to come to the meeting, but instead took Vanny to find Madame Maximon the old steward, and then immediately set foot on the road back to Blois Fort. The purpose that he wants to achieve has already been completed early, and will continue to stay without gaining more benefits. Instead, it may lead to some unknown changes. What's more, Winnie's problem can still be solved by Blois Fort. In the carriage, Marks and Vanny sat face to face, and obviously changed a lot when they came. Although Vanny still has a certain distance from Marks, she is now at least willing to sit down. This may be because the task is coming to an end, or perhaps because Marks's performance has made her feel more trust, and only she knows it. Mr. Lawn, don't know. Is your goal finished this time? Unlike the Marks, which leans against the carriage window and looks at the notes, Vanny's as meticulous as it is sitting. At this point she asked Marks, but she was still sitting in danger, and the slender waist was straight. Marks hearing this, he lifted his head from the note. Yes, finished. I didn't say it before. All I want is a venue, right? That's all. The rest is left to them. Let's fight. On February 13th, there is only one day left until Valentine's Day. In some people's senses, this day is surprisingly slow, like our Mr. Potter, and in some people's feelings, this day is particularly fast, like our Miss Granger. Of course, there are a few people who have no feelings about this day, just like Mr. Longbottom. No, absolutely not like this. In terms of his feelings, Neville is not as slow as others think. In fact, he also has a female child he likes. They are all such big people. He is also a normal male child. Although it is usually too awkward, it will eventually produce some pure love that belongs to this age. The girl he likes is a little girl from Hufflepuff House. To be honest, Mr. Longbottom is more boring than the strange relationship between Harry and Ginny. He was an insignificant male child since he was a child, and what he liked was also a humble female child. When two identical boys and girls, who are equally unremarkable, get together, the sparks they collide are insignificant. By the way, the female child has a pure and gentle name, Hannah Abbott. Early in the morning, Neville had already woke up from the bed, but he did not get up as usual. Seeing that he was wearing a soft pillow, he began to stare at the credit and started to stay. If you have to say anything, his actions are much more than Harry's. As early as a few days ago, he had an appointment with Hannah to meet in a place tomorrow evening. Well, it's just a matter of making an appointment with the other party to practice the curse, that's all. Neville snorted in bed and then gently sighed. He understood very early on that he had no guts since he was a child, and he always forgot to forget the West. He did not know how Sorting Hat would have split himself into Gryffindor. Just like now, even though he is already tall enough, even higher than the other students around him, he is still as weak as he was when he first entered school. While carrying the name Longbottom, he was proud of the unfortunate parents who had suffered from the dark battle, and he was frustrated by his incompetence. He has been here for so many years. Therefore, he will work harder than everyone else, practice the magic spells he is not good at, and try to improve himself. Yes, I have improved. It should be improved. The strength of the improvement, but it does not seem to change his courage. Until recently he was very helpless to find this. The most striking evidence is in front of him, when he noticed that he had a different general feeling for Hufflepuff's Hannah Ibo. He began to encourage himself to tell his heart, but he could not do it at one time. There is no courage to confess to the female child. Where else does he have the courage to face the darkness as a parent? Neville felt very angry, and he was only angry with his own disappointment, nothing more. After sighing again, he was so eager to open the quilt and squatted down the bed, dragging the footsteps as usual to Washington. He knows that he probably spent the day in hard learning. What about tomorrow? He didn't know. He didn't want to know it. He knew he should have given up. Neville? A voice rang from the bed behind him. Is there a time to go? Take a trip with me. I want to ask you a favor. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 589. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 589. Oh, no. Really? Is it really necessary? Of course, it is very necessary. Please, Neville. Or say, you have something to do tomorrow? If that's the case, I can only ask someone else to ask. Oh, tomorrow I did nothing. I mean, this is too strange. I think I can't cope with it. Be confident. Neville, I feel you have no problem. On the stair steps outside the bedroom, Neville and Ron, two figures, were sneaking around the window hole, whispering constantly. It can be heard that Ron is asking Neville for help, but Neville is pushing away. Of course, this introverted big male child has never been good at rejecting others, so he just tried to find a reason and tried to get Ron to withdraw the request. But that doesn't seem to be easy, isn't it? Neville, my good buddy, you see, we lived in a dormitory from the beginning of the school. What a big fate. Let me say, we can be friends for a lifetime. Now your good brother encounters it's difficult, and you have nothing to do tomorrow. Can't you try to help me? Ron still pleads with Neville, which seems to be a very important thing for him. And, really, this is actually not as bad as you think, he explained hard. There is a Mark's potion. The probability of revealing it must be 0. How about it? Think about it. You are sure? No problem. Oh, Neville hesitated for a while, but finally shook his head like a force. I'm afraid I can't. Still can't. Probably. I don't dare. I can't really finish this task. After Neville's ambiguous refusal, Ron seemed to finally understand his firmness behind the euphemism, and finally could not help sighed. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't force you like this. Ron, helpless authentic, but really, you should think about it. I will go find someone else now, if anyone else is looking for it. If not, I think I will come to you in the end. After all, he no longer entangled Neville, but turned to go to the common room. Neville looked at the back of Ron's departure, but there was a feeling of powerlessness in his heart. In fact, he did not completely want to help Ron a lot. After all, Ron normally gave him a lot of care. In the final analysis, in fact, his unconfidence is secretly doing that's all. Neville Longbottom. You can't do anything. After giving himself a complaint, Neville suddenly pulled his shoulder and left unhappy. This morning's class is full of divination, a history of magic, and Snape's defense against the dark arts class. It was hard to get to the noon break. Harry and Ron were wondering if Hermione was going to the auditorium for lunch, but they hadn't had time to speak yet, and Hermione walked out of the classroom alone. She didn't go anywhere, she just came to the castle hall, and even though the brief remark was standing at the gate, she waited silently. What happened to her? Who knows? It was a little strange that Harry and Ron saw each other there. For the past 2 days, Hermione's status is not quite right. It seems that there is always something in mind. Although it hasn't reached the level that everyone can perceive, Harry and Ron can feel some inconsistency. At first they didn't want to ask Hermione to ask directly, but after some thoughts with fear, they decided to sneak a trail. She looks like she is in the others. Harry, like Ron, hid behind the doorpost on the side gallery and looked far away from the side. After observing for a little while, he whispered, Ron, who do you think she is waiting for? It is definitely not the two of us. Ron is quite a bit lacking in appearance. He is still guilty of making things for himself. For Harry's self-talking inquiries, he returned quite a bit. Ron, or do we still ask directly in the past? Harry suddenly said, I always think this is not the right thing. Hermione doesn't usually show that expression. I think she must have encountered any difficulties. Oh, I think it's best not to bother her. Ron hearing this, but she is sobered up. Hermione has always had her own reason for doing things, and if I disturbed her at this time, I think we will bad luck. I have to admit that you are right. Harry was deeply nodded. It's already lunchtime, because the auditorium is right next door, and the people in the foyer are coming and going. The guys like Harry and Ron who sneaked behind the pillars and sneaked in, naturally became a compelling focus. Whenever someone passes by, they will look at them with a look of suspiciousness. Harry, I think we should go. Ron looked around and saw that many of his eyes were turning in other directions under his glance. Apparently those eyes had been watching this side. No, wait. Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's sleeve. Hermione moved. She seemed to wait for the person she was looking for. Just as Ron looked back over Harry's words, Hermione had already reached the door of the castle. Luna, is the time now? It was this moment that the female child with a pair of waist and blonde hair just walked to the steps outside the door. When she heard someone calling her name, she looked up curiously and covered the bright sunshine that covered the noon. Hermione? She blinked her eyes and said, I want to go to the auditorium to have something to eat. Do you want to come together? I heard that there is milk pudding today. Of course. Yes. Hermione slightly hesitated, but it was nodded very quickly. But before that, can I talk to you? Well, it won't be delayed for too long. At this time, Hermione seemed a little hesitant, but she did not seem to be affected by her inner shaking, and the words that were said were still flowing smoothly. Under the sunshine outside the door, she slightly narrowed her eyes, but her eyes still stubbornly stared at Luna's grey scorpion. The two young girls are standing in the door, but one is standing outside the door, and the appearance is quite different from the character. Somehow, when the two men stood together, they did not give people an uncoordinated feeling. Perhaps they will be difficult to become friends who talk about everything because of different opinions about things, but the rationality of one party and the innocence of the other party will be mutually tolerant, so that there will never be a dispute between them. Is it? Luna touched her belly naturally, using her whimsical and soft voice. As long as you don't scream for a long time, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't think so. Hermione licked her mouth and then stepped out of the gate and pointed her finger at the lawn on the side of the castle. Please come over a little. Just a few words. Luna looked at the side she was pointing at, and she didn't know why she looked up at the clouds in the sky, and followed her brisk pace to catch up with Hermione, who took the lead. Today's weather is good. It is very suitable for drying the quilt. As she walked, she inexplicably pulled out a topic that was inconsequential. Father certainly wouldn't think of this. He is too busy. Maybe you can write a letter to tell him. Hermione is dealing with a sentence that seems to be trying to ease the atmosphere. But she didn't know. It would be a bit boring at this moment. It was just her own. It's a good idea. Luna heard it, but it seemed to be really pondering. If the owl flies faster, it should be able to get home before the sun goes down. Well, I don't know if Father is not at home today. Well, I can think about sending the letter for a while. See Luna. There is a vague tendency to move the topic farther and farther. Hermione has to interrupt her running thoughts and immediately add to her own, I regret it, Luna. Actually, I have a question. No, this is the first thing I want to say. Can I ask you to go to Hogsmeade Village tomorrow? Some things. I want to talk to you carefully. Hogsmeade Day? Luna was nodded at the time. Okay. I originally wanted to go to the magic equipment store. I heard that there are new products. You can find the anti-fog glasses that harass you. You will also want a pair, right? Oh, maybe? Hermione felt that it was really difficult to talk to the female child normally. She couldn't help but worry about tomorrow's reservation. So, did you agree? I think so. Luna squinted softly. Her blind eyes didn't know if she was looking at Hermione, or was looking at somewhere else. We can go together. You will want to go the first. Going to Honeydukes, she said to herself. It seems that she is very happy to spend a Hogsmeade with Hermione. Or, she is actually happy for Hermione to be able to invite herself. But in any case, she didn't care too much about Hermione's talking. Hermione listened to Luna's erratic words and stood there not knowing what to think. Oh, Hermione. Harry and Ron will come together? Then we can go to the Magic What a Joke shop. They seem to like those. No, we don't want to be with them this time. Hermione suddenly said, go to Hogsmeade tomorrow and talk to us alone. Can you talk alone? Can you? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 590. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 590. Ron. The thing you said to me this morning, I promised. In the evening, just after a full day of class, Neville rushed to find Ron. Because the last class in today is herbology, during the entire tour class, everyone was digging the soil and burying the plants, and both legs were trembled. No way, the arm is not very good. It is too long to stand up. Ron didn't know where Neville came from. Although this kid's performance on herbology has always been unexpectedly good, but it has nothing to do with physical strength. He looked at Neville's body up and down, and after a while he had to admit that the short little fatty was now the tallest in their entire grade. Are you promised? Ron couldn't help but be curious. Why? I remember when I asked you in the morning, you were reluctant to look at you. Is it so obvious? Neville suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. Sorry, Ron. But this time I am serious. I have decided. Oh, really? Although I didn't ask why, Neville is better if he is willing to help. To be honest, after that, although he also wanted to find someone to ask, but he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who to look for. The big problem he encountered this time, really not a normal friend can let him trust the peace of mind. You are willing to promise. That's great. Ron grabbed Neville's hand and shook it up and down. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of our family. The whole family? Neville, hearing this, can't help but sigh. Oh. No thanks. I have my reasons. In any case, I still want to thank you. Ron said happily. Neville, you really have to help me a lot this time. Good buddy, the half of the pot of honey left in my bed. It's yours. Oh, that's really good. Neville paused and suddenly realized that the impulse of the heart was gradually disappearing. Instead, it was a renewed guilty conscience. But, do you think I can do it? He was once again unconfident. It's okay, no problem. Ron stretched his arm and hooked Neville's back, whispering, I will tell you some key points in a moment. You can do it according to what I said. Just then, Harry, who had just been left in the greenhouse with the pack tool, ran to catch up with Ron and Neville. He looked at the two men with a sullen look and did not know what to talk about, and suddenly gave birth to curiosity. What are you talking about? In the face of a good buddy's inquiry, Ron didn't straighten out this time and said to Harry, he knows that this Valentine's Day Harry can be busy. He does not want to let his own things make this good friend distracted. No, nothing, it's something tomorrow. Ron shrugged, said, Harry, what's going on there? Is it too late? Hey, I don't know. Harry heard Ron ask this and suddenly vented his breath. You also saw it today. Every class, I immediately ran to the next classroom to do the class arrangement. The homework that came out. But I obviously have been so hard, the amount of homework seems to have not changed at all. It's definitely less, just the homework of each class. You didn't have time to finish, that's all. Ron patted Harry's shoulder and comforted. I did some, but I didn't do much. Rest assured, as this goes on, you should be able to complete a big part tonight. The rest will be waiting for tomorrow night, hopefully. Harry sighed in frustration. After Ron's snoring, he really forgot the doubts in his heart. Ron exchanged a look with Neville. The latter was gently nodded. It should be a while to hear Ron tell about his so-called key points. On the other hand, Hermione is holding her herbology books and walking alone. It seems to be working as always. In fact, it is obvious that the book in her hand has not been turned over since the beginning, and her attention is obviously placed elsewhere. The sun is slowly setting, and the afterglow of golden is spread out from the hills in the west, and it is put on the shoulders of everyone. Hermione's face was hidden in the shadow of her hair, which seemed a bit fuzzy. Early the next morning, I didn't know which professor was stimulated. The Hogwarts corridor wall actually hangs a red ribbon. Heart-shaped soap bubbles smashed around the corridor, and when they touched the ground, they split into two in a slamming manner, and they gradually increased their tendency. In fact, there are already a lot of bubbles with colorful halos flying out of the window in the constant collision, drifting to the vast sky. Today is a sunny day. The sun just out of the mountain has radiated a lot of light and heat, and the temperature seems to have risen a bit. The cold winds of winter have already said goodbye to the young wizards, and this temperature rise is silently reminding everyone that it is time to change into spring and summer clothes. Neville, come with me, we should be ready. Early in the morning, Ron, who was always difficult to get out of bed in normally, had already left Neville and left the bedroom. Last night, he did homework. In the early morning, Harry heard the sound of their departure, and could not help but smack the sour eyes. What I saw was only the back of them. Ha! So early? Harry yawned heavily, squinting and unable to sit up, a pair of fascinated sleepy eyes still pulling his eyelids halfway, apparently far from sleeping enough. No matter how sleepy he is, he understands that he must get up too, because he has to go to the common room earlier to wait for Ginny to appear. To go to this kind of thing, as a responsible boy, of course, I have to go to the place first. He still understands this point. After rushing to pack himself, Harry pulled out his money bag from his suitcase. Thanks that father left him a large gold galleon, or else he was afraid to even have a female child with him. It will be very difficult. Ron and Neville, where is this? When he left the bedroom, Harry couldn't help but stare at Ron's messy bed and squinted a few times before he walked up the stairs with doubts. The girls are more diligent than the boys. Jealousy. Although all the rooms in Hogwarts will have house elf cleaned up one by one, bedding is a personal fit after all, and it is hard to do it yourself every morning. Okay, in fact, not all of them are like this. Laziness is often a common feature, and the female child's dormitory may not necessarily be better than the boy's bedroom. In this regard alone, the call for equality between men and women seems to be quite adequately reflected. At the very least, our Miss Granger is a girl who is very focused on developing good living habits. Right now, Hermione has just finished her bed and is grooming her hair. Yes, she is combing her hair very seriously. You know, Hermione's unkempt brown hair is famous throughout the ages. In the past, she had paid careful attention to her female child image for a while, and she had picked up her hair well. It was also during that time that one of the things she mentioned to Ron and Harry is still widely circulated in Gryffindor. It is said that her hair is not ruthless without magic. After straightening out all of his hair, Hermione carefully picked up a small glass bottle with a nozzle from the table and then sprayed it on his head with great brilliance. No way, even this kind of quick slip agent with excellent effect requires a lot of money to make her hair and ponytail generally smooth and shiny, and must also be fully hair before use. Just comb it again. When the faintly red spray gradually infiltrated her hair, and with an azure smoke, her tangled brown long hair began to stretch slowly. After a while, she picked up the comb and combed it again, and took out a hairstyle in the mirror. When she completely packed her head, the sun had completely risen to the sky. Oh! This is the last time. I will never do this stupid thing that wastes time. Hermione looked at the self in the mirror, first nodded with satisfaction, and then began to complain secretly. Compared to Hermione's terrible hair, it's obviously much easier to change into a beautiful dress. She is not the kind of female child who spends an hour or two picking clothes. Soon, she smooths the folds on her clothes with a spell, and then goes to the common room with a brisk walk. Hermione, is this going to a date? After she left the bedroom, several roommates couldn't help but discuss it on Chirp Twitter. For them, Hermione's behavior is really unusual. Since she gave up her hair, it was the first time she saw her in the mirror for more than an hour. That's still to say. Another female child laughed at he. I don't know who the hero who can make Hermione spend so much effort. Did our McLawn professor come back today? During the laughter and discussion of several of their female children, the sunlight outside the window gradually spilled onto Hermione's desk, which also illumined the bottle of smoothing slippery she left on the table. On the bottle of hair, the silhouette of one of the founders of the product label is quite familiar. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 591. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 591. Winter has passed, spring has arrived, and the snow around Hogwarts has completely disappeared. The catastrophe that had happened in the vicinity of this ice and snow castle not long ago was wiped out of all traces, as if it were just a faded dream of Mark's alone. Of course, in the areas where there are wizard activities in this area, the end of the snow is only around Hogwarts Castle. Like the Hogsmeade Village, which is located on the snow line all the year round, the speed of melting snow and ice is far from the annual snowfall. Even if the village, where only the residents of the wizard lived recently, seems to have warmed up a bit, it can still be seen at a glance. Today is Valentine's Day. On this day of the year, Hogsmeade Day will make reasonable adjustments according to the specific situation. Since the life of the wizard and the mole, the fertility rate of the magic circle has once dropped to a limit, and the average lifespan of the wizards is usually much longer than the mole, so that some of the bad effects of the aging population are increasing. If not for the wizards, there are various kinds of curses, and a lot of capable house elf to support the basic production. The lack of capacity alone is enough to make the closed magic society collapse. Therefore, in terms of the long-term development of the magic circle of each country, it seems like a few children. In principle, the Ministry of Magic is encouraging, although it is generally not clear, but Hogsmeade's advance schedule on Valentine's Day. There are probably some meanings to promote the relationship between boys and girls. Well, that's what I said. But in the case of the obedient bloodline on the diehards, things like early births are absolutely impossible. They believe that the fineness of the bloodline requires the attention of each generation of wizard as much as the purity of the bloodline. The age-appropriate fertility can make the wizard's magic bloodline better inheritance. However, whether the quantity is more important or the quality is more important is not mentioned, at least today. It's a day when Hogwarts young wizards take the opportunity to relax. It must be wrong. Perhaps because the recent study life is too busy, the male and female students this morning are very high-spirited. Filch, who is responsible for receiving the signature, has just stood at the gate, and there are already many young wizards standing in front of him, a long line. It is worth mentioning that the young man in the first position looks a bit familiar, and the red hair is even swayed. It seems that the bed is running and guarding Ron Weasley. There was no need for other people to remind me. Professor McGonagall had just finished paying attention to the matter. The male child in the first place immediately reported his name, and then he hurriedly put the parental opinion in his hand in the hands of Filch. Well, okay. Yes, Weasley. Filch squinted and looked at the crumpled paper several times before he waved his hand and routinely said, "Go inside the outer carriage, or yourself." "Go. Next one." "Thank you, thank you." Ron snorted in a hurry and hurriedly passed Filch and went to the castle gate. When Filch heard it, he glanced at his back inexplicably. "Thank you?" Just as Filch felt a little confused, a voice rang in his ear and shocked him. "Sir, this is my opinion form." "N.O. Well." Filch regained his gaze and turned back, and soon forgot a little doubt in his heart. Ron, who had been waiting in the foyer early, seemed to be eager to wait when he went out. But when he left the school gate, he stopped and waited at the door. Not long after, the students who were just behind him all passed by here, and they went to the Hogsmeade Village. Everyone who passes Ron's side will look at him with an incomprehensible expression, as if he is confused about the unusual behavior that he has not been ahead of. Ron didn't seem to fit in with this gaze, and soon he couldn't help but retract to the trunk of the roadside. To be honest, he actually waited here for a long time. But when he saw the silhouette that appeared at the school gate behind the tree, the whole man trembled fiercely, and even his footsteps could not move. Really want to go? He couldn't help but give birth to a retreat. However, perhaps he is not fully prepared, but the other party has quickly found his whereabouts. The next moment, I saw that silhouette ran towards this side with fast speed and powerful momentum. "Oh, Luo, my Luo, are you waiting for me? I thought you were leaving first." "Really? Oh, sorry. I think I blame you." "Oh, my dear Rora." It was a female child, A young girl who was passionate enough to exude a high-spirited love. She is flying at a great pace. Near. It's closer. Should it stop? That oh. She's all rushing up. Ron was so stiffly stung by the female child on the grass. The fragrance of the grass mixed with the rich perfume, and poured directly into his nose, so that he was all embarrassed. Oh Rollo, the smell on your body is still so good. Rollo. The female child is holding him in the air, and there is a tendency to put him in bed, putting the weight of his body on him. Merlin is on. I can't breathe. There are not many thoughts left in his head. He can only make a simple judgment that is incomplete. It's crazy. It's crazy. At this moment, he only felt that the upper body was suddenly light, and the vision that had already dimmed because of the suffocation was once again brightened. He gasped in a big mouth, his eyes staying in front of the sky. There was a clear and peaceful blue sky. But in the next second, the blue sky disappeared and replaced by a round face. Lavender. What are you going to do? He asked confusedly. Dear, have you forgotten? You should call me Levwin. The voice did not fall. He only saw that face instantly magnified in front of his eyes, and he would face him face to face directly. No. Oh, no. Wait, stop. He quickly turned his head and used his hands to hold his mouth. Dear, why? The female child suddenly sighed and said with deep affection, I feel that I can no longer wait. I have to wait. I have waited all night. Miluo, we should kiss immediately. I want you to feel how much I love you. No, I don't know, he said, shaking his head. Well, I mean. Yes, it's not a good place to kiss. Someone will see it. It doesn't matter. Female child doesn't care about the tunnel. Remember? You must remember. We kissed the first time in the school's foyer, didn't it? That is, when I was in class, I used a full X 5 points clock. The love touched you, and then you promised to be with me. Oh, how romantic it is. Let's go again. 10, 5 points. Cough cough. Of course I haven't forgotten. But he tried to calm his head, but he still had his hands on his hands, but he didn't put it down. Hey. I want to say that today is a rare day. Let's enjoy it first. Right? Enjoy the joy of Hogsmeade. And then kiss, right? The female child took the word immediately, but the topic was once again wrapped back to her kissing. Dear Luo, you are a man who knows romance. First brewing again enjoy. That sounds wonderful. Oh. Yes, that's it. In order to please the current situation, he seems to be unable to care about it. How romantic it is. Yeah? The female child nodded, but she still sat on Ron's waist and didn't climb down at all. But dear Luo, you don't think we didn't have anything between us? Is the time of kissing together a terrifying waste? Hey, I think it's better to brew it. Yes, brewing. Like winemaking, the longer it is, the more mellow it is. He tentatively said that he was talking, but he couldn't even figure out what the reason he was talking about. He could only think of what he said. But just saying this in a random way, as if it happened to be poked in the inner itching of the female child. Oh, Miluo, Lavender sighed with her screaming voice. I don't think you know how to taste wine. You are a mature gentleman. Yes, you are really right. I am. Maybe you should be patient again. Yes, I will try to hold back for my Luo. Lavender said that he finally retired from him, and his mouth kept talking about subtle arguments such as the charm of men and the difference between wine tasting and love. So, okay. After she smoothed her clothes, it was moved towards the lovers on the ground and reached out. Rollo, get up. Although the weather is getting warmer today, you can lie on the ground for a long time. It will still be a bit cold. This is really. No, I have to cheer up. Today is an important day. Ron whispered a word and reinvigorated himself. Well, then let's go. Of course, Parvati is waiting for us. Lavender nodded, one arm but with the slightest hesitation hooked Ron's arms and pressed it tightly on his side. You said us. Where should I go before today? I have to come back after lunch. But there are still a lot of homework waiting for us to finish. Their pair of little couples are so tired. marching forward with a twisting pace. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 592. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 592. In the village of Hogsmeade, the dazzling sunlight and the thick snow on the side of the road do not make people feel strange. This is the case all year round, and at best it is the difference between very cold and slightly cold. And when you get used to this cold and cool breeze, in fact today is still relatively warm. The village, which is made entirely of wizards, is not big. The roads in the village are also a main road and 4 relatively narrow roads, that's all. The efficiency of the snow to clear the road area is naturally much higher than that of the mole, so even if it is here, it will be next snow, but every road for people to walk is clean. Right now, in the morning sun rising in the morning, there is a slight wet road reflecting the bright golden light. Walking on it will even make people feel that the feet are covered with pieces of gold bricks. At this time, the number of people coming and going on the streets of the village is gradually increasing. Needless to say, the children are starting to sweep their goods. At this moment, at the mouth of the road leading to Hogwarts, a pair of boys and girls who are separated by a few feet from each other are slowly moving toward this side. But somehow, their walking posture seems to be a bit stiff. When they are far enough, they can find out that it was Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley who had gone through a lot of twists and turns. To be honest, Harry had already discovered that they had walked along the road from Hogwarts Castle and had barely said a few words. He didn't feel comfortable with it, because after they broke the layer of paper between them, he felt that something invisible and intangible replaced the layer of paper, making him and Ginny a little more. When you are alone, yes, he doesn't know what he should say. And don't mention the female child first. At least he has to say something. Can't you always be so deadlocked between the two? Hurry up and think about it. You have to say something to make the atmosphere come true. Harry smacked hard on himself just when he wanted to subconsciously discuss with Ginny about the weather today. He didn't expect Ginny to open his mouth. Harry, the red-haired pretty female child, snorted and said softly, "I know what you are thinking. Don't think too much. We have known each other for so long, you are just like you usually do." Hey, Harry tried this, but he wanted to work harder. "Ginny, I don't think I can be as good to you as before. It's too unfair to you." Well, for Ginny, what do you think? We are going to Honeyduke's first. Now that people are not too much, we can buy some snacks and eat and stroll. Harry. Ginny was a little excited by Harry's words. Think about it too. Over the years, she has unilaterally liked Harry on her side, and she knows that Harry doesn't seem to have any feelings for herself. In order not to let Harry be embarrassed, she did not take the initiative to talk about her feelings for Harry. For Ginny, in the past few years, it has been too long and too long. The strong feeling that I had been with Harry for a long time was almost washed away by the time, and it became dull and blurred. In order to prevent herself from forgetting the emotions that faded away with the years, she even found a boyfriend she didn't like very much, and reminded herself with another more intractable relationship. Do not forget the initial heart. In this world, how many pure first loves can be kept in the future? Not to mention others. At least Ginny is really doing it. When I heard Harry say "not fair to you," Ginny's deep-seated emotions decided to break the embankment, and when the nose was sour, there was even an impulse to cry. How long has she been waiting for this day? Well, let's go to Honeyduke's first. Ginny sneaked his nose and took a step closer to Harry's side. How? What happened? It seems that the sentence was just right. But then, to fight the iron, what should I say next? Harry stalked his legs. The closer Ginny was, the more he felt his hands and feet a little bit of inaudible. Even the brain seems to be insufficient. No way to think more. A blank in my mind. And don't mention that Harry is going to be like a mole robot, and it's still the kind of rust that every joint in the body is rusting. Ginny is going to walk, and gradually recalls a certain past in childhood. That's because she hasn't enrolled in Hogwarts. No, she remembers that even Ron didn't receive the admission notice. At the time, she saw a long article in her father's old newspaper, and a magic photo above attracted her. It was a little baby still in the middle of the coffin, with a strange lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which looked extraordinarily chic. That age of Ginny is not fully literate, at least the news is a little bit worse, but she can't recognize the words in the article, but can understand the numbers. When she knew that the baby was only 1 year older than herself, she really started to be interested. What is the reason for a small baby to get on the headlines? Read and read. Ginny, who knows nothing about it, rushing to the newspaper and looking for mother to read the newspaper. After that, she first knew that there was a male child named Harry Potter, the savior of the entire Britain magic circle. In fact, there are a lot of articles about Harry's past, not limited to a slightly yellow Daily Prophet. After the Dark Lord was wiped out, magazines and magazines of that period were like carnivals, and Harry Potter's defeat of the Dark Lord was nearly hitting the sky and covering the earth. It is for this reason that Harry is now known to many people, and he can recognize him by looking at the scar on his forehead. For the same reason, after Ginny flipped through the various story versions of Harry, he became more and more acquainted with the big brother who was born a year earlier. When the whole world is promoting a hero, then he is a hero, at least Ginny's age child basically thinks so. Even before entering the school, Malfoy is not an exception. So, when Harry went to the Weasley family to be a guest, Ginny was so excited that he didn't know how to be good. On that day, both excitement and shyness occupied Ginny's little brain and successfully smashed her head. Ginny once thought that it might be her last regret in her life, because she consciously fled back to the room when her mind was in chaos. Sometimes, once you miss the first time, if you want to consider the second difficulty, it will rise sharply. And when the second and third times have missed the opportunity over and over again, even if she has become more mature in character, and more generous, the difficulty of opening again seems to stay at the highest point forever. To this day, not long ago, she almost thought that her feelings for Harry would probably not be rewarded in this life. I just didn't expect that happiness came so unexpectedly, so that people were completely unprepared. The two walked shoulderlessly on the street, one in the mind was blank, but one filled with emotion and memories. Although the thoughts in their chests are the opposite, they are surprisingly tacit in their actions, and there is no speech to break this peace with a little warmth. Of course, with a destination, it will eventually come. Even though both of them are slow, Hogsmeade Village is a bit bigger, and Honeyduke's sweet shop is here in a matter of minutes. Go in and see. Harry took the first step and took Ginny into the door of Honeyduke's. What do you want to do? I think the chocolate balls here are very good. The strawberry custard is delicious. As Harry said before, because it is still early, the young wizards that are more urgent are coming. So there are many people, but they are not crowded, even the most popular Honeydukes. Well, Ginny looked around in the store and looked a little hesitant. The Weasley family has never been wealthy, and the amount of pocket money is naturally low. Ginny is the only one after another, but she has more money than her big brothers, but that's not too much. Today, she actually wants to add a learning tool. By the way, recently her old quill pen has a bit of a problem. It should be a new one. Yes, the weather is getting warmer today and I think I can taste the coconut sorbet again. She said this, after greeted Harry. She took a brisk walk to the frozen merchant cabinet. Honeyduke's coconut sorbet is a beautiful pink with a hint of brilliance on the surface that looks quite interesting. Of course, more importantly, they are cheap. Oh, that's not bad. Harry followed Ginny and shouted at Boss Troublely, give us 2 coconut sorbets, thank you. I will pay for it myself. Ginny was trying to save money, only to find that Harry had handed out a shiny gold galleon. That coconut sorbet can't be used even with a silver slate. Is it too much to use gold galleon? Did he bring any change? No, I will pay. Harry said. Let's see what else to go. Sir, take a can of chocolate balls, strawberry custard. How can this be done? Let me pay for it myself. When the two are tangled up for such a small thing, just in the direction they came, A silhouette is moving with his friends and moving slowly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 593. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 593. The more life you live in, the more you will be able to form certain stubborn principles in money. For example, Ron. He used to have a certain degree of embarrassment and inferiority to his good buddy Harry. As Ron's younger sister, Ginny is obviously more intelligent than his big brother. She has her own confidence. But self-confidence is self-confident. Although she won't have a lot of gold galleons that Harry has left for her parents, she will give birth to some dark feelings that should not be born. But in normal times, she will still insist on some seemingly insignificant little money. At the end of the day, Harry still couldn't figure out why Ginny was stubborn for a few copper nuts, but he still let Ginny pay for the coconut sorbet. Yes, although he does not understand the truth, it is not wrong to do things along the way of the female child at this time. After handing the copper canute to the boss of Honeydukes, Ginny tasted some sneak peek while tasting the sorbet. If Harry knew how to take care of himself from the beginning, how good would it be? No, this is enough now. Harry was wondering what else to buy at the candy cabinet. Ginny sneaked at him behind him, his cheeks reddish, and his smart eyes were filled with sweet tenderness. But at this moment, there was a familiar conversation outside the door of Sweet Shop. Hey, you two are going faster. We have to go back when we buy it, and there are a lot of homework waiting for us. I know, Terry. You are going to take a turn. I have to accompany Anthony to the post office to send long-distance letters. You know, his hometown. Okay. You can hurry up. The big troops behind you will come over. Harry didn't notice much about this unobtrusive conversation, but Ginny was on the complexion slightly changed. She hesitated a little, then leaned over and avoided the door, and reached out and pulled Harry's sleeve gently. Harry, let's go. I want to go to a few places to see. Where? Harry turned his head in confusion. Don't buy some candy? You see, Honeydukes has a new kind of pudding. They look really tempting. No, I don't think I need to. Ginny whispered. It's not good to eat too much sweets. She said that while holding ice sorbet in her hand. It didn't look much convincing. But today, Harry had already made up his mind, and everything went along with Ginny's mind, and soon he nodded. Change places to change places. Anyway, today's itinerary is specially made for Ginny. It is natural that Ginny wants to do what she wants, as long as she is happy. Without much doubt and hesitation, Harry was immediately licked by Ginny's sleeves and walked around the middle of the merchandise cabinet from the other side to the gate. Oh, is that Terry Bout? Harry, a new boy who just came in, knows that it is a member of Ra and a Hawk that belongs to Ravenclaw House. In the training activities, the member's sense of presence is not high, but his potion seems to have a good grade. It is said that it is hopeful to be selected into the Newt's potion training class. Of course, although he knows it, he is dating Ginny at this time. At this time, even if he saw that Marks suddenly appeared here, he felt that he should probably ignore it. Ginny and Harry didn't go up and say hello. They left Honeydukes from the door in a blink of an eye, and did not catch Terry's attention from beginning to end. Ginny, where do you want to go? As soon as he went out, Harry immediately noticed that the flow of people on the street seemed to become more dense. He looked around and saw that he had an idea, but he still chose to ask Ginny first. Oh, here. Ginny didn't hesitate. She just glanced at the post office across the street and immediately took Harry and went to the right hand. But before she could wait for a few more steps, a voice suddenly popped out from behind. Ginny. As Harry looked back subconsciously, Ginny was still facing the other side. His lips slightly tightened. The troublesome guy has appeared. She whispered. Michael Kona. Harry quickly saw who was calling Ginny from the gap between the crowds, and he naturally knew some about the relationship between Ginny and Michael Kona. The kelp head of Ron's mouth, and the Anthony around him, are also members of Ra. Then Count Terry, who should also pick sweets in Honeydukes, the three buddies in Ravenclaw House. To be honest, Harry didn't like the three of them, but he couldn't talk about anything annoying. At least compared to Draco and Zachary, He had a much better impression of the three hawks. I don't know why, after seeing Michael Kona, Harry suddenly felt that he had an inexplicable mood in his heart. He knows that Ginny seems to always like himself, but before he accepted the feeling, Ginny and Michael had a relationship for a while. Unconsciously, Harry felt suddenly uncomfortable. He said that it is not what the annoying mood in his chest is. Is it a guilty or a guilty conscience? Maybe both have it. Harry Potter. Michael slammed into the crowd and glanced at Harry silently, then immediately put his gaze on Ginny. Ginny, what are you doing? Dating with Potter? At this moment, Ginny turned his eyebrows and turned his face with a little bit of boredom. It doesn't matter to you, she whispered in a plain tone. Why? How can this have nothing to do with me? Michael took 2 steps in the same place, and gradually raised a sigh of anger. Yes, you said that you want to break up with me, but I have not agreed yet. I thought we were just a Cold War, but you found a boyfriend. You. I don't think this needs your consent. Ginny looked at him coldly. Have you forgotten? Why did I break up with you? No, I have already explained it to you. It was just a misunderstanding. Michael shouted. I and Lisa are just ordinary friends. I thought you could understand. There is nothing between me and her. Ordinary friends will be in a corner where no one is going. Ginny asked with a sullen look. Do you think I am simple? Still think I am stupid enough? Also say this is a misunderstanding. Anthony, what do you think? Is this a misunderstanding? When Ginny and Michael stood face to face and quarreled with each other, Harry and the Anthony stood on the sidelines. Harry felt that he seemed inconvenient to interject, and that Anthony was because he was not very good at words. Yes, this Anthony is actually the black-haired boy who was sitting in a carriage when Mark entered school. At that time, he couldn't say a complete sentence, but he didn't expect it to be the same. When I heard Ginny suddenly moved towards myself, he opened his mouth, but his eyes were blocked by something, and there was no sound at all. HMPH. Ginny didn't seem to expect anything at all. After glance at Michael, he turned to Harry's sleeve again and turned away. Wait. You can't just go away. Michael immediately took a few steps. He didn't reach in his hand directly, so he subconsciously grabbed Harry's other arm. You have to make it clear. Are you dating Harry? Ginny took a few steps and found that he couldn't pull Harry. He had to stop and move forward. But she just paused. That's all. A pair of eyes. Neither he looked towards Michael, nor did she want to speak again. As a last resort, Michael could only look away at Harry, who was caught by himself. Sorry, Potter. I know who you are. This must not blame you. But you have to tell me, are you dating Ginny today? Harry, you don't have to answer him. Ginny immediately stopped Harry. Potter. Michael frowns, staring at Harry and yelling at his name again. The meaning of the rush is clear. Harry looked at Michael in front of him and looked at Ginny, who was too far away, and felt a little depressed. Logically speaking, he is not clear about the misunderstanding in Michael's mouth. Of course, there is no right to speak. As far as Ginny and Michael are concerned, the two have their own opinions and have some rhetoric. Plus Michael is quite polite to him in normally. He really didn't know what to do for a while. But somehow, the more Harry rationally looked at the matter, the more he felt that his chest was boring and he was bored. And there was an impulse between the vague Kona, I. Harry glanced at Ginny again, suddenly as if he understood something, and forced Michael to grab the palm of his arm. Yes, I was dating Ginny. No matter what happened to you and Ginny before, now she is my girlfriend. Potter, you. Michael didn't seem to think that Harry would be so unreasonable. He had to know that Harry usually gave people the feeling of being easygoing and talking, and why had he been so tough? You still give up? Harry deeped into a deep breath, and suddenly caught Ginny's hand. The person she likes is me. Please don't entangle her again in the future, understand? Just as Harry said this, a pair of peculiar combinations were walking side by side across the street, Only Ginny, who looked over towards the side, was inadvertently glimpsed. It was a pity that Harry's sudden grip made her completely throw the discovery to the horizon. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 594. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 594. When Harry was showing his position and determination to Ginny's ex-boyfriend Michael Kona, they almost never found an acquaintance passing by across the street. Even Ginny blinked inadvertently at the next moment, and in the next moment he was disturbed by Harry's declaration, and in a blink of an eye he forgot the strange picture he had seen. Of course, it is strange to say that in fact, some insiders will be surprised by this, because it was passing across the crowd. It was the rare combination of Hermione and Luna. Luna is walking in front of her, and the brisk footsteps show her happy mood at this moment. To be honest, she wanted to find a real friend from a long time ago, and Hermione, who has always been a straightforward person in normal, is undoubtedly a very suitable friend. Luna is sometimes naive, her mind is pure, and she always likes some mysterious and interesting things. She can actually treat creatures that don't necessarily exist, and use their imagination to carefully depict what they might look like. But innocence doesn't mean stupidity. Luna is not stupid. On the contrary, sometimes her pureness will even make her know how to listen to others' hearts more than ordinary people. Therefore, she feels very happy today, because she feels that perhaps from today, Hermione and her can become a true good friend. As for why this is, who knows? She just has this kind of hunch. Nothing more. Compared to Luna, who is pure and happy, Hermione, who is silent behind him, will be much more upset. She specially invited Luna to the Hogsmeade village yesterday, and it was a great determination. Yes, she wants to have a good time chatting with Luna while Marx is not at Hogwarts. She would like to know that this seemingly carefree young girl has a feeling for Marx. There are a lot of students who have mentioned Luna in the back. They call her Loony because they all think that Luna Lovegood is a strange female child whose idea is unpredictable. It is this strange, and sometimes not too eye-catching, Loony, but let Marx be willing to quietly accompany her. What is the reason for this? Looking at Luna's erratic pace, Hermione looked confused. On the way from Hogwarts, she did not use her words to test. After a good conversation, she only felt that she could not understand the other person's character. Luna, where are you going to go first? After continuing for a while, Hermione found that she should go to the Hogsmeade train station and then had to ask. Shrieking Shack. Luna used her nightmare voice to look back. I have seen it many times, but I have never seen where the entrance is. But Marx and I said that he said Shrieking Shack has an entrance. Hermione, you are very smart. I think you can help me find its entrance. Shrieking Shack. Hermione certainly knows the Dusty Snow Lodge. There are rumors that there is a haunted ghost house, where there is a red-eyed ghost that can touch the entity. When the moon is frosty, it will catch people and torture each other. This rumor is very famous. The residents of the Hogsmeade village know that even many people have said that they have heard the midnight sorrow and sorrow. Nowadays, the house without windows and doors has become the place where the young wizards will definitely visit when they first come to the Hogsmeade village. It is quite famous. But what does that have to do with Hermione? She is not interested in those sensational rumors, and she does not want to know if there is a vicious ghost hidden inside. Instead of going there to find a place to go there, she would rather sit at the Three Broomsticks Inn bar and have a delicious butter beer. However, today she was going to spend a visit with Luna. At least before starting to ask some more personal questions, she felt that she should accompany Luna to relax, which may help open the other side's defense. Marx said it was a fun and welcoming place, with some moving past. Luna abandoned his hands in front and walked step by step. But he didn't tell me how to get in, so I want to find a way to get in. Yes. Is it? Hermione said quietly behind him. Since he knows, is it not good to ask him directly? I think, if you ask him, he will tell you. No, that's boring. Luna turned around and sang lightly said, the process of hard work will give the most value to the results. As she spoke, she stepped back with her hand. The sun slanted in the opposite half of the sky, silently sprinkled the dazzling golden brilliance, causing her to slightly narrow her eyes. In her eyes, Hermione, shrouded in sunlight, had only an unclear outline. In Hermione's eyes, she was illuminated by the sun, and the long golden hair behind her faintly radiated a wonderful halo. As mentioned before, the Hogsmeade village is not that big. It wasn't long before Hermione had seen the shack on the edge of the village. Because of Marx's sake, Hermione didn't know much about the secret buried in this shack. She knows some stories about Lupin, but to be specific, Lupin, Sirius, Harry's father James Potter, and the stinky rat who happened in this shrieking shack, she really didn't. I have heard of it. Therefore, at this time, looking at the shack in the distance, she did not feel much. Oh, we are here. Luna finally stopped. It is already a relatively remote place in the village. Even if there are more people in the Hogsmeade, it seems a bit deserted. Maybe after the start of next year, a new batch of third-year students will come to visit in groups, but that is definitely not the present. As Luna slowly stopped by the street, Hermione stood next to her. The two stared at the old shack, one full of curiosity and the other absent-minded. Shrieking Shack is a place that everyone appears unconsciously. No one knows who built it, and the rumor is more mysterious. But to be honest, the scenery here is not bad. Against the backdrop of the dense evergreen woods, even though the shacks look quite old, they are surprisingly harmonious here. The thick snow was covered around it, on top of it, making it look like a big cake of grey. What? Hermione casually looked around at the shack, and inadvertently saw a small stone monument that was not very eye-catching. It was placed on the edge of the snow forest, about a dozen steps away from the Shrieking Shack, which seemed to be solitary and monotonous. That's a tombstone. Luna seems to have noticed Hermione's gaze, and suddenly started talking. Marx says it also has its own story. Hermione thought about it and lifted her leg and went over there. It was only when she was close that she found that the look was indeed like a tombstone. It was embedded on the ground, and the snow covered it halfway, covering it nearly half. If she didn't happen to see the color differently, she might not have noticed it. She knelt down and swept the snow to the side, only to find that there was not even one word on the tombstone. Is this really a tombstone? Hermione couldn't help but whisper. But she turned her mind and found that her suspicion seemed redundant. Since Marx once said that to Luna, it should be a tombstone. Marx rarely utters some uncertain words. A shack with a haunted rumor, plus a nameless tombstone. It seems to be proof of each other, and people will be unconsciously care. After looking around, Hermione went straight up and continued to glance at the surrounding scene. She looked a little bit unintentional because she had no intention of finding an entrance. But Luna has turned around the shack, and looked at it a little bit, as if she was afraid of missing some clues. Listening to what she said before, she must have been here many times before, and she has come with Marx. Probably with her own one. Isn't that many times not tired? Hermione waited for a while next to the tombstone, but in her heart she began to ponder what she should have asked Luna for a while. But as time went by, she found that Luna didn't stop at all. To be honest, she can't help it. But just after she took a few steps to Luna, she suddenly felt a slamming foot, which made her sit down in the snow without any reaction. Fortunately, the snow on the ground is thick enough, and it doesn't hurt to fall. What? Because she could feel the feeling under her feet just now. In addition to slippery, she can still feel an inexplicable coolness, so that she could not help but chill after falling down. Hermione sat on the ground and stretched out her feet, kicking a few feet indiscriminately, and suddenly a clear blue light was exposed in the snow. The blue and white color that smeared under the sun was very familiar, as if I had seen it before. She quickly stood up and pulled it again with her feet, only to find that it was a piece of solid ice. It seems that the ice surface plated on the surface is not large. After Hermione sweeps the snow, it looks very abrupt on the dry land. This is... Hermione frowned slightly. Her face meditation. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 595. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 595. It is a normal thing to see snow and ice in the Hogsmeade village. But if a piece of land is found on a dry land, it is a bit awkward. What's more, the unusual cold that Hermione felt when she stepped on it was really difficult for her to ignore. Is this what Marks left? This piece of land frozen by the ice is a strange cold, and it feels like the whole person will be frozen and stupid, and it has some similarities with the strange magic that Marks will have. The powerful magic that seems to freeze everything is not just that Hermione has seen it alone. It has left a deep impression on many of Hogwarts teachers and students, which is unforgettable in life. So when Hermione discovered this ice-cold ground that was very different from the surrounding, the first time there was Marks guessing whether the spell was cast here. Even if this guess is not certain, Hermione still feels very likely. Hermione, just as she lowered her head and wondered, Luna's voice rang from her side. It turned out that when Luna accidentally discovered that she was staring down, she immediately curiously came over. "Oh, Luna?" Hermione groaned. "What's the matter? Have you found the entrance?" "Not at all." Luna shook his head slightly. "What about you? What are you looking at?" Seeing Luna subconsciously wanting to look down at her sight, she didn't know how to let Luna see it, and she unconsciously grabbed Luna's wrist and took her to Shrieking Shack. "We can look for it again," Hermione said, quite hurriedly. "Go. I will help you this time." "Thank you." For Hermione suddenly grabbed his wrist and walked on his own. Luna did not seem unhappy. In fact, Hermione was dragging her head like a good friend without any scruples, but she felt very fresh. In the following hours, until noon, both of them just wandered around Shrieking Shack. They sometimes look around and talk to each other, sometimes and casually. There are not many words, and Hermione may not be able to read Luna's whimsical words once or another, but she is at least very jumpy. Strong words began to get used to it slowly. "Hey, I think we should go find a place to have lunch." Hermione looked at the sun above her head and found that the time seemed almost the same, although she moved towards Luna and shouted. When the two left the Shrieking Shack, Hermione couldn't help but glance at the location where the ice was, and had a darker plan. The next day, "Maybe you should come here again and take a good look," she thought. The Three Broomsticks Inn is located just off the other side of the main street. For the adult wizard, both the mature and charming boss mother, Madame Rosmeter, and the fragrant Three Broomsticks Inn, are the reason why they come here for a whole day. For those young wizards that are still underage, the temptation of alcohol is not what they can understand. As for the full-fledged Madame Rosmeter, I am afraid it is an uncontrollable target for most male children, even though she doesn't seem to be old at all, and it is really fascinating. Therefore, the reason why students like this bar is more to taste a cup of non-alcohol butter beer. It's a good way to experience adulthood in advance when you are chatting with your friends on the rich sweetness. Of course, don't forget this is the bar. Hey, if there aren't many adults who are drunk, it's okay. They're so sloppy, it's really bad. Today, Hermione has a rare luxury, and Luna has a small room on the second floor of the Three Broomsticks Inn. In fact, as long as it is not in the period when there are a large number of customers who need to stay in the bar, everyone is more willing to have a lively downstairs, so this separate room is not expensive. Even if the family is very wealthy, Hermione, renting a private room like this requires her to think about it. "Hermione, are we not sitting downstairs?" Luna curiously as he followed Hermione on the stairs. "I didn't say it." Hermione walked in front and whispered, "I want to have a good chat with you, we are too separate." "Oh, you seem to have said that?" Luna thought about it with his head and didn't say anything. When Hermione walked in front and pushed the wooden door open, a warmth came out of the room. The fire inside has been ignited, and with the creaking of firewood, the heat is constantly being released, warming everything in the room. This is a small, warmly furnished room with a patterned blanket on the old sofa and a brightly colored tulip on the wooden coffee table. It can be seen that there are several landscape paintings with classical atmosphere hanging on the wall opposite the door, which adds a bit of elegant charm to the whole room. It's no wonder that many wizards say that the layout of the three broomsticks in bar is always very stylish, and Hermione is also a personal experience. If you stand by the sofa and look inside, you can also see a refined bed. If someone needs a single room for accommodation, presumably it is a good choice. Hermione groaned around, and walked to the window to pull all the curtains that were hidden. Suddenly, the bright sunshine outside fell into the house through the window, and the whole room was bright. Not long after, Madame Rosmerta brought up the butterbeer from Hermione and Luna, and brought along 2 delicious lunches. After waiting for Madame Rosmerta to smile and leave, Hermione sat on the sofa and looked at the opposite Luna and made a slight stay. "Hermione, thank you for asking me to eat, but can't you eat?" Luna was very happy. She looked back and forth at the various meals on the table, quite a bit eager to try. But Hermione hasn't picked up the knife and fork yet. Although she usually doesn't care much about etiquette rules, she knows that it doesn't seem to be easy to do it at this time. "Oh, no, of course." Hermione was asked by her, and she suddenly went back solid. "Eat. I just switched round Shrieking Shack for so long, I think you must be hungry." "Great." Luna immediately nodded, picked up the fruit pudding and dug a spoonful into his mouth, and his face quickly showed a happy smile. Not to mention that Luna had a satisfying taste, Hermione just grabbed the warm butterbeer and took a sip, then held the cup in both hands and began to hesitate. This time, she not only invited Luna to visit Hogsmeade, but also invited the other person to dine in the small room of the Three Broomsticks Inn. Naturally, there are some ideas. Seriously, whether it's something related to Marks or something related to Luna. In short, she already wanted to talk to Luna. However, some problems are bound to be very serious, and even if they are not good, they may have a dispute on the spot. After spending some time with this strange female child, Hermione could feel the purity of her heart, but it made her hesitate. Some questions. Should I really ask for an exit? Luna. Hermione huddled in the sofa, surrounded by cushions and blankets. While giving herself more warmth, she seemed to give herself more encouragement and support. "In your eyes. What is Marks?" "People." Luna sighed and raised her head with a spoon and looked at Hermione's eyes. "Marks?" She stumbled. "He has the wisdom that no one else has, and he can see things that many people can't see." "Just like harassment." "What?" Hermione snorted. "It's harassment." Luna leaned over and said in a mysterious tone, "They will drift into your head along your ears, messing up your brain." "I can't see with my eyes." "They." "Oh. All right." Hermione licked her lips and knew that she had asked another question that should not be asked. "I understand. Harassment. You can continue to talk." "Hey." Luna was seriously nodded. "They usually appear when people are upset. Father guesses that they may be a kind of light that can feel the mood of others." "Oh, no." Hermione waved her hand. "I'm not talking about harassment. It's fun, but we can talk again later. I want to hear your feelings about Marks." "How do you feel about Marks?" Luna raised his head in confusion. "Well, it seems that anyone else has asked this question. Is this important? Isn't it important?" Hermione couldn't help but ask. "If one day, Marks suddenly ignores you, what would you feel like in your heart?" "Ignore me?" Luna thought about it, and even shook his head. "No, Marks won't." "Why?" He might as well. Hermione repeatedly said several but found that there are several kinds of statements in her heart, but even one cannot say. In the end, she paused and whispered, "That's it." If one day, he suddenly went to a place far away, and you can't see each other again, you will be what kind of feeling is it? Luna blinked again, with a hint of pure trust in her eyes. "Then he will definitely come back. No matter how far he will find a way to come back." Luna's voice seemed to be a little far away and erratic, as if imagining the scene of Marx's travel, regardless of him. When I come back, I will be here, waiting for him. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 596. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 596. Upstairs, Hermione is having a round-the-clock exchange with Luna. The conversation is filled with the sweetness and sourness of love, while downstairs, there is another conversation that is very similar and meaningful. Today's Three Broomsticks Inn is very lively, and the hustle and bustle of the drinkers is one after another between the small round table and the bar. The voices of the people are only able to hear the voices within a few steps around them. If they were farther away, they would all be mixed together and turned into a messy snoring. On the side of the corner near the inside, Lavender and Parvati sat opposite each other. Of course Lavender was next to Ron, and Parvati was next to Hannah. Yes, it was Hannah Abbott. She didn't know that she was originally Hufflepuff, and she was mixed with Gryffindor's young lions today. At this moment, Lavender was holding Ron's arm intimately. Almost the whole person was attached to his side. For the body of his friend Parvati, the gaze is not at all concerned, but it is more tight. Hannah is as thin as ever, sitting on the opposite side of the table and constantly moving, a small face shy red. Rollo, let's talk about it. Lavender wrapped around Ron and kept shaking his arm. Quickly say, if one day I need to go out, would you miss me? You will miss me. Let's talk about it. Oh, yes, yes. Ron was stiff, sitting on the stool as if he didn't want to move at all, pretending he was just a statue that would only repeat Lavender's words. I miss you. However, Lavender seems to love Ron to say something sweet about her, as long as it comes out of Ron's mouth is enough to make her feel comfortable. Completely do not care if it is her own standard answer. When Ron responded to her again, Lavender immediately stretched her neck and printed a deep kiss on the other's cheek. The sound of the sound made the guests at the next table always think that there was another bottle with good wine in the cork. Ron seems to know that he can't hide, and he has already accepted his life. It was only at the moment when Lavender kissed him that his eyes would always pass over Hannah's face opposite, as if he was very concerned about Hannah's reaction. Unfortunately, Hannah at the moment is only blushing. Where else will he notice that the male child who is being kissed is always peeking at himself? My dear Rollo, you really can talk. After giving Ron a kiss, Lavender then put his face back on the other's shoulder, revealing a very happy smile. Lavender's nickname. There should be a limit to the sweetness of love. Parvati laughed. You don't mean I can invite Hufflepuff's Hannah today? Hey, you don't like me to show you? Then hurry up and find one. Lavender held Ron's arm. No more handsome male children can be robbed by other girls. You say you. If you look so beautiful, don't take it easy. Where is it beautiful? I can feel quite ordinary. Parvati said so. His face smiled even more, showing which girl would not like to listen to others' praise. But really, Parvati Patil is really a good little girl, which is also famous among boys. Lavender said that she did not exaggerate. In fact, Miss Ibo is also very cute. The next moment, Lavender turned his head and looked at Hannah next to Parvati. That's a look. Here I am worse. Oh. But it doesn't matter, I already have our family. Luo, you say yes, dear Luo. Well, of course. Hearing Lavender asking himself, Ron was nodded immediately. Yes, that's it. Hey, really? When Ron listened to Lavender, the tone was not right. It was a surprise when he was on the road. He quickly tried his best to think about it, and then he quickly said, oh, no, I mean. Well, how can you be worse? You are also very beautiful, so the students say so. Hey, my Luo, although I know that you have always been very honest, so that others will think that I am too proud. Lavender tired of Ron, but still thank you. I like you to tell the truth. Look like it. Ron immediately slammed his head and gave Lavender a high degree of approval. In fact, just in the morning of getting along with him, he will come here all the way through. And what kind of answer should he take in his question? And his heart is also somewhat counted. Even so, every answer will kill his countless brain cells. and he doesn't want to end up losing. As for the opposite Parvati and Hannah, one of them sneered out because of Lavender's boast, and the other was immersed in the excitement of Lavender and Ron, but they didn't care about the episode. Of course, they also did not notice. Ron finally glanced at Hannah. At this moment, the door of the bar was once again opened. It stands to reason that in this person's 3 broomsticks in, almost no one will go too far to care, but Ron, who only wants to take a breath, subconsciously looks over there. He did not expect that it was this eye that brought him a lot of trouble. Ron, well, what happened? A pair of young wizards just entering the bar's door looks familiar. Boys have a black hair, a stiff nose with a pair of round-rimmed glasses, a pair of green scorpions with a sturdy firmness, while girls keep a long hair with a fire red. The contour of the face is soft and delicate, is a rare beautiful girl. Obviously, that was Harry and Ginny, who had just wandered around the streets of Hogsmeade before. After Harry gave a slogan to Michael, he left Ginny without saying anything. Ginny was naturally very happy, letting Harry hold his hand tightly along the way, and it was exceptionally gentle and submissive. As for Michael Kona, who cares for him? Just as the two men walked hand in hand for a whole morning, and planned to come to 3 broomsticks in to eat something to fill the stomach, Ginny saw the big brother Ron deep in the bar at a glance. Naturally, she also saw Lavender holding her own big brother without letting go. Just as Ron didn't like the bubblehead Michael and Ginny at the beginning, Ginny at this time also had some uncomfortable feelings in his heart. It's not that she doesn't want to see her own big brother falling in love, but how much she knows about Lavender Brown's character. In her opinion, the Miss Brown is not suitable for marrying her Weasley family. To ask her how she knows, it's actually very simple. Lavender and Parvati are both roommates of Hermione. Isn't it easy for her to get some accurate news? Harry, you have to go find a place to sit down. I have something to talk to with Ron. When Harry looked at Ginny's eyes, he felt a little bit wrong to say that this beautiful red-haired female child is not very quiet or gentle, but it does not mean that she has always been like this. As a good buddy of Ron, for Ginny at some point, he is not only heard, but also witnessed. Ginny, what are you looking for, Ron? Harry quickly pulled her. It's okay. Ginny smiled sweetly at him. Harry, go sit down first. Remember to order a cup of butterbeer, okay? After all, she gently pulled back the small hand from Harry's palm, and then stepped aggressively and walked straight toward Ron. Harry has a heart to help his good brother, but he has just grown up with Ginny today. For a time, he really didn't know whether he should touch the mold. Oh. They siblings, the two things. I can't really persuade for a while to persuade. Harry shrank his head and squatted a few times, and decided to wait for a while and then wait. On the other hand, Ginny has already walked to the side of Ron and Lavender's table, staring at them, and they are slamming for a while. It is like a real eye, as if it is to pierce the two of them as sharp. Oh, rolls. Isn't this your younger sister? Lavender didn't seem to notice Ginny's terrifying sight. She just glanced and looked up at Ron. Yes. Ron replied with a sigh of relief, and a layer of fine sweat was oozing out of his forehead. Oh. Noon, Ginny, HMPH. Yes. Good at noon. Ginny grinned and stared at him. Looks like you are having a great day today. Ron was trying to say something, but he hadn't had time to speak yet. But Lavender took the lead. Of course I am happy. She smiled. Rolla has been with me since the beginning of the morning. 1 point has not left, and I have visited a lot of places. Oh, if I can do this every day. If that, then it's too happy. I can. Ginny expressionless. In that case, you can be my junior sister in 2 years. Isn't that just right? Ginny's words, Lavender can certainly hear it. She is obviously a little angry. Ginny Weasley, what do you mean? If you have something, you can speak it out clearly. Oh, then I can say it, Ginny said coldly. I want you to be farther away from Ron. Don't pester him. Don't bully me. Big brother. Good temper. I want to see. He doesn't like it. You. Who bullied your big brother? Lavender suddenly said, "Rollo really likes me." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 597. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 597. Gold. Ginny, to shut up. Hey. Lavender, dear, you should call me Levin. And, this is something between me and Ginny, don't talk. When Ron, who happened to be caught in the middle of two female children, tried to say a few words to persuade him, he found that he didn't seem to have any openings at all. There was a big mouth, but only old. Really playing a dumb. Is there anything worse than this in the world? Okay. The answer is yes. Just as he planned to quietly be a beautiful boy, the whole body's skin suddenly became tight, as if there were countless hands on his body constantly pressing and pressing. Oh, he suddenly felt a stiff expression and suddenly stood up. After he stood like this, the stool that was sitting under the buttocks fell to the floor with a slamming sound, and both Ginny and Lavender, who were staring at each other, were shocked. The two girls, who were quite amazed, were not the sound of the stool falling to the ground. The sound was simply insignificant in the three broomsticks in, where the noise was almost background music. What they were surprised about was Ron, who stood up and stood up. The two female children who were arguing, one is the younger sister who is loved, the other is the current girlfriend. So far, they have not seen Ron angry yet. And just at that moment, how to see Ron is really angry. Just between the two, Ron leaned over and pressed the table, not looking at either side. He just lowered his head, and the bangs messy in front of his forehead covered his eyes, making people unable to distinguish his intentions. Rollo, you. What? Lavender carefully approached and reached out and touched Ron's shoulder. But no one knows what Ron is thinking at this time. He can only see that he is still holding this position, which is a bit strange. Ron? Ginny couldn't help but blink. After a long while, Ron, who always bowed his head, finally reacted. But no one could have expected it. But he turned directly, kicked the stool that fell to the ground and went to the other side of the bar. Probably aware that his status was not quite right, Ginny and Lavender both took a step after subconsciously. However, Ron, who was burying his head in the crowd, accidentally ran into Harry, who stood in the distance and watched. Hey, hey. Since Ron just picked the path to his side, Harry certainly had no reason to evade, and he rushed straight up. But just as Harry wanted to say a few words to Ron, he suddenly stopped. Hey, Harry, don't talk. Has it happened? Harry asked, crying. How come you? Well, there is a reason for it, the other said as he slid directly behind Harry. Help me stop. Oh, no. As I said, it was right. Suddenly Harry heard a crisp jingle buzzing on the floor, causing him to look down in the direction of the sound. But in fact, he actually only had time to see a momentary picture of a potion bottle rolling into the right heap. At this moment, Harry's face subtly glanced at the back of the other person's turn, and his heart could not help but mourn for 3 seconds. Maybe this can't blame Harry, because the time left for him is only 3 seconds. Stop! A shouted scream through the entire bar, and even suppressed the noisy crowds around. When the guests were curious, they turned their heads and looked over here. Ginny is screaming? Really? She really didn't use any sound-filling spells. So how big is the trick that she normally hides under the solitude? It made Harry want to re-examine Ginny, who was coming over, again and again, as if he really realized today what kind of female child she was. Turned around. Ginny was again shouted. Just as Ginny screamed, Lavender, who had stayed at the table, had already arrived, and Parvati and Hannah were next to her. Good. You don't want to go back. Ginny leaned his head, and a long hair of scarlet red poured down behind his head, as if it were a waterfall woven into flames. This gentleman, trouble. You pick it up and give it to me. Thank you. In the latter sentence, she said to a male wizard in the crowd. When she said this, the momentum was still amazing. Even the adults couldn't help but take photos of it. The potion bottle that rolled down at the foot was very cooperative. Put it on the palm of Ginny's palm. After she received her hand, she pulled out the cork and sniffed it, and even frowned. This is Polyjuice potion. This time, The person who spoke is not Ginny. Of course, it is not the Lavender and Parvati whose academic performance has always been close, but Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff House. I saw her picking up Ginny's hand and smelling it, and thinking about it for a moment. He hesitated. The ratio of the ingredients of this bottle of polyjuice potion seems to be different from that in the book, and it has been added some other materials. But this is polyjuice potion, but it must be true. Why are you doing this? Who are you? Who? Ginny, hearing this, is to close the eyebrows again, a pair of sharp eyes pointing at the back, quite a bit of not knowing the truth. But soon, she found that she did not seem to have to work so hard. Obviously, the other party's polyjuice potion has been completely relieved. It didn't have much height. It was suddenly pulled up. The iconic red hair of the Weasley family turned into a dark golden in the twinkling of an eye. Neville? Ginny said with amazement. You? Why are you pretending to be Ron? Well, Ginny is very surprised. Among the people who are present, the biggest surprise is Ron's current girlfriend, Miss Lavender Brown. Do you say? Are you with me for most of the day? Yes, the nature of playing Ron is our Mr. Neville Longbottom. Seeing that Ginny has finally seen his identity, Neville naturally loses the meaning of continuing to manage to escape. After a little hesitation, Neville had to turn around. Yes, sorry. It can be seen that Neville's mouth is a bit awkward, and even one sentence is incomplete. You know, the usual Neville Longbottom is the same when it comes to girls. But when he played Ron, it wasn't this statement that said it was unbearable. At that time, although he was still pressed by Lavender, he could at least respond relatively properly. He changed the Neville now, and he was afraid that he could not even get back. Perhaps, it is also the different identity, so that he can finally hide the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart and express his true inner integrity. But now that he has recovered to his original self, the borrowed courage has once again shrunk back into his heart and buried it. Longbottom, you have to make it clear today. You. Lavender was obviously anxious. He first slammed a few feet in the same place, and then rushed straight to Neville. This girl originally had a crazy temper. Whether it is love or hate, it is like a violent storm. The look of her squatting ran like it was like terrifying to eat Neville. Yes, right, sorry. Please. Don't do this. Neville was frightened, and as Lavender's rapid approach, he stepped back and forth, stumbling over several tables. The surrounding guests hurriedly avoided, apparently did not want to be implicated by him. However, Madame Rosmeter, who is leaning against the bar in the distance, is still standing there calmly, not only without worry, but also with enthusiasm to look at it. Hey, this is really... She smiled as she said to a male wizard in front of the bar. I am afraid I have to admit that I am already old. Bang. Hey. Neville, who was constantly retreating, finally failed to stand still, and was thrown to the ground by a stool. That Lavender would miss such a good opportunity, and suddenly it would be like a tigress, and it would cover Neville's collar. Say. Only one word made Neville feel awkward. Say. Why should I dress up as my Rollo? Why do you deceive my feelings? Why should I accompany me all morning? Why are you so good to me? For, every time he said why, Lavender grabbed Neville's collar with both hands and made him feel relieved. In terms of size, the tall and big Neville is worth 2 Lavenders. In fact, Neville seems to be particularly pitiful in his hands. It is worth mentioning that Lavender's why people are more and more surprised when they listen to it. It is not so much angry, it is better to say that it is more accurate to complain. Harry stared at him, looking at Ginny from time to time, and both found the stun of the other's eyes. Said, Neville Longbottom, are you enjoying me? After all the why were finished, Lavender came to this, so that everyone at the venue was stupid. Neville had long been fainted by the series of why. He was half lying on the ground, letting Lavender sit on his stomach and keep abusing his neck and collar. The whole person seemed silly. I like Hannah. He groaned and said something that nobody had expected. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 598. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 598. Overall, today's Three Broomsticks Inn is a rotten youth theatre. Here, the inexplicable love comedy wrapped in a burst of sour smell, one after another. Even the curtains have not fallen, making the actors of a series. In the list of actors, there is a role that seems to have not been assigned to a number of plays, but all this happened. But it must be said that it is all related to him. Yes, his name is Ron Weasley. So, when Three Broomsticks Inn was almost in a mess, where did he go alone? There aren't many people who know about this. Well, amazingly, Draco Malfoy is one of them. To be honest, when Ron was invited by Draco, his first reaction was to reject it. This kind of invitation from the enemy looks like a conspiracy. Is Draco playing a bad idea again? The Weasley family and the Malfoy family have never dealt with each other since their ancestors. The days of the Weasley family were not as poor as they are now. As a pure-blood family with an ancient history of inheritance, they have also been a hit. In the period of the family's prosperity, the Malfoy family, who is also the top pure-blood family, has not had more than one time with the Weasley family because of certain interest needs. Today, under the unremitting efforts of clansmen from generation to generation, Weasley family has finally reached a dead end. Although they still have certain advantages compared with ordinary wizard families, compared with the past, they will find that it is already the gap between heaven and earth. Under such a stumbling situation, how can the Malfoy family with a long history of contradictions not try to run the Weasley family? What's more, the Weasley family, who always feels good about the moles, has long been crowned with the name Pure Bloodline Traitor. Just like the frequent friction between Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley, Draco and Ron also look at each other as much as their peers. If they can argue, it is never possible to choose to speak. This time, however, Draco took the initiative to send a personal invitation to Ron, hoping to see Ron alone. This is too unbelievable for Ron. However, even though this invitation was full of suspicious things, Ron decided to go with Draco to see the situation after thinking about it. This time he was not a reckless thing. In fact, he has already carefully considered it over and over again, but he finally chose to observe it first. Of course, what he tried to believe was not Draco Malfoy who hit the opponent, but Marx. Many people disagree with Marx's actions in helping Malfoy's family. They all feel that the Malfoy's family should not be given a charitable charity even if they are pitiful, because they have decided in the past, they are not worthy of this precious gift. However, only Ron, Hermione, Harry and the others who have a deep relationship with Marx will understand that every decision made by a teenager who is actually big with them will be found to be meaningful in the end. This kind of thing is that's all twice, but if it's back, it's no wonder that Ron has such a firm trust in Marx. Since Marx can take the time to hand over their Malfoy home, what is his Ron Weasley still worried about here? The time Draco invited was the afternoon of Hogsmeade. This was chosen by Draco. As for the place where Ron was going to go, it was a place Ron chose. At this moment, when Lavender and Neville initiated a dispute, Ron was sitting face to face with Draco, and the two had been watching each other for a little while in Leaky Cauldron. Ron doesn't talk, because he doesn't know what he should say to the other person. To put it bluntly, he felt that he could sit with Draco and he had reached the limit of patience. Compared to this, he is actually more strange why Draco doesn't talk, knowing that this invitation was made by Draco. Malfoy, I am not here all. What are you looking for? Ron couldn't help himself, and he quickly threw this question for a long time to Draco. After Ron asked, Draco put down the cup in his hand and looked straight at Ron. Weasley, I am here to apologize for my past misconduct. Draco's eyes stared at him for a moment, and the face that was devastating and firm was seemingly contradictory. For McLawn saved my father, let him be exempted from the punishment of Azkaban. I really want to thank him seriously, but I think even if he accepts my thanks, it is just a casual perfunctory, that's all. For him, I am afraid that it is irrelevant. As far as Draco's words are concerned, Ron can feel the sincerity. It was a matter of sincerity in Draco, but it made him feel quite awkward. So? Ron pondered, his face with an inexplicable look. Why are you looking for me? And I am looking for me alone. Although I don't know what you think, but I think, whether you are looking for Harry or not, or Hermione, It's better to come to me than to come, isn't it? The most obvious difference between Ron and the past is how to see yourself. Self-examination and self-examination always makes people find their weaknesses and grows more quickly and solidly in the near future. Yes, it would be more effective to find them, and I think so. Draco was unkind in the opposite direction, especially Granger. She is really smart and good at looking at everyone and things from an objective perspective. As the last time Draco came to request a meeting with the Order of the Phoenix members, Hermione was the first of the three of them to say that they were not willing to help. Of course, that thing has not been completed until now. After a letter was sent to Black's old house, it became uninterested, let alone meet Draco. Yeah, you are right. Ron shook his head, although he was already able to face himself, but what he heard from other people was so harsh. So, he paused and sorted out his feelings. This continued. Why are you looking for me? Draco, who can be across the table, is deep in a deep breath, and seems to be doing some psychological preparation. After waiting for him to gently slam the gas, the patience that gradually appeared on his face also poured out. Because the hatred between me and you, and our Malfoy family and your Weasley family is the biggest, to say that I am the least likely to make a good object, no doubt is you. Draco frowned. Slowly explain. So, I will invite you first, as long as you can accept my existence. Others will certainly have confidence. Trust. Accept you? Ron couldn't help but curl one's lip. Do you think this is possible? At least this time you have responded to my invitation. Draco squinted and faintly said, that is, you intend to be with me? And we become friends? When Ron said this, the incomprehensible color on his face was more intense. Are you serious? It's not uncommon for a new child like their age to make a few new friends. But if this happens between Draco and Ron, Ron is definitely the first to disbelieve. Friend? Draco seemed to be very tired of the word, but after hesitated for a while, he was eventually nodded. Yes, I think I can say so. Friends. This is impossible. Ron waved his hand quite decisively, indicating that Draco didn't have to say this again. Is it? Draco touched his sleeve and suddenly changed the subject. But what he said next, but let Ron stunned on the spot. Weasley, would you like to have a duel with me? What do you mean? Ron was along and stunned, and the incomprehensible moments in his expression were replaced by surprises. He even suspected that Draco's brain had been completely destroyed by the plight of his family. It doesn't make much sense, Draco said, shaking his head. Remember, we have more than once said that we have to fight with each other. Although it is a thing of the past, I don't think I will make up now. Late. I can't figure out what you are thinking about, Ron said, standing up and daring to turn away. I want to go. Today is a rare holiday. I don't want to waste time. This boring conversation is above. Even so, Draco was still sitting on the chair and was unmoved. Don't you dare? He asked, flutteringly. I'm afraid to lose face to me. I won't dare. Ron jerked back and slammed over to Draco. Do you think I would say that? Got it. Malfoy, I don't know what you are thinking, but I know. I don't have any interest in your advice. Goodbye. After all, he turned his head again and walked straight to the back door of Leaky Cauldron. Inexplicably. Just next to the backyard wall leading to Diagon Alley, Ron whispered, then knocked open the brick wall and left without returning. In the front bar, Draco forced the fingers of his hands into his blonde hair, and the expression on his face was incomprehensible. Suddenly, his hands clenched his fists and slammed on the table, causing many people in Leaky Cauldron to cast inexplicable eyes on him. Hateful. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 599. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 599. In each of our days, the sunrise is always wonderful and short-lived. It symbolizes the vigorous vitality, and people can't help but want to pick up the energy and face a new day. Correspondingly, naturally it is a very long and sloppy sunset compared to the day that will speed up the pace of life for you. The sunset and sunset will be like an old man, and you will realize the whole day's aftertaste with the gloom of the gloom. When Hogwarts young wizards rushed through this chaotic day, the part that remained in the Hogsmeade village was bathed in the golden sunset, laughing and walking back to school. Logically speaking, among these people should be students who do not see 5th year and 7th year, because they will soon face a major exam that can be said to be a lifetime. There is not much time to waste. However, there is no absolute thing in the world. At this time, there are really a few Hogwarts 5th year students in the Hogsmeade. Harry, of course, is one of them. In his mind at the moment, accompanying Ginny to enjoy this beautiful evening time is the first priority. In order to have enough confidence to stay at Hogsmeade, he spent the boss's strength to complete the homework in advance. Oh, yes, it's just half the time. If you go back later, it's too late. I'm afraid I will stay up late tonight. Harry, this sunset is so beautiful. Ginny walked gently on Harry's side, letting him hold his hand and feel the warmth of his palms. To tell the truth, a few times at Voldemort. At the time, I thought that I could not enjoy such a beautiful sunset in my life. Harry turned his head and stared blankly at Ginny's side. Under the soft eve of the sun, the slender hair on her face reflected the rays of light, and her side was outlined in a golden outline. Yeah? Harry looked at her. The so-called Dark Lord is indeed very terrifying. At the time we were convinced that we could beat him, but I also believed that it would be a fierce confrontation. Don't say us. Even the people of Order of the Phoenix are rebellious with the determination to die. Who can think of the final victory actually came so suddenly? The two chatted casually, strolling through the streets of Hogsmeade Village, and realizing the last warmth of today's sunshine. Harry, you said, Neville, is he still okay? Neville, okay. Harry is definitely not sure. Just in the early afternoon, Mr. Longbotham, who was blamed by Lavender, uttered a big truth that was buried in his heart, and at the same time stimulated the hearts of two female children. The phrase "I like Hannah" not only caused Lavender's self-esteem to be hit hard, but also made Miss Hannah Abbott, who stood by and watched silently, trembled. In fact, Hannah and Neville are actually very similar. They are all kind of people who are not good at words, shy, timid and forgetful, just like a pair of long-lost twins. From this point of view, it may not be such an incredible thing that Neville would like Hannah. The key is here. After all, Neville never reveals his love for Hannah. Now it is forced out by Lavender, and the pair of male and female children naturally become more and more embarrassed. After that, no matter what Lavender said, Neville never answered a word. He just looked down and didn't dare to lift it up, for fear of seeing the possible disappointment on Hannah's face. And Hannah, it is even more embarrassing. I saw her little face hidden in the long hair, and the whole face rose red, so it seemed to be bleeding. A pair of delicate hands overlapped, and after a while, they clung to the chest, and then they licked most of their faces. It seems that it is not good to escape on the spot. In the end, the harassment of Neville's Lavender seemed to be tossed, and she said that she had finally given up the perseverance, and pulled the good sister Parvati and left the three broomsticks in bar. When Harry and Ginny also left there, they remembered that there were only Neville and Hannah left. As for the two stagflies, will there be any further development in the end? Fearing that Neville will be able to renew his courage, at least Harry thinks so. Of course, if the future will be interpreted without any deviation according to one's expectations, then it is not a future, but a past of another person. Well, probably this is the time. Right now, at the Three Broomsticks in H bar, Hermione and Luna are walking down the stairs and down the second floor. The content they have talked about today has not been heard by anyone. As for the results obtained in the conversation, no one knows. Let's not talk about what they said about the female children who stood together and have some sense of disobedience. What is most worth mentioning now is Neville and Hannah, who are sitting on the sides of a small round table. Their expressions looked strange. One put his hands on his knees. His neck narrowed and stared at the table, like a piece of wood on the table. The other holds a hot drink, a cup. The heat in the air has already dissipated, but it has not been drunk even if it is a bite. If you don't know what's going on between them, it's really hard to understand why they are so silent. Neville and Miss Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff House. At this time, the Three Broomsticks Inn was a lot empty, and Hermione, who had just come down the stairs, took a look at the store and found the two students who looked surprisingly similar. What are they doing? Is it longer than Who Doesn't Talk? Luna next to him is curious. Hermione shook her head silently. Hermione, let's go. I want to join them too, Luna said, grabbing Hermione's arm and pulling her together. But Hermione, who was suddenly reacting, stunned. Oh, don't go over, she whispered. I think they must have something to do, and we don't have to mess up. Innocent Luna may not be able to see the wonderful atmosphere over there, but Hermione is so smart. Naturally it is soon to be aware of some situations. Hey? Luna said with a sigh of relief. How do you know? Maybe someone who wins will have a small gift. Can't you really go? No. Hermione glared at Luna's wrist and walked straight to the door. Don't make trouble, time is almost up, we should go back. However, perhaps because the movement on their side is still too big, so Neville and Hannah quickly noticed their appearance. Hannah's face suddenly turned red again, and she quickly glanced at Neville, and then stood up and ran to the door. It seems that she still wants to escape here before Hermione and Luna. Hermione saw it wrong, and her mind was flashing through her mind. The next moment she ran away with the slightest hesitation. Wait, Miss Ibo. Hannah is actually a member of RA, and it is for this reason that Neville has the opportunity to have her feelings. But it is a character like Hannah. In the previous training of Ra, there is really not much sense of existence. So even Hermione does not have a deep relationship with her. Even if the relationship is still shallow, even if the situation is not well understood, this idle thing Hermione also wants to manage it. A female child who will even take care of her house elf. She has multiple senses of responsibility. It is obvious. How can she let the situation change because of her own appearance? Yes, because of her and Luna's appearance. Hannah lifted her legs and ran. She could still see it. Oh, Grid, Miss Granger. Please. Please let me go. Hermione's movements are very fast, and in terms of distance, she is closer to the bar door and can intercept Hannah's footsteps as it should be by rights. Sorry, I don't think I can still put it. Hermione looked at her face and said seriously, Miss Ibo, if I bothered you, please let me say no. No interruptions. Hannah immediately interrupted her words with a red face. You don't have to apologize, we don't. Nothing happened. After listening to Hermione, she blinked her eyes and then glanced at Neville casually. Not as she expected, Neville was still standing next to his chair. He looked at it from afar. His face was full of embarrassment and anxiety, but he refused to move half a step. About Neville's temper, it's clear that Hermione, who just got together, is clear. As a result, she has made more guesses about what happened between Neville and Hannah. Miss Ibo, if you like, we can talk alone. Hermione regained her gaze, lowered her head slightly and whispered to Hannah, who was a little shorter than herself. Come on, come here. Luna, trouble you waiting here? Oh. Okay. Luna's nightmare nodded, but the attention has already slipped to the kitten lying on the window. On the other side, Neville saw Hannah and finally walked out of the bar with Hermione, and she was relieved when she arrived. He threw himself back into the chair and slammed it weakly. Sorry, Ron. He put his face on the cool table and muttered ruthlessly, what you asked for was messed up by me, really? Really sorry. Neville knows that what he really wants to say is not really sorry. But even in his self-talk, he still has no courage to complain about his feelings for Hannah, but he can only hide them deeper and deeper. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 600. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 600. This year's Valentine's Day, Marx was spent with Winnie. Well, to be exact, this day he spent most of his time with Winnie's blood sample. As for Winnie himself, he basically did not have the leisure to run around. This time, the inspection of Winnie was unexpectedly smooth. After a test of the so-called curse yesterday, he quickly discovered an abnormality in the blood, which contained an extremely secretive magic power fluctuation. If it wasn't for his careful intention to make a small sense this time, even if he was sensitive to the fluctuation of magic power, it would be difficult to see it. Anyway, it's always good to find the key so quickly. Because of this discovery, Marx has a more targeted research direction, and Winnie has taken the first step from the family's genetic curse. It's already evening, but Marx is still concentrating on the analysis in the research room provided by Winnie father. The blood sample checklist, assisted by various magic test reagents and spells, is placed at his hand, and a large stack of scratch paper in front of him has been filled with symbols and data. This may be similar to the blood test at Mull Hospital. In fact, the detection process for the magic power response analysis of blood samples is much more confusing. In fact, this is also a matter of course. After all, magic is usually something on the spiritual plane, and light can't find anything strange from physical detection. At this point, the blood sample in the test tube has long become a strange viscous substance with various fluorescent particles. Each of these color particles corresponds to a targeted reagent detection, which is a messy magic power fluctuation. Fearing that even the most advanced alchemy instruments may not be fully resolved, but Marx relies on his own ability to refine the sense of magic power fluctuations to an astonishing degree. If he is far away, perhaps he can't compare with those alchemy props, but he can make his ability to the extreme at a close distance. It can be said that it is suitable for research. But even so, if you want to study the bloodline curse that is only reflected in the blood, it is impossible to draw valuable conclusions based on the data. At first I thought I found something unreasonable, but now it seems that this thing has nothing to do with the monumental monument and the ancient mirror. He sat in front of the desk in the middle of the lab, using a quip's nib to gently lie on the draft paper, with a sneak peek in his bloodshot eyes. In fact, when he first sensed the hidden volatility in the blood, the sense of familiarity became unusually strong. At that time, he almost certainly made a conjecture. This curse should have some unknown connection with the enchanted monument and the ancient mirror. Yes, looking back, all three are things that can trigger terrifying disasters, which gives another powerful side evidence. It took him more than half a day to compare and verify, but he was helplessly discovering the fact that the three seem to have no connection at all. From the magical nature to the manifested utility, it can only be said that it seems to be there are similarities, but in reality they are completely different. Is this a waste of time? Marx threw the quill in his hand into the ink bottle, and the whole man leaned hard on the back of the cushioned chair, pinching his forehead to ease the feeling of exhaustion. In fact, he has had a considerable understanding of the monument to the enchantment and the ancient mirror. What the former manifests is the attachment to the soul and the influence of erosion. The final purpose is to completely control the soul. The latter, however, is a dry and crunchy sucking and whale swallowing, and a sinister evil is put from beginning to end. The posture. As for the bloodline curse on Winnie, the effect of the last time playing under the ground seems to be some kind of effect that affects the wisdom of others. If you have a comparison, it may be more similar to Confundus charm than the confusing monument and the ancient mirror. Of course, in terms of strength and range, the two are not an order of magnitude. No wonder Mr. Blois is looking for someone to make a bloodline transformation for Winnie. Marx picked up the checklist next to him and shook it gently, making a whalla light sound. But before you find the real reason, just rely on the bloodline transformation. It may not be possible to get a positive result. Even if a wizard's bloodline transformation technology is stronger, the process of transformation will also contain unpredictable dangers. This is a magical study of risks and opportunities. In the modern magic circle, the transformation of the biological bloodline has long been banned by the International Federation of Wizards, and it is for this reason. In history, Merlin is a very famous bloodline transformation master, but in his glorious life, not because of many failed transformations, left an indelible stain. For the bloodline transformation on Winnie, Marx didn't dare to take risks. For him, this was completely different from the act of a Kramanchaluaragog. Even Marx may not have a high level of ethical bottom line, but there are enough reasons for him to be cautious in the emotions he knows about Winnie. He thought for a moment and finally shook his head and stood up to bypass a few test tables filled with test tubes, flasks and cauldron, and slowly went to the door. After a long period of research, he did not have much breakthrough progress. He decided to go out and take a step, and he would have been cleaned up by a lot of data and theory to solidify the thinking. When he pushed open the laboratory door, a dazzling sunset shrouded his body from the window in the opposite corridor, causing his tight nerves to relax. Mr. Lawn, are you out? Do you need some snacks and tea first? Yes. Winnie's father took Marx very thoughtfully, and even equipped him with 2 maids, which is already a degree of rice to reach out. In fact, if Marx refused once, Mr. Blois would have to double his manpower. No. Marx smiled and shook his head at one of the maids standing by the door. I said, you don't have to stand here for a long time. Wouldn't it be good to go in for a while? No, how can this be done? The other party immediately said seriously, Patriarch has told me that no one can bother you when you conduct research, just like the Lian family lord himself. Our mission is to how can you make mistakes by blocking all the interference factors for you. In fact, my anti-jamming ability has always been good, Marx said with a smile. Go. What should you do? I won't be embarrassed for you. Now, take me to your lady. By the way, you can take a step. Okay, sir. The 2 maids echoed in unison. The overall space of this laboratory in Blois Fort is not small. The place where Marx stayed was just one of that's all. This laboratory is located at the innermost side of the south side of Blois Fort. From the corridor is the main square inches the center of the castle. At this time, the sunset is very bright. The tower where Winnie lives is located on the other side of the square opposite the slant, not far from it. If you don't calculate the width of the square, as a castle made up of 4 sides of the building, the central castle square is surprisingly wide, and it is a big one to take here as a Quidditch stadium. Marx walked behind the empty square inches the back, bathed in the warmth of the microstrip, and couldn't help but feel a good moment. He walked away and followed the maid who led the way to Winnie's tower. Mr. Lawn, are you looking for a lady? Not yet entering the gate at the bottom of the tower, Marx was stopped by a guard at the gate. Yes. Marx paused and thought. Is Winnie? She is not here. The other person is hearing this, even if nodded. Yes, Miss went to the greenhouse. If the gentleman wants to find her, you can go there and have a look. Greenhouse. Marx wondered. I remember, when I came over a few years ago, there was no greenhouse here. As he has noticed, the Blois Fort in the past has no greenhouses, which was what Mr. Blois had to transform from his own daughter's hobby last year. Oh, yes. The guard replied. It was just built last year. Sir, if you want to go to the greenhouse, please go here. The maid around Marx reacted quickly and immediately whispered after discovering that Marx had mostly passed. Well, trouble to take the road. After the rushing guard nodded gestured, he led the maid to the southeast of the square. The greenhouse is naturally recognizable. Not long after, Marx has already seen a curved shed made up of transparent partitions, which is a lush and green, which can be seen from the outside. In the middle of the greenhouse, a small silhouette with long hair in silver white, standing at the table seems to be changing basins for several plants. She had a small shovel in her hand and skillfully flipped the soil, although the side of the face was still expressionless, but Marx could feel that her interest was very high. Speaking of it, Marx stayed at home and it seemed to make her feel quite happy. She has never been with her friends since she was a child, but now she has Marx. This kind of peace of mind is something she has never experienced so far. Winnie, Marx pushed the door of the greenhouse and shouted,